Hey everyone, welcome back to the Power Network. I'm Amy. Today we are talking about Becca Scoops and her mafioso ways of wanting to take content creators out and or calling people gross. Look, calling someone gross is one thing, but having someone taken out, those are action steps and dangerous ones at that. I'm going to roll the intro while the algorithm brings in the rest of the Power crew. Shout out to my replay crew. Love you, babies.
Carefully strumming this old guitar again. Words rolling out into our fire. If heaven had wings, I would steal them and fly away with you for a while. Hearing the essence of gratitude, your dreamy little smile on my lips. I miss my cue, but baby, I had you. Miss my cue, but I had you for that day. Here in the
Here in the essence of gratitude, it's so good to be back here with my Power crew today. Good morning, everyone. I'm having a mini autoimmune flare, so if my energy is down, it's because it is down. But I wanted to come on and talk today a little bit about what went down yesterday. There was a lot that happened in the Geppetto-verse. Becca Scoops made a few comments over on the Ticky Tacky streets, and we're going to look at that. And Sir Morbid had Into the Weeds come up and discuss a little bit about what went down, who they were, their relationship with Becca Scoop, what was said, et cetera, et cetera. And I wanted to go over that. And I have to tell you, yesterday I was listening. I put the baby bird to bed at like 8, and then I go in my room, and usually I meditate, but during this, I've been listening to this, and I can't help but think that maybe that's why I'm having a flare, because the Jip verse is a very dark energy place. I was telling somebody like 2 or 3 days ago that there's like a real darkness around, and this is all my opinion for entertainment and educational purposes only, but I've noticed, and through the whole time that I've covered it, there's a real dark energy around this case. And maybe like, and I know that it's dark because it affects me in ways where like I want to talk about it a little too much, right? Even if I know like I'm not feeling well, I want to talk about it a little too much. And there's fear surrounding, like, if you talk about it a little too much, like you'll get ousted, or people won't like you, or you'll be labeled as a gypsy supporter if you don't like this one thing, or whatever it may be. There's just a real dark energy attached to it. And I noticed that there's like a real dark energy attached to it. And not only that, but the one person who seems to be thriving, just like in a mother effing glow up. And who do you think it is? I'll tell you it is. It's Geppetto, who's going out there and doing all these little vacations, and just, people are lifting her up and supporting her. And one of the reasons nobody wants this to come out, because it's a slap in the face to the people that don't support her. But to me, this has gone beyond drama. To me, drama is creators fighting and this person saying, oh, she's gross, or her content is low budget, low key, whatever, right? To me, that's drama. But when you go and you say, take them out, to the people that you've gotten in the Discord, You know they already would like to take them out, right? They're on the list of takeouts. Whatever the F takeout. Oops. No, I said I wasn't gonna get mad. Hold on. Whatever takeout means, right? To me, takeout means to destroy my channel, to take it down so that I'm no longer a part of the community. And taking somebody out who isn't just making Gypsy Rose Blanchard content. Like, I've done work with Into the Weeds, and we've actually found a missing person in the missing and murdered Indigenous woman epidemic that she teamed up with me. I said, hey, you want to do this? And she's like, yeah, all over it, right? And we found somebody. Not going to say who it is, just because she was alive. Thank God she was alive. But I mean, I don't want to like put that person's name out. She's found. She didn't really want to be found, but she was found, and her family knows where she is, and she's safe. And but there's other people that Amber has looked for and found. I think she's got two other missing people under her belt, and that was when the last time I talked to her. She might have more. So she's not just talking about Gypsy Rose, and when I say she, I mean both of them, Amber and Laura. They're not just talking about Gypsy Rose Blanchard. It goes beyond and above, and one of the main reasons I'm talking about this now is because I do consider them, even though it is a parasocial relationship, as close of a parasocial relationship I have online. I've got one other friend who is a content creator that I talk to frequently, but she's not in the Gypverse. So she really hasn't been doing a lot. She's from the Watt States. So, I mean, it's like, I just, I feel compelled to talk about it, but I know there's a spell around it. So I have to not get caught up in the spell, right? I just need to say what I need to say and back out of it, because after listening to what I listened to last night, I thought, oh, right on. Like, now, people are going to know, right? It's out there. People will see. I felt so much better, went to bed, woke up this morning, and people are still spinning it. So it's like one of those things where you can't do anything. You can only say what you say, and you can only hope to reach those that are willing to be reached. And that's all you can do. There's always going to be people that are going to ride hard for her. And I don't think Becca's going to go away, nor would I really want her channel to be destroyed. Just like I wouldn't want Into the Weeds to be destroyed. I don't want Becca to be destroyed, but I want her to realize how dangerous and wrong it is to try to destroy somebody. My wish for her is not to be taken down and destroyed, nor do I think that's going to happen. But even after everything, people are still going to ride hard, and those are just the people that, they're going to be selfish. If you let them be selfish, they'll take the racist road. If you let them take the racist road, they'll just take the out that they can get, because, a lot of times it's because it happened to them. And so they're going to make it happen to you, or, something like that. Hurt people hurt, right? There is something really to that. So I'm in my psych space, like, what the F hurt Becca to want to go out and hurt people like this? That's where I am, because my background is, my BA is in sociology and psychology, and I worked as a sociologist. I worked in sociology. I moved from field to field. I worked in the domestic field. I worked at a few shelters. I worked with people with disabilities. I worked with women who were at risk at losing their children, and I would go into their homes and help them figure out how to keep their homes, right? Because like, not everybody's taught that. Like, we think that's an assumed behavior, but it's actually a learned behavior, because if you grew up in chaos, then your life is chances are it could be chaotic. So anyway, those are some of the things that I did. And so I'm wondering what the F happened to Becca Scoops to do all of this to another person. And so we're going to get into it. We're going to look at it. I'm going to try not to get angry. Yeah, that's the game plan. So if you guys could just warm up your fingers and get them right up to the hearts and thumbs up button. Today we're coming to you on Facebook, YouTube, and we're doing Instagram today. So if you guys could just send love from the platform you're viewing us on, it's really, really appreciated. It's one of the biggest ways that you can help a content creator, and it's really, really appreciated. Let me get my screen together for you. Morning, Stacia. How are you? So I thought what we would first go over, I wanted to do this yesterday, but like I said, I'm really having this flare, and it's hard for me to think when I have a flare. I hate these flares. Oh, hey, Shardy Pie. Yes, a lot of people and content creators are scared to speak up. Yeah, they're still scared to speak up. More and more are, but yeah, they're still scared. Good morning. But I get it. I'm a little scared too. I'm not exactly feeling confident, but I will say, like in the very beginning when this first started, I kind of hung back, and now I feel guilty for that because I thought, surely somebody's going to say something about Into the Weeds. Like I didn't sit up there on the panels when they were doing the FOIAs. I was, I had stepped away from Gypsy Rose Blanchard at that time and was doing other things, right? And I thought, surely somebody is going to, that sat on those panels will say something, and nothing. And this is my fault. I sat and I waited, and I think I waited like a good 2 weeks, which was like not right for me. And I did apologize to Amber for not being that friend that just got my ass out there. But in a way, people are saying, why is she, who is she? She went away for a while. Why are you coming back all of a sudden? Well, this is why. This is why. Because I find it dangerous and scary when it crosses to the point where you want to take a channel out. I don't even know. To me, that means so many things. So many things. And it's not one of them is being explained. It's like being in it explained. Well, I wanted to get in good with Bree and Shayna and all of them. Well, you don't say put some action steps into their mind so that they literally go out. Like if you want to get in good, then you say they're gross. Their information is wrong. Something, but you don't put an action step in there for them, in my opinion. I have a problem with it. And to me, it's more than just drama when you put action into it. So let's take a look at these messages. Also, a lot of people are very unhappy with Sir Morbid. They don't like the messenger, which I get. I don't, don't like the messenger, but I also don't get that why you loved and adored him before. And now that he's saying stuff that you don't really like, he's like this person that he's always been. Like he always had this murky background where you had to believe him or you didn't believe him, and you made choices. It sounds to me like maybe Becca made choices that she regrets going up on Morbid's panel at all, and tried to distance, and that didn't work, because when you do stuff like that, it just shows who you are. And then there's all this back stuff that all these alt accounts that she's creating, and she pulls these things where I've noticed in them, she'll say things like, I really, really like your work, and I really, really trust you, and I know you will keep this between you and I. Because she did that to me in my correspondence with her. She butters you up. She makes it seem like you two are in a confidence together. Like, it's you and I. We're just going to keep this between you and I, right? But she never keeps it. I just wonder who she went off and told our conversation to. Who has what I shared, because I shared some really intimate, deep stuff about, well, to me, they were intimate and deep. To you guys, if you saw it, you'd be like, wow. But you know what I mean? Like, who else knows? So I don't know how, if you are a content creator, or even if you're a listener, if you've ever emailed Becca in anything private or confident, like where it's out there, right? Like, but that's like also your fault, my fault, right? Because we know, but also, are we blaming the victims? I don't know. Anyway, but let's get into it. It's just a lot for me to take in. And it's even more the reactions where people are okay with it, but I'll let that shit go. I'm learning to try to let that shit go and not to observe and not absorb. I'm really working hard on that. Oh, this Christmas music. Okay, so Sugar Woo is allegedly, well, it is Becca Scoops, because Becca Scoop admitted that she was Sugar Woo. Sugar Woo is Keegan's, which Keegan's is Becca's cat, and this is Becca's cat in this picture. Sugar Woo 90 was, and I believe she got the idea for Sugar Woo 90 from Ivory Rose Grows Wilder, because she had something with a sugar in it, and she was Woo Woo Bestie. And 90 probably would have been around the time Woo Woo Bestie was born. So in my opinion, she was hoping that they would think this was related to her somehow, or if it ever came out. And this is just all my gut feeling. I don't have proof to this. But, like, I think a lot of us need to start learning to understand that we have a lot of sensors in our gut that tell us things, and science is realizing that we are all putting out energy fields, and our gut is attached to our mind, and it's sending signals back and forth and talking to each other, and a lot of our dis-ease is stemming right from our gut. And well, anyway, I'm going off into that, but anyway, gut feelings should start to be validated, and we should start to explore those a little bit more. But my gut says that she got this idea from that. And so we get this, and she has admitted that she is Sugar Woo, and she starts messaging Sheena, which Sheena is one of Gypsy Rose Blanchard's besties. They say sides, like Gypsy's side, our side. I don't know. I'm not a side person. I'm just like, I'm realizing that even if you think you're on the side of right, if you have to agree with the side of right no matter what, then that's not the side of right for me. If I can't go against the grain and have my independent thoughts and feelings, then it's never going to be the side of right for me. Could be the side of right for you. But the side of right for me is the desire to have Gypsy Rose not throw it in our faces that she's living this fantastic world life, and she murdered her mom. And she got an autistic man to do it. And she did all those PDF things and has a baby girl. That's the side of right for me, is the side that doesn't want to see that shit happen. The side of right for me isn't the side that it's okay to take anybody down at any cost just so you can get out a stupid documentary. That's not the side of right for me. But I've never been exactly like. So, and I'm not saying that doesn't hurt my feelings, because it does. But in my lifetime, I've always been a little bit more, even a little bit more than even I could handle at times, right? So I know that like my personality isn't for everybody. People like me, and I know there's other people like me out there. I think you're probably people that are listening to me. You know, right? And as you get older, you're okay with that, right? You make your own. If there's not a seat at the table, you make your own fucking table, right? You learn to do that shit. So, but not saying that the desire to want to be liked doesn't still remain, because I think it remains for every human being. And I've been thinking a lot about this mob mentality, and you can't tell me that generational stuff and that human beings aren't built on instincts, because our instincts in the old ways it was safer to be with people than to be off on your own, because to be off on your own was dangerous. Like, you couldn't find your food, you'd have to do everything on your own, and it'd be just too hard, right? So instinctually we want to be with the crowd because we think it's safer, but it's not always safer in this day and age with the crowd. And I can't go with the crowd if this is what the crowd is saying. And if this is how you want, like, I have to like disconnect from it and be okay and just like observe and not absorb, because it's what it is. Okay, so he goes to point out here that here Becca Scoops is with Keekins the cat. I'm going to turn this music down. And we're going to go over. Oops. Okay, so Sugar Woo. 59 following, 15 followers. So this is Becca Scoop. Becca Scoop is Sugar Woo. The other person is Sheena. So Becca Scoop starts out saying to Sheena, "Wow, how old are you? I want to personally thank you for being such a stupid friend to GRB. Thankfully, that video of her you posted has got mainstream sources interested in why a convicted murderer is making such a video. You just might be the key to exposing all of GRB's lies. Big hugs and kisses. Gracias." Sugar Woo replies, "You're welcome, and I'm old as your cat. I have keyboard warriors that have something to hide, and I think we know what that is, and that's why you hide behind a cat as your PFP." Now, Shayna doesn't know this is Becca. It takes her a really long time to know it too, which is weird. Because during this, I think this is the one where Becca even goes into where this is Becca's bestie. Becca's bestie that's with her at every stage of life. Like, I've got a few besties that I've known since the 2nd grade, and I dare say they don't know everything that's happened to me and hasn't been with me in all stages, but okay. So Sheena just saw the video about KC. He's nuts. That's Karma Collector. This is another content creator that she doesn't like and is trying to get the Gypsy's friends to take him down. I'm a content creator. Yes, you have heard of me. And while we disagree about GRB, I am so done with KC and have been wanting to find a way to discredit him. Obviously, those who buy into his nonsense aren't high IQ. So here she is calling people low IQ. But saying it aren't high IQ. We know in the Annie messages, high IQ is something that Annie / Sugar Woo likes to say, / Becca Scoops, / Bill Clinton or Trump. That's one of Trump's saying, calling people low IQ. And we know that Becca Scoop has a big MAGA history, and even over on X, she still has up a lot of her MAGA content. So, but has said that she's no longer MAGA. But something like this just might destroy him, even with low IQ folks. Can you please send me the info, pic, whatever, and how we know it's him, etc. I'll need receipts. I'll need to explain why this is him, etc. Thank you. Sheena says, I can't tell you right now how we know it's him, because more will be revealed after the authorities have everything. But trust me, it's him. I want you to understand there's simulated nudity in it. Is that okay? There's so much more to show that he is a sick individual. I need your permission to send the picture. And she replies, yes, send. And we know one of the sticking points she has with Into the Weeds was that There were nude things that came out in the FOIAs. I have to take a drink. Hold on. In the FOIAs, and a lot of people feel like because they didn't just put it out and let people see it and do what they wanted with it, they didn't let Gypsy Rose Blanchard's nude body get out there, that somehow they're gatekeeping certain things. Which for me, I don't think nude bodies, like nude photos of yourself nude that you didn't agree to, should be out there at all for anybody. And I will say I did see the video, that quick little FOIA video that popped up that had to come down, that, that it did show a little, side boobage there. And I saw it and I screamed, and I immediately messaged Amber and I was like, take it down, right? I wasn't like, it was my mindset to get that shit down and, fix it, right? And it amazes me that other people's mindset is to put it up in a disc so everyone can have it. I don't understand that. But let me see what you guys are saying. I don't want to be up here screaming and lecturing and yelling. Hello, Grammy Cheryl. Good morning, everyone. Oh, thank you, Karen, for that $2 sticker. I really, really appreciate that. So what do you think, like, because I can be a bit of a prude too. I won't lie about that. Like, I can swing a little prudish, but also I can swing really hippie, and like, it just depends on my mood. So am I, like, because I want to know, am I reading too much into it? Do you guys see this as just like drama and no biggie, or are you kind of seeing the pattern that's emerging here? And does it like alarm you that she would use the words take them out? And also, I know this is too many questions. What does take them out mean to you? I should put that as a poll question. What does take them out mean to you? Sounds harmful to me, because like, if you just wanted them discredited or poo-pooed, I don't know if you would use those words, or I wouldn't use those words. Take them out means like that. Yeah, to me it means something dangerous. But oh, my sarcasm hits your funny bone, huh? Yeah, I got that Gen X sarcasm. Okay, so going back to this, she says right away, yes, send. And she says, can you give me an overall view of how you know it's him? And yes, can you send pic? You have my permission, and I understand they contain graphic imagery. And wouldn't this have been like the point to, well, I guess she didn't even ever ask what content creator she was. So she never like misrepresented herself. Well, she did misrepresent herself, and later she said she was Becca Scoops' bestie. But I think maybe she hasn't said it yet. So, but if it, at the end of the conversation, maybe she should have said, hey, I don't know if she ever sent the picture, but hey, you offered up I don't know. I'm going too far on it. Okay, so here Sheena says, well, if you go to the account, it's got his picture and everything. And this morning he changed his name to some fake name, but it's him. It's all over it. He's all over it, posting pictures of himself and everything. He was posting under his name because he thought nobody would ever find help. I think Becca actually did a little bit of this. She was the first, like 12 years ago, was posting under her real name, and that is where people found out a lot of like her political and how she feels about gays and racism and stuff like that. That's how a lot of people found out about her. Girl, there's some crazy pictures that he posted, but I can't put them out right now. I think they're saying that he was posting gay nudes. Sorry, I am having a flare up because when I have a flare, the wrong word always flies out of my mouth. So please forgive me. Who knows what's going to come out of my mouth today? So then she says, got it, thank you. And then Sheena says, okay, girl. And it's so funny how they're like into girls now. Like, not into girls. That didn't come out right. That they're like into that like familiar. Okay, girl, I just sent it to you. Wait a minute, my email is making me sign in before I can send it. Ugh, LOL. And then she goes, okay, I finally sent it. LOL. And she said, oh my God, yeah, this is sick. I'll see what I can do. Thanks. And my question is did she do anything? Because I think Karma Collector is now like supporting Becca Scoops. I saw a video where he was like, nice try, Morbid. I'm never going to turn on Becca. And so, you know, try again. Although Case said the same thing. And I saw yesterday that he's starting to see that Becca is not his friend. I just found you and I already liked the channel. Thank you for showing these at a calm. I was yelling a minute ago. So, but I'm really trying to stay calm because yeah, I don't want to yell. I know you guys can't hear me when I yell. You don't think I overreacted? I don't think I'm overreacting either. I feel very passionate about it, but I really don't think Becca thought that we would figure. I know she really thought that we were low IQ sheeple. But I mean, the internet, these are the people. Have you ever saw Don't Fuck with Cats? I mean, they are like solving cases. You think we can't solve this little case? I found some stuff that I'm going to show you when we go through it too. Like I did my own little search yesterday and I have questions about some things that I want to show you guys. But not only does she say it, but her explanations just send me into orbit. Like they just raise the hackles on the back of my conspiracy theory tinfoil hat. It just like she really thinks we're that stupid. Like she really does. And some people are being that stupid. But also I went through the psychological reasons that people just don't want to. They just don't want to. It's a lot. They put a lot of energy into Becca. They you know, they want to believe that this docu-series is going to happen. And they think it's the only way to get to bringing Gypsy Rose down, but I don't think it is the only way. It was one of the ways, but I feel like it's definitely been tarnished and destroyed. And I understand the disappointment. I wasn't like married to the docu-series, you know, and I told you what I thought about the Truth Train, and I feel like I can be very comfortable in saying that the Truth Train, the name is stupid, because even Becca Scoops, I showed you the email she sent to Morbid. It was over in Reddit in the snarky, it was in the, no, not the snarky, it was in the shady, I think it was in the shady Gypverse, where she says like I called it like the Truth Train once and they caught onto it and it's stupid and I wish I didn't have to keep calling it that. I'm paraphrasing, but she called the Truth Train stupid to Morbid. I don't know if she meant the name or if she meant the whole idea itself. I'm talking about the name. I think the name is stupid. So I'm calling it the Stupid Train. Because she called it the Stupid Train. I was keeping the Stupid Train to myself until I saw that. I did say it to one other person, but you know. Yeah, she's digging her own hole. And eventually people are going to feel duped because, you know, like, we go in, I think people are going in various stages of grief over this, and, you know, it grows, it builds, the grief, you know, people are in shock, and then they're going to be sad, then they're going to be mad, then they're going to get, you know, like, we're going to go, I do have, if I can make it, I do have I did some searches to see who else is talking it about out there. So I do want to take a quick look at that, but I want to get through this. I want to get in. So these are all the emails, and I'm going to try to read them fast and try to get my commentary down a little bit. So, okay. So Becca says, hey, just was listening to your live. You love, so period pieces. And then they go on and they're bonding over different various shows that they like to watch. And then she goes, oh, I love the Serpent Queen. And so she's buttering her up. And then she says, girl, I found so many more of his charges today. Like, it's fucking crazy. He's currently on probation. And so I'm not going to talk too much about Karma Collector because I don't know much about him. I'm also not going to talk too much about Case because I don't really know about that. And then, to me, this is more drama. This is drama because they're not trying, well, I mean, maybe they were trying to take him down, but they're just right now gossiping. And so let's keep going. But I put the links to everything that we view down in the YouTube show notes. We do this for fair use and to cite our sources. So Becca says, so I'm on the anti-gyp side of the aisle, but find this man repulsive and unhinged. I'm very careful about taking the temperature of the community before I breach a subject. Yeah, she's very careful, and she's very good at setting up the manipulation so that she gets the support if it ever falls. Like, we're in that shady, murky area. I'm doing my commentary again, but we're in this shady, murky area where where there's an abusive relationship and people are blaming the person who's being abused for speaking out. That's what's happening. Like, people are mad at the person who is speaking out that's being abused because it's ruining their bubble. Like, they don't want to look at this situation because then it would have to mean that maybe Becca might do this to you, or maybe Becca, if you reach number one, will want to come after your channel and take it down, because there's a lot. It's not just taking down the channel that she says about them. It's more, but it's taking down that is my sticking point. So they're talking about it, and she says, hey, Sheena, I tried to send you a message on my backup about Joe. I think you must despise Starlight, but she went over all the evidence about Joe in this video. She's also trying to influence them, like saying she knows stuff, and try to get them to put out stories the way she wants them. She's trying to control the narrative from both sides by playing both sides. But in her explanation in this was that she told people she was playing both sides, and so you knew what she was trying to do because she was trying to get those medical records at all expense, at anybody's expense. She wanted those records. And so this is more stuff that they're talking about. I'm going to keep going until I want to get us to where they start talking about Amber and Alora and into the weeds. So here she comes in. It's December 13th, 2025 at 4:10. She says, Sheena, I am disgusted by Into the Weeds, and I thought I'd let you know some things about them. First, Amber crowdfunded over $1,000 to get the FOIAs. Many people donated, yet she refuses to put them out on a Google Drive for me. I mean, all of us. Instead, she is gatekeeping them for clicks and money. And if you don't think that this gatekeeping scenario that is going around about them, that Toddy came out and started talking about it, if you don't think Becca Scoop wasn't a little niggle in people's ears, I don't know what to say to you. Because all roads lead back to Becca Scoops. Oops, I'm yelling. All roads lead back to Becca Scoops, right? And she likes to put little bugs in people's ears and see where it can lead her. You can see all these bugs that she's trying to put in Sheena's ear. And she was probably over with Karma Collector talking to him and putting shit in his ear. And then she was over at Toddy, putting stuff into Toddy's ears. If you've talked to Becca Scoop, I promise you, she's put stuff in your ear. Ideas that you never really thought about. Oh, hey, I didn't think of it that way. She's one of those people, just like plants little things, little seeds. She knows what she's doing. She's an psych nurse, even though I think it only lasted like 2 years, which out there in the wild, I've seen her say that she was a psych nurse for 10 years. Didn't she only last 2 years? Or am I wrong? I don't want to like call her out if she was really a psych nurse for 10 years. But in one of her bios out there, I saw she was a psych nurse for 10 years. Then she was an ex-psych work for a number of years. And I think I even saw that she was a psych nurse for 2 years. So I don't know. It's one of those situations. It's very Dr. John Matthias, where his credentials seem to change with time. And they don't go up. Like, the more time you live, your years of experience should go up, not down. But she says, where did she say this? Yet she refuses to put them on the Google Drive. Instead, she is gatekeeping them for clicks and money. They are not her property. And I do remember Amber saying that she was just going to pay for it all. And I do remember people saying, no, you should collect for it because you're doing a lot of time and energy. And, you know, if you donate to something, that should be it. If in the donation portion of the explanation of what you're donating for, if it doesn't say that you will have say to every movement I make on these, then you should just let it happen. And she's explained to Morbid, but she's explained to you guys too about the nudity and the worrying and stuff like that. And I'd be very worried about it too. I'd be so worried about these FOIAs that I don't even think I'd go for it, because just like the legality that you're opening yourself up to, if you don't have the money to fight that, I wouldn't want to touch those medical or those FOIAs or the medical records either, because it's real murky. It's real murky. And yeah, anyway, sorry, I went off again. So, and I think the angle here for you guys is she's just a money hungry content creator who took in donations, but she is the one who is profiting. She is making some lame excuse why she needs to be the one to vet the videos because she'll be liable. Oh no, the sheriff department would be liable. So a bogus ass argument, her hype of the video. So here's another thing. In some of the documents that you sign like there's a fine print and you say you won't do certain stuff with this. I don't know what was in the fine print, but oh yes, I bet you there is stuff in the fine print. I'm just guessing though. And she says, bogus ass argument. Her hype of the video is making it worse for Gypsy. If she would be pressured to put them on a Google Drive, like if you would just bully her for me, this is another action statement she's asking them to do. If you would just bully them for me, the hype would die down. People would calm down. Her making them exclusive is why they are being so hyped. And Sheena's like, the sheriff's department is liable because there was a couple of videos that were not redacted, but we're on it. We're just not sweating that girl. That shit is 10 years old and it changes nothing for us, you know? And then Becca replies, she also claims to only be in it for the truth, but she cut stuff out of the videos so she could keep them monetized. Well, of course she did. Are we going to show nudity? Because people had a real issue when, what was her name? Zav Girl showed Gannon Stout stuff behind a paywall of an autopsy. You think people aren't going to be pissed off if you go behind a paywall and show nude Gypsy Rose Blanchard stuff? I just don't think that could end well for anybody. But I don't know. I am gullible. I really am. I am a gullible person in some respects, not in others. Like my gut is telling me this is BS, but I can be gullible. Like I do want to, I wish this wasn't true. I've said it before. I really wish this whole thing with Becca Scoops wasn't true. But it is. And she says, I do know, but Sheena, this Amber is a real snake. Amber's a real snake. She's finding missing people. She's donating to her community. She's trying to find
solve a case that has plagued her since a childhood. She donated a lot of that money to Jelani something. Sorry, Amber, I am having a flare. I can't remember. Words are not coming to me very easily today. Jelani Daybell, I think that's it. I don't know. No, Daybell was there. Jelani Day, I don't know, something like that, guys. She donated to that over $1,000. I mean, for me, $1,000 would do a lot, and I couldn't like she, you know. And I heard her daughter say that she has accounts set up for this where they don't dip into any of it. And I can tell you, I have had personal conversations with this woman where she told me she personally prayed for people she didn't know. And she was so happy when she found out something good was happening for them. And they didn't know she prayed for them. I tell you, this woman has good in her heart. She's not perfect. I don't know. I haven't experienced her not being a good person. But, well, I mean, I guess like sending those emails. But even then, I want to go back with, something. I knew something was going on between all of it. And I can tell you that Amber and I didn't have a conversation about it. But I knew. I knew because that Becca was never on the panels. Everybody knew there was something going on. And like, why would you have a person on that you kind of suspect is doing this stuff? I mean, like, I'm glad it's coming out, but it must be ever so hurtful to Amber and Alora. And I hear a lot about people are like, oh, I don't like Alora. Well, Alora's 24 years old, I think, right? She's like still in her early 20s. Think about what you were in your 20s. You were gung-ho. I know I was. You knew how the world was. But she's 24. She's learning and growing, and she's a delightful human being. She supports her mother. If she doesn't have the same beliefs as you, there used to be a time where that was okay. It was okay to have differing beliefs. You could still like and appreciate them. Not everything she says I agree with. Most of it I do. But not everything, right? And I find her delightful. I love being around different age groups because we can all teach each other things. Once you start wanting to be around young people, you become, crotchety and like, blah, blah, blah. Get yourself out of yourself. Go be around some young people. Let them infuse you with some energy and some, and also think about what it was like when you were 24 compared to what it must be like for her. Because I would take my 24, even though I was going through what I was going through, over what I imagine this day and age 24 is like. But maybe maybe you don't see it that way. But I hear a lot about like, oh, I don't like Alora's beliefs. Well, and I hate Becca Scoops' political beliefs. I hate the racism and the other stuff. So, but it doesn't mean that I didn't see that she said that she grew out. Like, I didn't give, I gave her, I'm going off somewhere else. But anyway, I just think we need to give some grace to the younger people in our lives. Because you remember I think you've forgotten what it's like to be that age. I'm a Gen Xer, and there was a lot of discontentment during that time, and a lot of excitement during that time too. And like the world is like her oyster, and it's both a scary and terrifying thing. And I just see that she's good to her mom, she's good to her dad. I think she's got a brother. She seems to be good. She's good to her friends. She speaks her mind. Some people don't like that. I appreciate a person that will speak their mind, because I will always know. I will always know where Alora is and her feelings, and I appreciate that. I'm kind of one of those people too. But as I've gotten older, I've gotten better at I guess masking. We get better at masking the truth, right?
we get better at not being who we are and not telling what it is and accepting the shit that Becca Scoop is doing. But I'm not better at this. But anyway, so she took in donations and now is enriching herself. I'm telling you, take her out. Ask her why she took donations, but now isn't delivering to those who donated. It's such a bad look, which I think it's been proven that Becca didn't even donate. And many people, which if Becca wanted those FOIAs, she could have sent away from them just as easily as anybody else, because I think I saw the other day that 1980 millennial sent away for them now. So it's that easy. And I think didn't Straight Outta Context send away for them? I don't know who else did, but there were a few content creators, and I saw Straight Outta Context on a live yesterday saying that she shared everything with Becca, and Becca even turned on her. In case. So, but we're not going to get into that today. But it's a pattern. It's a real pattern. At the way they sat her up there laughing. These aren't funny videos to be snarked on. Although, I mean, have you never laughed at all on your live? And you sat up on Morbid's panel and snarked over and over again on the way Gypsy looked, on the way Dreamer looks, on the way Bree looks, and she'll say, well, I didn't do that, but yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. I heard you laughing. I heard your hearty goofballs, Becca Scoops. And we could go back and we could find some if we wanted to. So you did what you did. It was okay to laugh and snark and, you know, when it was you doing it. But if anybody, for a lot of Gen Xers, humor is my way of coping. I will laugh at the deepest, darkest things ever because I've had the deepest, darkest things happen to me. And humor is a coping mechanism. And I would rather laugh at something than like want to, literally 2 years ago, after everything that I've gone through, some domestic issues, I would go outside when I was covering the Gypsy Rose case, and kind of why I knew I needed to walk away. But I would get so, like, because she really, I think we all cover the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case for one reason or another. And I think a lot of it has to do with she scratches some kind of wound within us, whether it's a mother wound, whether it's a father wound, whether it's some kind of injustice wound, but she scratches my mother wound. And I was going, that's what I was dealing with. That was with the domestic, was when I was at my sickness, my mother took advantage of me. And so I would take, and I'll maybe someday show the bat, but I would take a bat and go outside and just pound it on the pavement because the wound was like, I was in such anger and pain, and then I lost my little dog, and, you know, like I had to step away from this. But I think like there's a reason why we all cover it. And I know, like, I've heard Amber talk, and like, we've talked personally, but I've heard her say verbally that she also, like, to you guys, that she has a mother wound as well. So, I mean, I think that laughter is definitely a way to handle things. And then there's even people like Burke Ramsey. You saw how he smiled and giggled and laughed through his whole thing. That's like a coping way for, like, it's just some autistic people laugh at inappropriate times. That's another thing I do. That's why I think I might have a touch of autism. I laugh at inappropriate times. But it happens. It's a coping mechanism. And for Becca Scoops, although she said this was just a way, she'll say it was just a way to get at them. But for her to be a psych nurse, she knows that this is a coping mechanism. But maybe she just assumes that Sheena's low IQ and will buy this too. So they are a big deal. I'm trying to help you diffuse this. Don't snark on them. That will backfire. Yeah. Because they're too nice of people. People might defend them. So you need to handle it this way. Come at it about the many, many donations that they took in and now are enriching themselves. Like, how is their life enriched? How are they enriching themselves in Becca Scoop's eyes, I wonder?
Are they getting Botox? Are they getting fillers? Are they doing something new to their, like probably getting new hair? Her hair looks fuller. Are they getting new eyelashes? Or because it looks like she's going to get those eyelashes, which I like doing that. I like having those eyelashes. But anyway, getting those eyelashes. Is that what they're doing, or are they doing something a little bit different, like putting it back in the community and trying to find missing people and helping others and all the other things that we're going to find out what they did? I fell asleep too towards the end, so I don't, when they started talking about what they were working on. Like I said, I'm old and the bird gets up at 3 a.m. Let me see what you guys are saying. I can't believe I haven't even gotten to morbid yet. Oh, I'm so glad you caught me too, Pats in Pajamas. That's such a cute name. I want to stick to the topic. Who took donations and now she's enriching herself? I mean, I think I know. Well, Becca is saying that Into the Weeds, she's talking about Amber. She's saying that Amber took donations for these FOIAs to enrich themselves. She's telling them that you can't snark them. You have to go towards the money, because she knows that the money is a hot button for people on here. She knows that even if people donate to you, they watch what you do with the money, right? And she knows, and she doesn't like that Amber isn't just dumping the FOIAs. I think somebody said at the end that it was said, I didn't hear them say it, something about the dream lady had contacted them and didn't want them to release them at all. I think they wanted them to keep it for their documentary. So she's mad that they're even releasing them. Okay. And then she's really mad that they're not releasing them to her or into the Google Drive so that she can use them at will. Because Becca Scoops made a lot of money off of these FOIAs. And she's mad that Into the Weeds is making money and also gaining subscribers. She goes on to say, when asked how, you can say we know Amber also cut parts out from her live so YouTube would monetize it. She could have left portions in about Grape, but chose to cut it out. That's not someone who's looking to expose the truth. That's someone taking other people's money to enrich themselves. Go look at the views. They usually get 200 to 500, maybe a couple thousand at best. So far, her lives has 70K views and she's gained 4K subs. Well, the nerve of that content creator to put out videos and actually get money, because I don't care what anybody says. That's what we come here. If you are monetized, you are wanting to get your money, because I have no shame in the fact that I want money. I want money so that I can pay for food or pay for my electric, so I don't have to go out there and beg, go to a church and say, I can't do that. Why not let me make my money this way instead of going out there and taking from a church or a donation or charity or whatever, right? And let somebody else have it. You're so like that. That's me personally. I know Amber isn't in that situation, but people are so hung up of the fact that somebody might make a little bit of money. And I promise you, it's not like when you're working to get there, it's not a ton of money. I'm sure now that she's, anyway, let me take a breath here, because it just really disappoints me, this whole thing. And what's being said just is really, like, if somebody said these things about you, would this just be drama to you? I can't believe that you would think, like we work really hard on our channels, and with this, like, if you worked really hard on something and you know somebody was jealous and they wanted to take you out, would it just be drama to you? I can't believe it would. And I also would believe that you would want other people to support you in the way that I'm supporting Amber and going against the grain with Becca. Because I don't think Becca would support you in this way. It's been proven time and time again that she will make you think she's supporting you, but she's doing something behind your back. He made it. My advice, if you do use these arguments, don't tell them it's me. Sorry. Just don't be snarky. Just ask the questions. That's the best way to get into the anti-gyp community to turn against her. Take away the power she holds by making it exclusive as the anti-gyp community about their donations they gave her. Big content creators ask their subs to give Becca, Starlight, Sir Morbid, and many others. I know they are miffed behind the scenes. This would create a huge debacle and take the whole kit and caboodle down. It would take them out. No, she says, and take the focus off the videos. Because she doesn't want those videos out there. She wants those videos to be exclusive for her docuseries. Is it a documentary or docuseries? I keep calling it docuseries. See, I didn't even know. I didn't even care about the docuseries because I'm telling you, I worked. I worked in the paranormal, which I worked in the paranormal and kind of Hollywood, and everything was like a long, drawn out meeting after meeting after meeting, and nothing ever got made. So I was just like, yeah, I'll believe it if I see it. So, and also I learned to not talk about this stuff because things fall through all the time, and then you feel stupid. And then you have to either decide to say, no, it fell through, or string them along. And then she says, I never give, this is Shayna, she says, I never give anyone my power ever. Whatever they say, it just doesn't matter because we know the truth. Thank you for reaching out to me. You would have to be in this kind of mindset to be Gypsy Rose bestie. You would have to be in that type of mindset. Except she's giving Gypsy Rose power. Sheena, I am a good friend of Becca. She heard about Bree. You see it's still Sugar Woo. She heard about Bree and wanted to pass along a message. Becca said she was sorry to hear about it. She would not be discussing it on her channel. I think you should know too. She genuinely was sad, or is it genuinely? Sorry, genuinely was sad to hear what happened. I know Bree, I think, is saying it was someone else's stash, but I also know that many with issues say that. Also, you guys don't have the correct info about Becca. Becca never wrote prescriptions. She was no longer working as a nurse when she got caught calling in prescriptions. She left nursing a few years after her first husband was murdered to care for her sons and her dad full time. So she's saying, like, she's bargaining, using a murder as a bargaining chip. Or substance abuse. Look, I'm not going to report on Bree, but Bree, you need to really make this right about my dead husband and my substance abuse. So she's using this as a bargaining chip, which, how is this helping the Gypsy side in any way? She's here trying to clear her own name while she's at it, right? And I'll use a bargaining chip where I won't talk about Bree, but you need to fix this. She tore her ACL ligament and got put on pain pills. It helped her anxiety and depression. She could function, and her dad was dying by the time she got. I don't think anybody is upset about Becca for doing this. She's come on, she's explained it, and again, I feel like you either accept the explanation or you don't. I don't think anybody cares about this, but somehow Becca still was upset about the pain pills, and she's talking about she never wrote the prescription, she only called it in. And she also never had to have a mugshot, and she just had to turn over her license. So she is just going through all of that. And so Sheena says, girl, if you believe that story, I don't even know what to tell you because I've seen the proof. I'm not sure how to tell Bree if I keep this message to myself. Thank you for reaching out. And she says, I was her friend since high school. And meanwhile, you guys, Becca has already admitted that she's sugar woo. Okay, so while I'm reading this out to you, please know that Becca has already admitted this was her trying to get info from Bree. So now she is pretending to be a best friend of Bree. Or of Becca, sorry. She had left nursing when her addiction started. It never went to court. What you were reading was an initial investigation that got dropped after it was found. Another nurse had been using pads for multi-doc offices she worked at part-time. Becca called in prescriptions. To those who know her in real life, we all knew this. She hid it from no one. So everybody in Becca's life knew that she was doing this and nobody tried to stop her. And she had little sons. That's not good. It was dropped to a misdemeanor, no arrest, no mugshot. So like what I just said. And then she says she went in to say like most nurses have substance abuse issues, which I don't think that's true either because I know quite a few nurses and well, one of them has a drinking issue, but I mean, she had that before she became a nurse. So Bree lies and claims they changed their videos. They did not. Of course, they were aware of some point someone would find out about her addiction issues, and she surrendered her license. So she's going on. She's trying to clear her name, and she's pretending to be someone she's not. She's pretending to be Becca's best friend. I think Becca, she's talking, like one of the funniest things you can do in a comedy routine is talk third person. Like when I want to sound truly unhinged, I go third person because for me, that's third person is unhinged, but it's also one of the funniest things you can do. I think third person is hilarious. Hi, hilarious. So here Becca's going third person. She says, I think Becca was kind to Bree last night. Obviously, she could have really gone in on her badly. So this is Becca saying that she thought herself was really kind. She has all the clips of the trolling that was done to her, and I listened, and it's bad. So let's make sure Becca doesn't get so upset. She really does. So don't upset Becca the Bear, because Becca the Bear will indeed come after you. And have you gotten on into that weeds situation? Have you taken them out? Because I'm going to really need you to do this by Tuesday, right? This is what we're getting from Becca, but she's doing it all for the goodness of the Gypverse, right? Or what is that side considered? I don't even know. I don't even know what's considered anymore. But she's doing it all for the side of truth. Sheena, she worked as a psych nurse. She was, this is where we might get to know. She was hired on January 17th, 1994, the day of the Northridge earthquake, but out here in LA. I had to drive her to the interview and visited her many times at the locked ward. I don't know why Bree would lie like that, but I know as much as you may, not like Becca, you may, let's not lie about that. In fact, you can Google that the USC's locked ward was moved on the same day as the psych unit was destroyed and had to be moved temporary. Does it say how long she worked there? And I know how Bree is trying to justify. Becca's giving her grace because she does believe she has a problem, and she told me this morning, Becca, did you tell yourself? Annie, Sugarboo, Becca, whoever else you are, did you all have a meeting on this? I don't think it's much to ask to stop lying about her job as a nurse. So she really goes in long on this. I can't remember if she talks about Into the Weeds. I don't think she talks about Into the Weeds again. So I will put the links so you guys can go over all of this if you want to look at it. The rest, she talks about other people. She talks about Audrey, she calls Audrey gross in here. So she really goes in. She talks about Karma Collector. She talks about Into the Weeds and Audrey. And we know she's talked about Case and Nina and Morbid and, you know, probably if you've had any interaction with her, you've talked to her. So last night, Into the Weeds was invited onto Sir Morbid X, and we're going to go into it and watch it. I know that some people don't like the messenger, but just, you know, try to, I don't know what else to say, like, because what he's saying is true. So not everything, I haven't agreed with everything that he's done in the past, but I'm covering this portion of the cave, so we will be using the content. I canceled my membership. Hi, Amanda McGee, by the way. I canceled my membership to Becca a few weeks ago as I genuinely felt that not a lot other than snarking was going on. I've been like, if people are saying anything about it, they do mention that it just seems to have turned into a snark fest. There's really not a lot else. I think there's not a lot else. She still said today that she isn't Annie. Yeah, I heard that. She's still. She did do some statements, and I just don't believe that she's not Annie. I don't believe that you would hand over your channel to a person and just let somebody use your channel in that way, and then when they steal your name and use it, that you don't try to find out that she's trying to act like she's not even, like, she doesn't even know where this woman is, like she's just off into the ethers. And when I was doing my research on Becca yesterday, I came across this little doodad over on the Tiki Taki streets, and I tried to figure out when this TikTok was made. It won't tell me, but this is the name that she went under back in this. You know, she has her X account. She has an X account under this. She has a TikTok under this. She has a Facebook under this. She has a podcast under this name. So I feel it's safe to show this name, but I cannot figure out when this TikTok was created. But all of those things, all of the old accounts that she had, all used this picture of her. So I couldn't figure out how old this TikTok is, but this was the name and the picture she was using before she became Becca Scoops. This was what she was going under 12 years ago. I don't know when TikTok was created, but I don't buy the fact that she doesn't know how to use TikTok, because she had a TikTok account for her first account, which was, what was it? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Spelled it with an I. So she has this X account that she joined in May 2010, and she has 8,468 subscribers, and you can tell it's the same photo. So I don't believe this TikTok lie. She's saying the reason why she's going over to TikTok and she's not doing the TikToks. Oops, I'm right in the middle. Sorry, guys. There is that. You see this photo?
And then you see this photo. Why would she create an old account after Becca Scoop for her old ex account? I would be more inclined to believe that it existed along with it. And if you want some good Becca Scoop reading, you can check that out. Okay, so I don't believe this explanation about why she hasn't been going live, and she has been going live over on other people's TikTok accounts, but not on her own, with the explanation, it's her Facebook photo too, with the explanation that you don't know how to run Facebook. Well, I only did one, or you don't know how to run TikTok. Well, I've only done one TikTok live, but I promise you it's not that hard. And I'm a little challenged at first when it comes to technology too. Okay, enjoy your dinner. Thanks for stopping by. So let's get started. Let's listen to it. I'm gonna put it, I think we're not gonna be able, I don't know. Let's just get into it.
We figured it out. It's all good.
Slower than I thought it would. But.
I think so. I think that's it. And if I do this, perfect. Okay.
I don't have to.
Guys, before we start, we do have another guest backstage. And I told you I didn't want to bring anybody else up. It's Ken Herker. I don't know if you want him up or not. I don't know what he wants to say or not, but he's back there.
Personally, I'm glad that they didn't bring him up because I feel like it would have added too much chaos. I just really wanted to hear what they had to say. And I actually was really happy that he did this for them to clear their name, because it was just completely uncalled for. I'm not going to tell. I don't know if they told you how many subscribers they actually did lose, but they've mentioned it to me, and it's a large amount for a small content creator, and it's disappointing. But I'm with Alora. I think she said something, and I say this too when people get mad at me. They're like, when people leave, they're like, Amy, we know you don't care if we leave, because when people leave, I'm like, okay, if you don't want to stay, then I don't want you here. That I would never want to be forced to stay somewhere I don't want to stay. Because for me to be bored and like to be angry is like worse than death to me. Like I just can't do it. So I don't get up. And again, I'm not happy they leave, but I'm also like, there's very few people that I'll chase after. I would say there's probably only a handful of people that I would chase after in this life. Because I don't know, what's the point?
You can entertain
Are they going to chase after you? Probably not.
them while we just be quiet and listen to you guys.
Well,
I mean, you guys could ask him anything. I don't know why he's up here, but
No.
I mean, he's a person. I mean, nothing.
I'm not going to bring him up if you guys are uncomfortable. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
I don't know how. I mean,
We don't have anything
don't
to
really
say
have
to
anything
them.
to say. I mean, like, wish him the best, wish Aurora the best, but.
Do you want him to come up for a bit? And then, I already told you guys I'm not going to bring anyone up.
How about we just go ahead and get into the weeds, as
Okay,
you say.
how about that? Hey, Ken, come back, okay, buddy? Because I did
Sorry,
promise
Ken.
my guests that we would, I want to give them the platform to share it with us, the story. So let's get right into it. Amber and Alora, thanks for being here, by the way.
You're welcome.
I'm glad a lot of people are feeling comfortable enough to come out now and speak their truth and their personal experience. So Amber, want to start off, and Alora, you want to also add things that we might be missing. But go ahead, Amber, start us off.
Well, I really don't even know what's going on, honestly, because anything that Becca and I had was over a year ago in February of the year before. So, and I sent that email to you, Toddy, and Millennial. And then I also put a screenshot of it on my Discord, because I felt like I was being threatened, and I felt like I was being demeaned, and like she just wasn't being very kind in the message. And I get, because I called her on Jesse Lee Peterson, being a little defensive, but I felt like it was a little more than that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I sent it to you guys, put it in the Discord. a few months went by, you and a couple of other people told me I should just make up. And I was like, oh man, I don't think I want to do that. And then maybe 4 or 5 months later, she reached out to me and, we just wanted to put it under the rug, sweep it, or, just do away with it. No beef.
Right.
And so we did that. I sent a couple of memes and different messages back and forth. Now I'm thinking, she was probably laughing at me the whole time, but that's okay. But yeah, that was it. Honestly, the first time I had any interactions with her was when she emailed me for the first original voice that I had gotten, and she had told me that she was a subscriber, and she didn't tell me she was Becca Scoops. And so I thought she was somebody else, just a subscriber or whatever.
Do you know the email address? Was it the Desolation TC email, or does that even ring a bell?
So I never got anything from that. I don't know how it happened, but when I looked at the original email that it was sent from, when I first got the original email, I could not see an email address.
Mhm.
And so when she said back,
Hey Jeff, so good to see you. Yeah, it was when I did the live the other day, I had heard that this had happened, and I think that's why I was yelling. I was just so outraged about it. So it's the threats, and it's the action threats. These aren't just like saying words about someone. They're like telling somebody to go do something. That's different, in my opinion. I don't think they dislike Ken. No, I'm glad they didn't have Ken up. And I told, like I said, I'm just glad that you chose not to do that, because it would have distracted from it, and it would have made it drama. Like, in my opinion, isn't drama. This is like serious to me. And I'm glad that they kept it this way.
I was assuming it was somebody that had been in your Discord. And so that's honestly who I thought it was. And then when I told her that I would send her the information, she came back and told me who she was. And then I said that it would be awesome if she would do an interview on the channel. We finally got that together.
And that's the thing. I noticed that Into the Weeds, and when I talked to her, I was like, you just would go after the interviews, and I was really impressed that they had seen Becca and they invited her on the channel, and here you can see Into the Weeds, Meet Becca Scoops, Into the Weeds podcast episode 33. So it was pretty early on. It was February 2nd, 2025, and there was 537 likes. Let's take a look at it. I'm going to move forward. I will put the links to everything. So I can move it forward. Isn't it moving forward? So let's just see what they have to say about Becca.
Yes. So hi, everybody else. We're going to actually get into it now because there's so many people to say hello to.
Yeah. And also, if you guys are watching us instead of the Grammys right now, because I was watching it up until right now, and I think it's about to actually start for real. So thank you very much. I feel honored.
Isn't Drewski hosting the Grammys this year? Drewski cracks me up.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. I love you guys.
Oh, do you really love him, Becca? Me not think so.
You.
I actually just finished watching all of your videos today at 10 a.m. I've been binging it over the past couple of weeks.
Don't do that.
Well, okay. So you do such a great job, but I can only take so much of the Gypsy information at once. So
I can't even do that. I don't even know how I don't think I could watch it. No.
So I just kind of increments, but no, it's really good. And I really enjoyed it. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. And I've been rewatching some of them.
Okay.
Refreshing my memory.
I've just been at work. I work with flowers. I work in a nursery, so I've just been playing with little plants and listening to my headphones. So that's been my week.
Okay, that's a good environment to watch Gypsy, by the way. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Just a little bit of zen with all of the
right.
No, apparently she wasn't showing her face at that time because I think she said she was working some case, and she couldn't. She was working some case, but she had shown her face. She had shown her face on the podcast that she did on Blog Talk Radio. That's when I was doing my paranormal stuff over on Blog Talk Radio. So she was over on Blog Talk Radio showing her face. So I don't know.
Plants, yeah.
I don't know much about that. So
Okay, Becca. So let's get into it. Can you just kind of tell us who you are, your background, being an ICU
very interesting. It'd be very interesting to hear what she says to them.
nurse, and just kind of give us who you are?
Yeah, I'm Becca. I come from a family of registered nurses. My grandmother, actually, I don't know, she graduated from nursing school like in 1925.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, we had, and then she had like sisters that were nurses, World War II. Anyways, it was kind of the family thing.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I got into nursing and I worked at County USC Medical Center in Los Angeles. It's a level 1 trauma center.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, and they have a County USC is such a big hospital that they actually have designated emergency rooms. So they actually have a psychiatric emergency room.
Oh.
So
Did she say she's working or worked? I don't know if I heard worked. I don't know if I heard the past tense there. Let's go back.
Oh,
and
wow.
yeah, and they have a
Let me see.
county level 1, and I worked at a family thing.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I got into nursing and I worked at County USC Medical Center in Los Angeles. It's a level 1 trauma center.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, and they have a County USC is such a big hospital that they actually have designated emergency rooms. So they actually have a psychiatric emergency room.
Oh.
So I worked. That was my first stint. Was, you just go wherever they need you, and they said, "Well, we'll hire you for psychiatric nursing." So I had to learn that first,
Mhm.
and I worked there for several years. Became a charge nurse. Saw lots of crazy stuff there. Lots of crazy stuff.
Bet.
I can only imagine.
And
And
then
what years were you working there?
okay, so not mid '90s, mid '90s.
Okay, so that would
to
have been peak moment.
That would have been an
Yeah.
interesting time to do that for sure.
yeah. Then I moved to ICU. I learned cardiothoracic ICU and emergency room, and that was
Oh, okay.
very intense in a different way. Open heart surgeries, yeah, then trauma care,
Okay. That's awesome. So you've
gunshots, stab wounds, all that kind of stuff.
okay, so you are a jack of all trades basically when it
Kind
comes
of,
to the
yeah.
medical. Yeah.
A little-
No, I haven't been able to. I haven't listened to her explanation of how long she became a nurse. Was she a nurse for 10 years or 2 years? Because she said the mid 90s. So she didn't say the 90s. 10 years to me would be the 90s. Or if it was 10 years, you would say the mid 90s to the 2000s. I think she's lying here.
little bit,
Okay.
yeah.
So is there
Mhm.
any stories from back then that you can tell us, without,
Yeah, there's one story that really sticks out with me. It's a very sad story. I was driving to work, and this is when I was working in the ICU, the cardiothoracic ICU.
Mhm.
And that day there had been a shooting in Los Angeles where this man had gone nuts. He was mentally ill, I guess, and I'm pretty sure he was mentally ill. He shot a whole family.
Wouldn't you know if you were working in the anyway? Laura, no problem. And yeah, I know you guys don't have a problem with Ken, but I don't think Ken needed to be up there because he didn't, it just wasn't part of the story. So I'm glad he wasn't there.
Oh, wow.
He left the father alive. He shot the father, but he got the whole family in the house and he shot them all. The father lived. Three of the children died and the mother died.
Mm.
And so I'm listening to the story as I'm driving to work.
Mhm.
And I get to work and I get called in by my charge nurse at the time, and she says, we know your background. We know that you're married to a deputy sheriff, and we need someone that has really big discretion. And I'm like, oh, okay. What do you need me to do? And they proceeded to tell me that this guy was our patient, and that he had lost his whole.
They called her specifically to carry out this deed, and I think we know she only worked as a nurse in the mid 90s, and wasn't her husband she wasn't married to him at the time that he was murdered. He had another wife. Well, I just don't know.
Family.
I feel like I'm questioning everything now.
But the guy that had shot him was still on the loose, and so he was basically in the hospital as a John Doe.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just for his safety.
Yeah.
And would I take
In her professional psychiatric nurse opinion, what, he went nuts? I don't know.
would I be his nurse for that shift? And I'm like, oh, absolutely. But
Yeah.
at the same token, when I came out of the room and I'm thinking, what do I say? Oh, I asked, is he conscious? Yeah, he's conscious.
Uh-huh.
And his whole family had just been blown away.
Oh
What do
my
you say? What do you do? You know, and
Yeah.
at the time, like I had shared on Case's interview, my first husband about 3 months prior to that had been shot and killed. So I at least had that perspective, but not my whole family. Not
So Becca had had her husband killed, and so these people thought it would be a good idea because that happened to her, for her to go in and tell this guy that his whole family was killed. I mean, I guess it was the 90s. I worked at a hospital in the 90s when I was a senior in high school. My senior work study, I got off at noon and I worked at the hospital. They called us escorts, which is the most ridiculous term now. But we were the patient transports. And it was pretty loosey-goosey then. I can imagine what it is now, but I just can't see that happening. But wasn't it? It was also California. Maybe it's more loosey-goosey there.
my
Oh, wow.
children. You know what I mean? Not anywhere near what this guy had been going through.
Mhm.
And so I went in the room and I was really hoping, I hope he's asleep. I mean, I'm being totally honest. I did not want to
Yeah.
talk to, I didn't know what to say to this guy,
What do you
and
say?
he was awake. And, I introduced myself and I just sat down and I just started crying with him. I just
Mhm.
took his hand and I, explained to him what had happened to me. And I said, it's nowhere near what you're going through, but I'm here for you,
All right, let's go forward and see if we get anything else.
Go through trauma, and I know when my father committed suicide, and
Oh, no.
no one knew what to say to me.
Right.
And yeah, I only had one friend come and actually see me.
Nobody knows what to say to you when you say that's my plan. Nobody knows what to say when you're like, my exit plan is that. People don't know what to say to people in trauma, grief, and they expect, like, when you are in trauma that you're going to act like a normal human being, and when they act abnormally, you're like, whoa, what's wrong with Joe? Well, Joe's in trauma. Joe has a little PTSD working against them or something, right? So
Wrenching to watch.
But
Yeah, the part that nobody, it was a sad trial, obviously, but when my son, who was 11, took the stand, the first question they asked him was, "So you play sports, right?" He's named after his dad, and he said, "Yes." And he says, "So what is it like for you to play sports?" And you look around, and all the other dads are there, and your dad will never be there. I just lost it. He just lost it. They had to stop the trial. I'd never seen, in fact, my son that was 11, he didn't really cry up until that point, and I wondered, I guess he was trying to stay strong,
Mhm.
okay, so let's go back over here and watch Morbid. Well, if you guys want a time where we go through and watch some of her old interviews, see if it lines up to what her new story is, we could do that too.
Came on. That was it. I mean, there's honestly nothing that we have done or been involved with, except for she got upset.
Well, I mean, full transparency, I didn't like her even before we did
Hi, Veronica, welcome.
the interview, and I begged her not to do it.
Hey guys, if you could just hit that thumbs up button for me, helps me go out into the algorithm and bring more people back. If you like my content, be sure to hit that subscribe. And also, if you share it, it's one of the best ways that you can help a content creator out. Thanks, guys.
True.
I just had bad vibes from the beginning.
Was it because
but,
of the expose on maybe from Bree's side about some of the other stuff, or
No, it was
you just
before
had an
that.
inkling or feeling?
No, this is kind of, I mean, it might sound silly. I don't know. I had watched another channel. I'm not going to say who it was. It's not somebody who's in the Gypverse. It's somebody who made a video where she didn't seem like she really agreed with Gypsy, but she definitely saw her more as a victim. And so she made some.
The content creators are often fussing and fighting with each other. To me, this is more than just drama. This was a content creator trying to get their channel literally taken out because she says take them down. So for me, this is just a step above drama. I haven't really covered the drama between the content creators because to me, yeah, it was drama. But when it goes above and beyond, like Hidden True Crime, Lauren Matthias, when you go above and beyond. And I've said this before. Lauren Matthias was trying to take Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis. You've probably seen her over on Court TV and whatnot. And she was just very jealous of Gigi, and she was working with Proton accounts, fake accounts behind the scenes, trying to take Gigi down. Gigi put out a statement. I have it over on my account where she's like, this woman was trying to affect my channel in a negative way. In a negative way. And Becca Scoops was trying to affect Into the Weeds in a negative way. Not in a, oh, they're so gross way. In a way where you are wanting them to be no more. Take them down to me means be no more. Now, however you make that happen, that's another avenue to explore. But that's what it means to me. And that's, if someone said, take Parawomen Radio down, I would be alarmed. And I know that if you had a channel or if you had a business, a creation, and if someone said, take her down, take him down, that would get your attention. And you would be like, what do you mean, take me down? What does that mean? Because to me, that means take them out, get rid of them, have them no more. Have a channel that's trying to help find missing people, that's donating to the community, that is giving hope to others, that is praying unsolicited for people. Take them down. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? At least to me it does.
Video anyway. And people in the comment section in her previous video had been telling her to look into Becca Scoops and into Fancy. Well, she said, I'm not going to look into Fancy because Fancy disseminated her medical records and I don't find that right. So I don't even want to hear what she has to say.
Right.
And then somebody had told her that Becca was something along the lines of kind of trying to maybe diagnose people, or maybe not diagnose them, but like act like she knows more about like different disorders than, you know, she's required to. And, you know, and that was before I even knew anything about her not keeping her job or anything like that. I was just like, oh, you know, sometimes when people speak too confidently about autism or different things that can be kind of questionable. And so I was like, oh, you know, I kind of don't really want anything to do with somebody who's trying to like make all these bold and broad statements about autism and stuff like that. Because she's never met Gypsy, she's never met Nick. You know, we can all have like our assumptions about the situation, but we never really know what their actual mental state is.
Sure.
So yeah, I just thought that was kind of icky. But then I watched her videos and I thought they were good, and I was like, okay, let's do this. Let's just not ask her any questions about medical stuff.
Right. And so,
but, okay.
Go ahead.
Let's say some questionable medical things. I mean, in her psychiatric opinion, he was nuts. I mean, it just seems to me if you're portraying yourself as a nurse, like when I'm in my social work, when I'm wearing my social work hat, you will hear me say things that I like, words that I don't normally say, words that I really don't like to say. I being a social worker, it was always my goal not to talk above my clients. So like I have a weird like language that I use. Like it's a little bit ghetto. It's a little bit educated, and it's a little bit like my pea brain, you know, filtering it. So I just never wanted my clients to think that I thought I was hot shit because maybe I grew up middle class and they didn't, right? Because I remembered a time in my life, I say this, I'm from Michigan and I grew up like Eminem, you know, I don't know if you ever watched the movie Eminem, but he grew up on 8 Mile and I grew up on 9 Mile. And 9 Mile were the white people who struggled to get out of the 8 Mile, who thought they were better than the other people and took that kind of like a path, right? So I didn't want to become that. Like even, you know, I just didn't want to, I don't like I've explained, you know, my background in college, and early on there were some racial things that happened at college, and my roommate at the time was is black, and you know, it just shaped me in ways that I learned. You know, I went out there and I learned about racism, homophobia. You know, I became a certain type of feminist, not the feminist that's the ball busting. I believe that there's feminine divinity and there's masculine divinity, and when they work together, it's beautiful, right? That's like, I don't believe like the feminine should overshadow the masculine and the masculine shouldn't overshadow the feminine, but that's what's happening in the patriarchy. But anyway, you know, so that's me. I hold this beautiful feminine divinity that I'm very proud of. And I think that I think I got way off the subject. I'm sorry. Never mind.
I mean, that was pretty much it. And then as far as like how I've not, as I said, not been a big fan. Yeah, when Brie put out her stuff, I just kind of thought it was a little icky. And then what really kind of upset me was Toddy had made a video.
I really enjoyed being a professional. I guess I can say it that way. I just never really enjoyed being a professional. I'm glad that I have that background, but I really just have never really overly enjoyed it because it put me in a position of power that I didn't really want to have over another person's life. I wanted it to be more where I was giving them options, but I didn't always have that. So anyway, that's what I was trying to say.
Defending Becca, which is totally
to me, Becca loves that position of power that she has over people. She's one of those people that uses the degree. She uses her degree and she uses Mitch's degree. And in following the hidden true crime that Lauren Matthias loved to use, that she was a for realsy journalist. She wasn't one of these YouTubies off the street journalists. She went to school and was a for realsy journalist, and her husband was a doctor in psychology or whatever. So he was Dr. John. So she liked to use his degree quite a bit. And I'm getting whiffs, smells of this same type of person happening, the same type of situation.
right to do. I just felt really bad because Becca kind of was saying in the Brie video that she doesn't think that people like Toddy should be able to have the same rights as, everyone else as her. She said,
Right.
that people like Toddy shouldn't be able to get married. And, it just made me a little sad.
It could be just like, hello, my name is so-and-so and I have this degree. Like the conversation, it always comes in the conversation. Isn't it one of the first things she says? She used to say I'm a retired nurse, and that got called out. So now she fluctuates and says I'm a retired. She's back to saying that. She used to say I'm an ex-nurse, but now she's back to saying retired, which that's not true either.
That Toddy was kind of putting aside how she feels and how she operates just for Becca. And I mean, I understand I have people that I love that don't, agree with me on certain things, and, it's frustrating. But just something about that just kind of made me feel a little sad for her. And then I decided to just look into some of the stuff that people have been posting, and it was a lot worse than I thought. And I'm sure you don't want to get into all that stuff and all the politics on the show, but that's just kind of where I was at. So,
Yeah,
because
it's relevant to you because it's your personal beliefs, and everybody has a right to believe in whatever they want.
I'm an ex-social worker. I have autoimmunes, and right now I'm unable to work. But I'm telling you, I feel like one day I will work again. And that's crazy, but I'm taking care of myself. I'm trying to heal my body, my mind, my spirit, my soul. But I can say I'm an ex because I can go back to social work anytime I want, right? I can, like, one of the things, if you have a degree, you can even be a substitute teacher anytime. Like, you can do so much with a degree, but I don't know if you had to give over your license as a nurse. I don't know if she could even be a teacher. But anyway.
On politically, religious wise, and social issues, right? So there's always disagreement there, but I guess when did you guys have any?
My point is I don't even care that happened in her life. I don't think it negates her education and her works. I mean, she was still a nurse. She still got the education. She still got the degree. But don't trick us. Just say what it is. You don't have to say that I was disgraced and it removed it, but you can say like even use I'm an ex-nurse. That says like I am no longer a nurse. I am an ex-nurse. I am an ex-ICU nurse. That doesn't say it doesn't say anything. It just says the truth. But a retired is a lie.
Sort of idea of things happening in the background with Becca, Annie, whoever, with all these alts. Did you guys come across that ever? Did anybody inform you or give you like a hint that, hey, I think something's going on here?
Veronica.
Did that ever
Not
come
as-
across?
Case, it breaks my heart. That man was done. I don't know if he's guilty or not, but I know that trial was bad, stinky, foul.
across your table?
Not as far as like any alts or any plotting or scheming in the background. We thought that things were weird and there was a lot of shadiness going on with a lot of people, but
Can you think of anything that comes to mind as far as shady that you want to even open up about if you feel comfortable enough?
It's not really our place to say everything that people have said, but without giving out any kind of information, that's going to be, again, telling somebody else's story that they don't want to be involved. We've heard from people that she had a huge issue with us getting credited with things, or she messaged creators and be like, hey, you credited Into the Weeds for this information, but you should have credited somebody else.
or all kinds
Just
of
kind of
different
stuff
things
like that. And, just her getting upset about stupid little things. But
Well,
again, I don't really want to tell other people's stories.
And people were just messaging us and telling us that they were afraid of different content creators like Becca, and that they were afraid to go against the grain or to speak out. And I've watched subscribers get attacked by all kinds of different people.
And also, I haven't even mentioned the whole Diana thing. And like, there's a woman out there missing a entire hip that people are bullying. I am currently, I've got it takes 3 months to get in, but I've got an appointment to see a doctor to see if I have that Elder Daniels syndrome, because I'm like 99% sure I do, because I've got the soft skin, the stretchy skin, my joint, like my hip goes out of joint. I've got the hyper mobility. I'm very flexible, and I've got a lot of the issues that people with it have. I don't know which kind I have. Just need to figure out, because there's like, I think 8 or 9 different types that you can have. But it terrifies me that's what I'm going to see I have. And that's what Diana has. And she lost her freaking hip. And people are being like the biggest dickwads to her. Like, and they don't believe that a person who has had a prolonged, I'm going to try not to yell, has had a long prolonged illness, which I've had long prolonged illnesses. And when you're sick all the time, your friends drop away. I don't care if you're the best friend in the world. Having a friend that is sick all the time, you have to be a strong friend. And not everybody's a strong friend. And you lose friends and you lose family. And oftentimes that's how the older and the sick people die alone, because nobody can withstand that amount of time when somebody's sick for that long. And I believe wholeheartedly that woman was just reaching out for some type of connection. And shame on you. I saw Becca Scoops reply to her. Maybe we'll get to it, maybe we won't. But she replied to her after she went up on Sir Morbid, and it was basically shame on you, Diana. It was a for shame from Becca Scoops, which it should have been, I am so sorry, Diana. Just like, I don't know, but it was more like, shame on you, Diana. No, shame on you, Becca. Shame on you.
Well, I've seen Bree and all of them do it. I've seen TikTok creators that are on the anti-gypsy side do it to subscribers and stuff like that. And there's been a lot of times where I've just felt so bad for some of the people in the community, and I didn't like that. And so I've never really thought of myself as a Gypsy Rose content creator. So
you guys been pretty known. Well,
I dropped the ball on one of my subscribers, and that has, I was really sick at the time, going through the worst period. So I am going to reach out to her and just try to make amends, because, it's not a good feeling. And I can't be sitting up here saying shame, shame, shame. And then like, I didn't do that. Right. Like there was a contest and I mailed it out and it came back to me. I put the wrong thing on it and I contacted her and she never contacted me, and I just never tried to do anything more. And it's my fault. I feel bad about it. I'm going to try to reach out to her again. But I think that like in watching this type of stuff, I think we all need to turn the light on ourselves and hold ourselves as accountable as we would hold other people accountable, and just try to do better. Like if you fucked up something, then try to make it right. I think Becca could go along. I don't think she's going to do it, but Becca could have went a long way if she had just said, yeah, I messed up. I got overzealous, or I don't know. But like when you take accountability for something like this, you can't like point the finger and be like, I did it because of this person or that person. You just have to be like, yeah, I was a fucked up person, you know, and I did fucked up things, and I'm sorry, right? Sorries can go a long way.
Known for covering missing kids, missing children, missing peoples. I think that was more of your wheelhouse, more so
Cold
than
case.
the gypsy stuff. And you would still cover it, even though you were not really getting any views, from what I saw.
Yeah, and we only covered gypsy whenever a FOIA would come out or something like that. We would read some of what we got.
Yeah, you guys weren't doing this daily snarks and what she's wearing or how she's wearing it. You were just straight, whatever evidence came your way, you're going to go ahead and present it as you sift through that information.
And Becca can say that she didn't do that, but she sat up on Morbids and that was happening. So she has done the daily snarks and all of that. So I don't know. I think Becca's was going through a thing. Well, I already said that, where she regretted being on Morbid's panel and tried to pretend like she didn't know him. And he's like, nah. You knew me and you climbed up on my back. And yeah, you get what you get now, friend.
I think what people don't understand is that I am with Military Broadcast Radio. So when I go live, I have a set day and a set time to go live. Right now, the day and time is Saturday at 6.
Also, because she's with Military Broadcast Radio, I would expect more integrity. I expect integrity from her. We get integrity, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that she is. Well, I mean, she has integrity already, but also on top of it all, I don't think she would be working with Military Broadcast Radio and pocketing and getting away with pocketing people's FOIA monies. That just makes no sense at all to me. Does that make sense to you? I mean, isn't military? It's a nonprofit organization. I just don't know that would be happening either.
6 p.m. Eastern.
Right.
So every week, I'm obligated to create a show, whatever it entails. And when I came on board with Military Broadcast Radio, they, it's for cognitive therapy. It's to help me get back to where I used to be. And so I'm not out.
By the way, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I'm like sandwiched in between people. My father served in the military. He was a sergeant, Vietnam War. My son, 19 right now, is in Korea.
Well, I mean, that's another thing. I think she's about to tell us the injury that she had, and she was in bed for, I don't know if she says 6 or 8 years, but I know that her husband also has some medical issues. He just had surgery on his brain. And so Alora here has been a person who probably had to care for herself and, like in Gen X in a lot of ways. And so it makes you, know what you know and say what you say and do what you say. It's real beneficial to have that, but it's also really hard on a child. And so, I mean, I'm sure a lot of Alora's confidence and her ability to navigate life was shaped by the fact that she had a mom and a dad that weren't well. And she, I don't know if her and her brother, like what they did, but there was some of that probably, that strength that came from that. Definitely, I think.
So I missed it because I'm a pansy, I guess. I did YouTube. No, but I want to thank you for that. And that's where you get the PTSD and some other things, right? Mental sort of challenges that you have to.
Yeah, not only was I raised in a home with drug addicts and a whole bunch of criminal activity around me, I also went into the Army.
But Morbid just said that his son is in the military and is in Korea. So it's Morbid's son. I think he said he was 19.
Home with drug addicts.
I think he also said it was really, I don't know if he says it in this one, but like they were calling Morbid a PDF file with his kids. And he mentioned how he had, helped, like people say he didn't raise his kids, but there were times where he was the one raising them. And, sounds really proud of his son. I think it sounds like he has 2 sons. I don't know that for sure, but it sounds like he's pretty proud of them and hurt that his friends would call him a PDF file. Used to be like that was the worst thing you could call a person. Like if anyone ever called me a PDF file, I would feel devastated. I would actually feel pretty angry about that because to me, that's the worst thing you can be. is a PDF file. To me, to be a PDF file is even worse than being a schmurder. And certain types of schmurder, but yeah.
And a whole bunch of criminal activity around me. I also went into the army, fell 15 feet, broke my neck, not my neck, broke my back in 3 places and messed my neck up. So it caused debilitating migraines. I was in bed for 6.5 years. And this podcast is my way of coming out of that fog and learning how to process again. I was really big into researching and history. I took
identify that with that because I went through a prolonged illness. First, I was having pulmonary embolisms. Then I had to have back surgery. Then I had a stroke, and I was just dealing with a lot of stuff. And I just never thought I was going to freaking get out of bed again, right? It was like a long time. And so this channel, you can listen to me in the very beginning. I was still on all the medications. I've transitioned off of all my prescribed, like most of my prescribed medications. And this channel has helped me able to organize my thoughts. I still, one time while I was doing this live, I had to go back into physical therapy, and then I did some speech therapy at the same time because I lose my words. I don't lose my words, but I do. Well, it's because I have a stroke. But anyway, yeah. So I mean, this channel for me, it's just not about a money making ish thing. For me, it's like helping me get my creativity. I've learned a lot with the graphics and editing, and it is helping me get my voice back. It's helping me get my courage back. When you go through domestic situations, you lose your voice, and when you go through illness and like the medical, I have severe post-traumatic stress from the medical community, just like when you have a prolonged illness, you get labeled things and you do become things. Like this is where I have picked up where, and I hate that Gypsy fucking Rose says this, but there are no perfect victims, because when you're being victimized and you're put in a corner, I react differently than maybe you would react, right? So I can really identify to what Amber is saying. And my channel means a little bit more to me than just funny, because it's been a whole healing journey for me.
a lot of history classes at school. And honestly, I don't have time to run around in the background causing chaos. I'm sick. We've got family members who are sick. We're constantly back and forth to the doctor, and I'm involved in church, and I don't have time to mess around and play around.
It's pretty well noted, you guys, both you and Alora.
It's so good to see you, Carolina. How are you?
Go and do a lot of community services and also true crime stuff where for missing people, parents, or is that fair to say? I mean, I don't know all of the details, but from what I understood, that's what I got from your channel and what you guys do.
Yeah, last weekend when you started this, Laura and I were in Oklahoma, and we drove 8 hours basically to Duncan, Oklahoma, and we did a roundtable on the Mary Morgan Pewitt case. It's a case from 1988, and the locals just wanted to get together and talk about true crime in their area, and they invited us because I was in the other county doing some research on stuff in my hometown. So yeah.
And I'm glad you brought up the military broadcast radios.
That's a good thing. It's a good thing that her good works are getting out there and they're wanting her to come and talk. When I was doing my paranormal stuff, I had a ongoing gig where I would lecture at the Detroit Public Library. It was something that I look forward to. I would tell them about all the haunted places around them. And it's just a good thing to get stuff out to the public and help the public feel good about their community, or interested in their community. I know it's murder and it's like nothing to feel good about, but have some interest in their community, because we need that even more so in this day and age.
Correct.
Yes.
And I remember you invited me as a guest, I think 2024, 25. Was that the first of the Gypverse to come up on your panel there?
No, unfortunately, we had Fancy up before.
All right, you know what? That's okay. Fancy can take that spot.
We had Nina and then Fancy and you, but the reason you came on, and the whole reason that we even stayed in the gypsy world is because we met Fancy and experienced that whole Chillicothe
Oh yeah,
thing.
I remember that. We covered it
So-
here. Mhm.
If we had not experienced that, I genuinely don't think that we would have
I
gone.
remember when that happened too, because a lot of people started to want to try to go against Amber and Alora because Fancy had, set them up and said that, I don't know, what did they say? Like there was this whole credit card. I don't know. Fancy was trying to set these two up and try to make them seem like they were doing what Fancy was doing. And I was just like, no, 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 no. And I met them right around this time. This is how I came to know them, because I think I was in Fancy's chat. I got this new keyboard and this new mouse, and it's a gamer, and the clicks are so loud.
Any further.
No, I think that we would have probably tuned in occasionally, probably to like the latest Becca Scoops video, because we wouldn't have been, up. We wouldn't know about any of the snark, and we'd just be kind of, casually paying attention.
I'm actually surprised you guys stuck around after that. I would have been very, very like, okay, I'm out with that
Well,
experience.
It was interesting.
It was.
Kind of entertaining, and as much of a mess as it was, I don't really regret it, because I mean, honestly, I've like told that story at like bars and stuff, and it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw it all unravel here. We were covering it live. It was just, it was hilarious.
Definitely a good bar or party story for sure.
Just put it that way. But enough of Fancy.
Sorry.
So you guys came up on this panel, this live stream. I don't know when it was. I would say like summer of 2025 or towards August. Is that
Correct?
somewhere around there, maybe?
Yeah.
Or June, maybe?
It would have been July 4th or 5th, or is it June 5th? Because the only
No.
time I've ever been on this channel, I think, is when like the night that we came back from Chillicothe.
You weren't on the fundraising.
No, it
one.
was just Amber, I remember.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But and then you came on our channel, and we still didn't know what we were doing yet, so like it didn't turn out as well because we didn't know what we were doing. But yeah, you helped us try and talk about what happened in Chillicothe.
Yeah, I do remember. I mean, those are good times.
We're
So
learning.
yeah, I remember Amber. I don't think you didn't even ask me actually. I was
That summer, and that was just a wild summer. Felt intense.
just like, I found out about your stuff, I think on Reddit. I mean, of course, we already knew each other by then, but
Yeah.
I found out like, oh, Amber's trying to raise money for the FOIAs. And I was like, what FOIAs? Because I was, I know you emailed me something that was so long. And I just said, here, Starlight, take it. I'm not reading that crap because I'm not like that type. I don't want to do FOIA stuff. I mean, come on.
No, I know.
I didn't even watch any of the FOIA videos, by the way. That's how uninterested I am in that, because I already knew what the case was for me from the interrogation videos years and years ago. So I didn't really need any more.
It was at that point that I knew that they were people of integrity, because they didn't do what Fancy wanted them to do, and they stood up for themselves, and they were just like, no.
Evidence, but
At the time, Fancy was the big thing around here, which, wow.
to each their own. People ate it up and whatever, they enjoyed it. So I found out Amber was raising money, and I think you raised a significant amount actually by that time that it came across me.
Yeah.
I don't know how much, but I think you're like halfway or pretty much almost there, I think, to your
Pretty-
goal.
Yeah, I think by the time I had come on your show, I had like maybe like 1,400 or
Yeah, I
something
remember
like
it was a
that.
lot.
And I didn't even want to crowdfund. I ended up crowdfunding because some people kept telling me that they wanted me to open it up to the community to allow people to pay me for my services, basically. And I tried for the longest time to not.
People saying that to her. And I remember thinking that to myself too. Like, yeah, I mean, it's your channel and you're doing the legwork. Why wouldn't some of it go towards whatever, like go towards administrative costs? I don't know. To me, if you're donating, you must have thought that she was honorable in some way. But I've said this over and over again. I just don't think you can donate to a situation, and if it doesn't say like you will have every say to what we do, like your say so will matter in every moment of spending it, then you can't really believe that they have to consult with you all the time. Like, I had a friend who did this crowdfunding for her dog that needed surgery, but then the doctor was like, maybe we don't have to do the surgery, we can do this prolonged treatment. And so she decided to go that route. And this woman had decided, like, she had done this crowdfunding and she had donated this large amount of money. And she was mad. She was mad that the surgery wasn't going to happen and that they were going to be doing this long, extensive treatment instead. And to me, it's like, but it's still, you know what I mean? Like, but we all have our sticky points, and money seems to be a real sticky point. And Becca Scoops, to me, seemed to know that money is a sticky point for people. And that's how she was trying to slide in and get into the weeds taken down. Because money can be the root of all evil. I think you have to be really careful with how you deal with money. Because look at what all the elites are doing right now. Like, just look at the elites.
Not do it. And then I was like, you know what? This would be cool if all of the community got involved in it. So that was my goal. My goal was never to gatekeep anything, and I haven't. The only thing I haven't released is some videos of sexually explicit stuff and some phone numbers and addresses is the only things that I have not released. But everything else that's ever come my way, I have put in that Google Drive.
Right. And I kind of want to point out, because it's like the right time to point this out. Have you guys seen the Sugar Woo conversation, the direct messages on TikTok with Sheena and Becca Scoops? Have you guys been able to see that? I actually posted the entire thing on my channel here, so anybody can go access that. But there's a part there, if I could recall, it was about the gatekeeping sort of thing, where Becca was like, I wish I had basically the adult sort of content that you guys were reporting back to. What county was it?
Green County.
Green County, yes.
Saying that she's going after them for the adult content, which, and it's insane to me that people were mad that they reported to the police about, sorry, I'm burping, about the adult content, because I don't care if it's Gypsy Rose Blanchard, it still shouldn't be out there. You wouldn't want it out there on your daughter.
To, go, hey, you guys are you sure you guys want to give this out in the FOIAs? Because there's, a nudity, I guess, or sexual sort of stuff, right? But Becca was saying, oh, you guys are gatekeeping that. How come we can't? I mean, did you guys see that part?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What were your thoughts, guys?
Tony called us out on that too. So I think that she was behind the scenes hearing Becca say that stuff. And so I don't know. I think it's all just weird that people want those videos. I didn't want them. I watched them just because,
Did you guys have any idea that even Becca was mad that you guys had FOIA? Because she mentions your income. She mentioned in that text thread, I don't know, just, I can't believe she messaged me about your fame. You're living off your fame, etc.
I don't even know where that came from.
We
Popped up on their fame, just running around Crime Con. We're into the weeds. Get out of our way, motherfuckers.
We assumed that she was upset.
I wish I could be that person on fucking Parawoman Radio. Get out of the way, motherfucker. I'm hopped up in my fame.
Because, you can just get vibes, but like I can't prove anything on vibes alone. So like, what's the point in dwelling on it? But
did she stop talking to you guys all of a sudden? Or
we didn't talk to her really. I mean, just a couple of emails. Well, there were quite a few emails in the very beginning. But then after that email that she sent me, and I felt threatened, I just didn't want really to have much to do with her. I would send her occasional things or whatever, but it was nothing serious or anything like that. And so I'm not here to tear down the truth train. I'm not here to do anything because I don't even know what's happening. So we just are listening.
It's a grift train now, and I'm in charge.
Yeah, well, we're just listening and learning like everybody else. And that's what we've been doing this entire time, is listening and learning as we go along.
Some of the other things I just want to point out, and you guys could go ahead and respond to it, things that were said about you by Becca. Let's see here. She talks about the FOIAs, and she said, let's see here. When Into the Weeds was running around CrimeCon, handling out thumb drives containing the FOIAs to a big name crime people, I was like, what? No one is going to sit down and read thousands of pages of docs. If anyone even plugged the thumbnails in, they probably say, what the fuck? You want to respond to that?
So I will say that we already had our work cut out for us before we even got there, because everybody knew who Fancy was. and they didn't want to touch Gypsy with a 10-foot pole.
Thanks,
because they
Fancy.
did not-
Oh my God.
They did not want to deal with Fancy.
I mean,
And-
isn't that nice? I think it's the same with the people who say that there's no baby. It's one of the reasons I won't say there's no baby. I think it makes us seem weird.
And so I cannot tell you how many times we had to say, we're not working with Fancy. And
It was
and there were a lot of people who were actually excited to get the thumb drives. I think wasn't it the Epstein files that dropped right after that, or something big
Brian
happened?
Koberger, he took the plea deal.
Trying to get people to watch that. I remember I got an email about I didn't really dig into the I wasn't covering. I looked at a few things. But what was I think I was doing the hidden true crime during this time. Or what was I doing? I don't remember. But I just I don't know. It just wasn't that interesting to me. But I watched other people I watched them digging into it, but it wasn't anything I wanted to do myself.
Yeah, a couple of big things happened right after
I
that.
think there's
And
Idaho 4, and there was Wade Wilson. So there was a lot of activity going on in true crime that had nothing,
What's Fancy's latest conspiracy, and she must be eating up this Becca Scoops thing, because I've heard her crying about Becca, like how mean Becca is to her. So Fancy must be eating this up.
Gypsy was like kind of at the bottom there. No one. Like, oh, that's an old story. Come on,
But I will say that Alora and I worked our butts off at CrimeCon for was it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Yeah.
We spent all of our time at the booth.
I'm really bummed. I got offered a ticket to go to CrimeCon, but I just can't afford it. I don't make enough money yet to be able to do things like that. But yeah, if I had just been able to get transportation, I would have been able to go.
Talking to people.
So you guys rented a booth, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's not cheap.
No,
And
those aren't cheap.
I paid for everything on my own. I didn't ask for anybody's help.
None of the crowdfunding money.
No.
But yeah, I mean, our intent wasn't even just to run around CrimeCon and hand a bunch of people flash drives. What we did was, well, first of all, it was
Fancy even on YouTube anymore? I don't even know where Fancy is. I haven't seen her in a long time.
military broadcast radio booth. So we had Joel, our station manager, and he was in a little duck costume for part of it. And, we were just talking. But when people would come in, we had all of the emails and they were laid out. We obviously know.
Offered a ticket and also a room, but I don't have the transportation. So maybe next year. Next year, I probably won't get offered all that on. But anyway, it is what it is. Life is what it is. But one day I would like to go. I am somebody who likes cons. I used to lecture at the World Steampunk, and I would lecture at other conventions. And so I like the whole rah convention feeling, meeting other people and hearing their stories and stuff like that. I know to some people it's a big scam and they're not really into it, but I mean, it's stuff. And plus I like to travel. I like adventure. So yeah.
I'm not gonna be able to look through all the emails, but we just give people little bullet points and stuff. And we only had
And I am going to possibly be looking at a new vehicle. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have some transport. I don't know.
people that push back, and pretty much everybody who listened to what we had to say, we're yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I mean, we were talking to true crime people. If people care about this stuff, it's gonna be these people, and most of them agreed with us. So I mean, we did something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the guy who was in the he's one of the reporters for, he's Jesse, or is it Jesse or
Jesse Weber?
Yeah, Jesse Weber, right?
Sorry, I'm fascinated with what you guys are saying in the comments. So Fancy's book finally came out. See, I didn't even know that. I don't speak kindly of Jeb. I truly believe she was born evil. So no, I don't I think I've said this, and this is just my opinion. I think there is either a demonic possession on Gypsy Rose or she's not human, because there is a darkness around her that it makes me very uncomfortable. And I know when it's come into my field, I can just tell her energy is around here because I'm talking about her. It's kind of like how darkness works. When you have a haunted house, if the hauntings, it's best to ignore it, because the more energy you give it, the more it will get aggressive, and the more it feeds it. So I told you that chick has a glow up like no person should have. Gypsy Rose. She lives and feeds off of this energy. When I met Dee Dee, she gave the best hug. When she pointed to Jip, I had no desire to meet her. I felt so instantly. Cajun Lady, I was going to work with her, but I haven't invited her. She said she knew the family too. I was gonna invite her, but I don't know how people feel about this whole Becca Scoops thing, and I don't want to make people talk about stuff that they feel uncomfortable talking about. But I would love to talk to you what you know about living and being around. I've always wanted to interview Christy. I wanted to interview Christy like a few summers ago, and somebody who I thought was a friend but really wasn't a friend. I put it out to them like, I really want to interview Christy, and they were like, you're never gonna get, like it was like more like, don't do that, you can't do that, like why would you want to do that type of deal. So, but I would love to interview and just like ask questions, and maybe she'll lie to me, but maybe I'll get like new stories, or like I just want to try to understand. I like to look at the psychological aspects of it, because I guess it's my background, and the sociological aspects of it too fascinate me, and that has to do with the community and the way she was treated.
True Crime Daily or something like that.
Oh, are you talking? Okay, so we talked to Jesse Weber, who's from
Law and Crime?
and he was
That's
across
right,
from
Law
us.
and
We also talked to
Derek Levasseur.
He won Big Brother, and he
From
does Crime
Crime
Weekly.
Weekly.
I thought it was interesting. I know they said that they gave this drive to Cece Suarez, and I find it so interesting that she didn't do anything with those drives, but Cece covered the Hidden True Crime debacle, and but she didn't touch Gypsy Rose. Nobody wants to touch her for some reason. And that's why I did that thing with Hollyweird. Like there's that weirdness where nobody wants to touch Hollywood. No one wants to touch the Epstein files. No one wants to touch things. And I just feel like Gypsy Rose is in that murky, icky, nobody wants to touch. And also how did Becca Scoops get into this murkiness where no one wants to touch her too?
Gotcha.
But we talked to many other
Yeah,
people. But there was something I was going to
Just
say.
a weird fact. When I was Morbid, same channel here, but before, I think I was covering Kylie Rodney. But anyhow, Law and Crime Network was Armand. I don't know why they hung out with us, but anyhow, go ahead. It's funny.
Interesting.
No, it's just, it was interesting. And we're going back at the end of this month. This time we're actually going to experience it to try and figure out what it's all about. Now, I remember you talking some smack about us while we were there. People were telling us that you were talking smack about us. But
Not everyone. Yeah, I remember.
yeah, but at the end of the day,
Not
I
really,
didn't
but I
care.
do. I believe you.
No, I mean, sometimes you just say shit, and sometimes I say shit too. So I mean, like,
That was
whatever.
like last year, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when I left, and then I came back a couple times, did a couple
Yeah.
shows here. Yeah. So at that time, I think I explained this off with Amber. I kind of touch upon it. It was hard to put the pieces together of everything. I knew Becca Scoops. I knew case studies and how they were like, and some other people. But then I just thought, I just clumped all of you guys together because I was like, okay, these guys are probably all in it together. So it was my assumption. So when you assume, you know what happens there. But, and I didn't know.
I think it was when around the Perez Hilton time that he called them that. Wasn't it?
Anything up until 9 days ago, when Toddy she found out about the Annie Scoops thing, and then Sheena found out about the Sugar Woo account, and then the doxing of Case come from Toddy, and then it started making sense as I was looking through these email chains, and so really nobody knew about all of this until like last week.
Yeah, pretty
Even the
much. I
creators.
mean, I've heard bits and pieces.
So I
of things.
apologize is what I'm saying, because I just threw everybody under the bus as, F these guys, because it seems like they're just piling on each, because you see how they pile now. Like Case Studies is piling on Becca now when he's been.
I haven't seen that.
I heard that, or I
Obviously.
saw that in your chat, but I didn't even know that happened.
Yeah,
So.
I'll get to him next time. I'm busy right now.
Got
But
a lot.
but yeah, so again, I apologize for that because I just assumed everybody was kind of in on it. So I just took it out on everyone. Like, fuck all these people, you know? Like I really wanted to support everybody, build everybody's channel up, have this network, you know, and build this community, you know, get, you know, being a part of it, like a big part of it. And you guys were too. And it was good times. You know, I think that the community at that time was solid and good. The intentions were there and passion. And then it, to me now, I look outside in and I'm like, whoa, there's a lot of hypocrisy and stuff going on here. So that's what kind of triggered me to want to break the walls down and bust that door open last week, finally, because I felt you guys would have a story. Everybody must have something that they're hiding or not sharing. So that's all. So I apologize.
No, you're fine. I just wondered when this was going to happen because I knew eventually, you know, something was going to come out. I didn't know what. But I get inklings and feelings about different things. And if I don't go with my gut, then I am worse off. So,
Laura, did you want to add to any of that?
I mean, we're on the internet. No, you know, lots of people aren't going to like you. It's really not that deep. I know who I am. Becca probably knows who she is. I hope she does at 61. And
clearly not. A lot of aliases and alter egos, which is crazy because Gypsy Rose, like you guys have kind of pointed out in FOIAs.
I will say one thing I have been disappointed in, and that's what a lot of people took issue with me about when I was up on Chewy's live and I said that I was disappointed with the community. I've been seeing all of this for so long, you know, and
maybe specific on what you were seeing for everyone to kind of get a clarity.
Just a lot of infighting, a lot of people being shady towards each other, doxing, stupid stuff. I mean, you know, whether there's a little bit of right here or a little bit of wrong here, I mean, it's just the amalgamation of everything coming together. It's a stressful.
Is it fair to say that you're witnessing the community sort of imploding in a sense where, man, there's a lot of negativity and toxicity coming out of here that you weren't used to as an older member of the community? Is that fair or no?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't really been on YouTube for very long, you know, as far as even a watcher of YouTube. And so I didn't really understand the internet. Okay. And she tried to tell me for a long time, don't do this, don't do that, you know, and I would have saved myself a lot of trouble if I had listened to her several times. But, and that's one thing that people don't understand as well is Laura's only on my channel because I asked her to be. She does not want to take my channel over. Like people think,
No,
you know, she's got her own thing. She wants to do her own thing. And she's here for moral support for me. And,
and she's your daughter. Come on.
Yeah. And not everyone feels so comfortable just talking like for hours without somebody sitting with them. And so I'm just somebody she can bounce ideas off of. We agree on certain things. We don't agree on others. And it is what it is. You know, I haven't had a lot of experiences actually physically being in community.
Myself, when I first started out, I did this thing called Live Miss. I did it 2 years in a row where I went live every single day in the month of December. And then on top of that, then on New Year's Eve, I would either do one year I did a 24-hour live. And then the next year I did a 48-hour straight live. And it really has, I mean, I'm not saying I'm a pro or professional or whatever, but doing that repetition for that many days really has helped me. And I've said before, like, if I don't go live for like a week, I get nervous when I go live again and I get fumbly and I don't know what it is, but like, for me going live, because I've always done like acting, I've done some acting. I was extra in some movies, and I also used to direct plays at the local community theater, and then sometimes I would act in them. So it helps me get that, like, when you go live, it's like it's a real, like, it's almost like you're doing a theater type for me. It reminds me of theater performance, and there's that real, like, exciting element of it, and it's one of the reasons why I do it. But I still get nervous. And some people aren't comfortable just being by themselves and not having another person. For me, it's almost more of a hassle to have a guest, because I don't like having to schedule it. I don't like the nerves. Are they going to show up? Aren't they going to show up? Are they going to be late? Am I going to be able to get my questions in? Like, I get more nervous about that kind of stuff than actually doing it on my own. But obviously, they're a good duo. I don't know. I'm arguing for them. I think you guys are all for them anyway.
that are here. But for those that maybe are in the replay crew that don't understand that, wouldn't you do almost anything for your mom? Like, it's like a mother-daughter duo. It's a mother-daughter duo. I don't understand. Yeah, but anyway.
Communities, but I've watched a lot of YouTube over the years. I've seen how things go down. I was like, hey, maybe let's not get a Discord or something, not because these people are bad, but I don't have to explain to you how this stuff
Oh,
works.
trust me.
Also,
Been there, done that, and still there. Still
my
doing it.
Discord was very tame. Nothing happened. I
No,
mean, I deleted them the other day, and one of them came to me, and they're like, "Hey, that's where I got all my true crime information from."
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I get you. I get you. But now let's fast forward now to, I guess, well, okay, we talked about the FOIA. So the FOIA started rolling in December of
Yes.
2025.
Correct.
The second round of them.
Yeah, the second round.
The first round was maybe November.
No, the first round was like a year prior, whenever we had sent you the stuff like that you didn't want to read, which
Gotcha.
honestly, I didn't read it
Okay.
either. So I mean,
That wasn't the
you were-
video dump though. Like all the
No.
videos came in December.
But it was like the descriptions of some
yeah,
of the
it was
videos
the
and stuff.
descriptions and a couple other things,
Yes,
and then
I
we got
remember.
the emails.
Email is scrolling across the screen there if anybody is interested in contacting me. And yeah, if you're also, if you have a request for any shows, that would be where to email me. I'm really bad at checking my emails, but I'll try to be better. I don't actually get a lot of emails, which I'm happy for, because I don't like emails that much. If you want to talk to me, I would rather people message me. I'm over on the socials. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and I'll probably answer because it'll pop up in my, like, I'll see it. I don't have my messages for my email on. I don't even keep my phone ringer on because of my trauma that I have. It makes me, people coming from, like, I don't know, I just got a weird trauma from it. And so I like to be able to check my stuff on my own, but I will leave my socials on and I'll hear a ping, especially over on Facebook. I hear pings all the time.
That were actually sent to us by a subscriber, Mandy J UK, and she might be in the chat somewhere.
And this is me over on Facebook. This is my private. I have a private, and we had a group page, but somebody hacked it. So that's still growing, but this is my personal page. And then we have this one too. This is the group page. It's Pair Women Radio Network. We're up to 336. So if you want to find me over on there, and then you can find me, my Instagram is connected, and then we're over on TikTok. I think we're the PWR network over on the Tiki Taki Streets.
But yeah, so she gave us the emails. We read out all the emails as per her request, by the way. We weren't gatekeeping it. She asked us if we could read them and then disseminate them after we had already read them.
Mhm.
And then we got the second round of FOIAs in like December, or maybe it was even late November. I think it was like the last week of November.
No, we got the last dump in December.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong,
Yeah.
but early
Okay.
December.
Oh, but I
Gotcha.
will warn you,
I'm
a
gonna,
bit more political over on the Facebook and the Instagram and the threads. I'm pretty outraged with our government right now. So, but I'm neither Democrat or Republican. I'm firmly in the middle. I vote for whatever. But I'm really entrenched in some political stuff right now. I've got this perfect meme. I shouldn't tell you guys this, but I've got this perfect meme that I throw out there. And then it's like so good that no matter what the person says, I've got this perfect reply and I've been being blocked. It's the guys, they don't know what to say because it's like it has to do with genitalia. They don't know what to do. So yeah, I've been pretty evil over there. I did get a month-long ban over on Facebook for saying the real words. I said that the elites were raping children and eating pizza, but I didn't use those words. So I got a month-long ban over on Facebook. So I'm just warning you in case you don't want to get into politics. I'm pretty political over there.
I'm going to read you a quote from Becca. This comes in an email. And it says this. I think you guys already answered this. Into the Weeds has been all over the internet, just pumped up on their fame. Do you want to respond to that? I know you kind of
Well, we
responded.
did go in some comment sections. Like if I saw somebody, and I would say like half of Into the Weeds here, just so that like people would know who was commenting, because I don't have the Into the Weeds like name, and I don't want to seem like shady. Does that kind of make sense? Like
Yeah.
like I just wanted to make myself known so that it wasn't like me commenting this and it's like, oh, this was actually the girl who did this. You know, I don't know.
And I would usually just say,
Get your medical appointment for your, I think it was your grandson, all taken care of. Good to see you.
thank you for covering this case, or thank you for covering this topic. I wouldn't say, hey, it's me.
Yeah, I
Right.
don't even think I
And
said
maybe if they
that.
had questions for you guys, because since you're the original source of this, you would probably know a hell of a lot more than anybody else. So that they could be like, hey, can we reference something off you because you guys provided these documents? If they had any questions, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, I mean, they could reach out to you if like, hey.
Oh yeah, I was always open for that. But according to the email that you're reading, I mean, we don't know very much about the case, I guess.
I'm just we
We're
know nothing
getting
about
there.
Well, in a nutshell, she wanted to be the #1 content creator in the Gypsy Rose universe. She put out a whole bunch of emails towards Gypsy Rose's friends about this creator that's up on stage. It's a mother-daughter creator, Into the Weeds. And she asked them, she like gave them all this information and told them that they were stealing crowdfunding money and not being good facilitators of the money. I'm paraphrasing too, and said that they needed to take them out. So she was trying to get other content creators to take this channel's YouTube down, because she said that they were, I guess, being shady. But we've proven that there's anything. I mean, they're anything but shady.
I offer fame, but I mean,
And then she also went against other content creators. There's like 4 or 5 other, and she's creating alt accounts. She's going under fake emails. It's her, but she's saying that she's Becca's best friend. So she's going in third person. She's doing a lot.
I don't know. I
Go ahead.
I'm going to continue. They are, this is Becca Scoops. They are in every comment section. If a bigger creator makes a video about GRB, they comment every single time telling the creator they are the ones with the FOIAs. They are also behind any hate that has come my way on Reddit. It's them and their
He's reading some direct quotes that she has written about them, and they are responding to it.
minions. Who are your minions?
I have no idea.
hey, now Joy will get in the comment section, but she's always so nice.
Yeah,
she
we
does
have-
that on her own, though. We don't tell her to.
Now, are
Joy's
your
our
minions low
moderator.
IQ by chance? I'm kidding.
No,
Joy-
not low IQ.
Joy's our moderator, and she goes in and says stuff to people sometimes, but that's it.
It's
I
really
mean,
getting mean, and we never send her, but
No.
she's always respectful from what I've seen.
So here's the thing. Becca even told me this before. I don't know when, but I have it somewhere in emails where she's like, oh, Amber and Alora are little Frodo.
Oh, we got an older moderator. She sticks up for us sometimes.
Okay. And
Oh,
that's been
she's
debunked now
like
by Audrey, correct? You guys want to respond to that? Because I mean, you guys could go ahead because you have a reaction on that.
I mean, just
Well, Audrey uploaded a video yesterday. It got sent to me. She said that she has definitive proof we're not Lil Frodo. I don't know how we're going to prove that we're not, but if you listened, well, you said that you didn't watch.
Never understood this little Frodo thing. I've seen little Frodo over on Reddit. I think little Frodo comes in the chat here, but yet there are some people that still say, and I don't understand, what has little Frodo done to piss so many people off? I was away during little Frodo time. I did, but I saw little Frodo over in Reddit the other day, and I think I guess it's a boy. I don't know. I'm assuming I shouldn't do that. They come in here during this live.
The FOIA videos.
I
But
didn't.
anyone who did, or like heard us like reading the emails and how we broke that down, don't you think that if we were going to put more effort into it, we just put it on our own channel?
Wait, little
mean,
Frodo's in chat. How are you guys? Can you put your hands up? Both hands? Little Frodo, can you say something right there? I just want to verify that there's no trickery going on. Could it be your husband, Amber? Or the dog? Is it your dog?
No.
Oh,
Little-
it's little Frodo. You got it.
All right, there we go. It's proof. I am not Amber. Here's the proof. There we go. But all kidding aside, that's been pretty much clear now since Audrey has confirmed. And also,
That's another thing that these two did. When they went on vacation, Laura's dog Oates got got away, and these people spent like close to a month out in the middle of nowhere looking for a dog. How many people would have maybe just given up on that? Like, I honestly didn't think that they were going to find Oates, but they, day after day in the hot heat, went out looking for their little dog. But yeah, they're real snakes in the grass, these people.
So I got email from
That's another thing Becca called Amber a snake.
Frodo because they wanted receipts on certain email chains that, you know, was Annie Scoops. I can't verify that exactly that 100%. Well, that's not Amber, but I'm just saying, okay. Anyhow, that was the accusation. And was that the big sort of
this
push?
would have been nothing. I would have never sat on here and went on and 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 on about all the good deeds these two have done. But I feel like it needs to be pointed out, right? This isn't just something that I just like out of the blue. Today I'm going to go show how great Amber and Alora are. I mean, that's ridiculous. Who does that, right? But when you are friends with somebody and there's this amount of lies and aggression, this is aggression. In my opinion, this is all my opinion. It's aggressive. It's directing movement towards somebody and not just saying, "Oh, I don't like Amber's hair," or "I can't stand." I think I've heard people talk about Laura's piercings. Right? That's a little bit different than saying, "Take them out. They're snakes in the grass. They're elevating themselves off of your money," or, you know, whatever it is. They're elevating themselves off of the FOIAs. Ugh, please.
Where the community turned all against you guys because of that, because they thought you were talking trash in the Reddit.
So what happened is I was, it's been a few Friday nights ago. I was scrolling through TikTok. I saw Audrey on the King Chewy panel, and I was like, oh, she's in there. Let's see what she's talking about. I pop in there, and her friend Ashley Soest had a theory that I was little Frodo, and I was like, what the heck are they doing? So I jumped up on there against her advice, and I was just like, what's going on? I was so confused, and they just had this theory that we were little Frodo, and then Audrey wanted to know why I had asked Becca about the Jesse Lee Peterson thing, and you know, people were pissed because I said that I was disappointed in the community and that I had tried to get help from the community, and I had tried to get
at the community. I'm not gonna lie. I've been really pissed at the community, the way that they and if you didn't treat them that way, just know I'm not talking about you. But I've been really hurt for Amber because I think she says she was like a redheaded stepchild, and I've felt like that off and on in my life where I just didn't quite fit in, right? Because I couldn't go with the grain on maybe the harshness and behavior, or I don't know, just whatever. I just been a little bit disappointed myself, and that's when I remove myself from things. I don't expect other people to change for me. I change the situation by whatever I do in the situation, right? If I don't like how you're behaving, and if I say I don't like how you're behaving and you don't change your behavior, then it's up to me to remove myself from the situation and go create a new situation for myself, right? I don't think that it has anything after that to do with you. And I this is how I feel like I'm going to show you guys this situation. And there's still people that are going to back Becca and believe her. And I'm going to work hard not to care about that, because I can't change situations, but I can bring the information of the situation to you, and you can make up your mind. And there's been a lot of people. I mean, I've lost followers because they're not happy that I'm doing this. But at first I gained a few, but then I lost a whole bunch. When they learned what I was doing, they were like, nah. But again, I have to be able to be okay with losing those people, because this situation for me is the furthest from okay of a situation that I can think of. There is no way I can wrap myself around this situation and be like, yeah, what this woman is doing is okay. Like, I can't say like we all do it, because we all don't do that. We all don't create these fake emails and tell other people to take other channels down. Now, in fact, I know somebody who does do that, and that name is Gypsy Rose Blanchard. And then we hear a lot of like, well, you know, at least Becca didn't murder anyone. Yeah, well, thank God for that, right? But that's not my level of right and wrong. Like, is that like, I walked around for a while when I was in shock with the Epstein files, and I said it out loud a few times to a driver, a Uber driver. I was like, well, at least I didn't grape and eat any pizza and, you know, eat babies. Like, and he laughed and I laughed, and we're like, yep, that's our bar. You know, if we don't do that, then we're okay. But it's actually not true. It's not true. Maybe the bar needs to be lowered a little bit. What do you think?
Out from the community a while back when the first FOIAs had dumped, and they sat there for a long time. Nobody looked at them. And everything was just all together in my brain at that moment when I was dealing with it. And
Not doing a very good job at keeping it all straight. And I will be very fascinated to hear who this Annie person is. And I mother effer, mother trucker, if she says one more time that she's letting this lady walk after she stole her identity and is not going to do anything about it. And she has this huge, like, it's not huge, but in the niche of the Gypsy Rose niche, you know, and you don't have to have a huge channel to make good money on YouTube. Just, you know, like an FYI, like, you don't have to be huge to make good money. You just have to have good followers. And Becca Scoops has called her followers low IQ. So I guess you need low IQ followers. She's called her her followers sheeple. So you need sheeple. And then she's also called them stupid. So you need low IQ, sheeple, and stupid followers. And you'll be fine.
you know, I may have been hyperbolic or whatever, but I was genuinely disappointed. And so the next day we changed our live stream because we were going to continue talking about Athena Hogan, somebody from my hometown that was murdered. And we changed the live stream.
Wouldn't you love it if Becca just rolls some rando out on stage? And she's like, yes, I'm Annie. Like, Becca's gonna pay someone. Like, they do that. They pay people to go away to jail for them, right? So I just hope Becca rolls this rando out, and we get more, because at this point, like, I want to hear the lies. Like, it's like, tell me more, Becca. Oh, really? You have Annie Scoops, and your middle name is Annie? Tell me more, Becca. Tell me more. I'm listening, right? It's just at this point, it's like that meme where it was Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where it had Gene Hackman, and he says something like sarcastic, and he's like, tell me more, right? Just keep talking.
Stream and just set the record straight, tried to. And people got mad because Alora said what she said about Becca, and that I said that I shared the email.
I just want to say the stuff that I said. I don't know if you watched it. If you didn't, I don't care. I'm not offended.
I did get to watch it earlier today, just to get reference.
I don't think even the stuff that I said was even that controversial. I feel like we should all kind of agree that I don't even know if you want me to say what was said, but
well, I know there's some touching on the aspect of racism, some sort of questionable homophobic.
The stealing of the identity is the complete. This is how I knew she was 100% lying. Becca Scoops would never let someone steal her identity and get away with it. Not somebody who's married to an ex-detective and whatever. I don't know what Mitch is. I don't know. You know, and she just would not let somebody steal their identity. She wouldn't. And just like, she's a very nice person, but she's got alcoholic problems, so I'm not going to go after her. Bull crap.
Sort of remarks from back whenever it was, maybe 10 years, 12 years, I'm not sure. So I do understand that. I think because politics, social issues, and all that stuff, it divides at least 50%, right? At least. So You know, it's
I'm center.
Well, I get that it divides, but I hope that you don't mind me saying this on your channel because it's not me saying this. It's just me quoting what this dude said that she has interactions with.
Yeah.
But this dude literally said that Black people need to go back to the plantation to learn a hard day's work.
Yeah,
and
I heard
y'all
that.
think women shouldn't vote. I think those aren't just normal like Republican Democrat issues. You know what I mean?
yes.
You know, that was my
Nina left, and I remember that time. That's when I went over into Nina's channel because that's when I really wanted to figure out Becca Scoops and what this whole racial issue was. And I don't know, it's not good.
point. But again, we don't have to get any more into that. But that's just where I was at. And people are acting like I'm this like crazy lunatic who was like just preaching at people. And you know,
I think because the tide was shifting where it was time to dump on you guys. So because and it wasn't like you were you had a different opinion on the case, right? It's not like, you know, like your mission was still the same. It was the truth. You had to get out whatever evidence you possibly could, do the best work possible.
Unsubscribe and then resubscribe and make sure you hit the bell that says all, and that will fix it. That happens to me sometimes. But yeah, that'll solve it.
And whatever happens, happens. You know, you guys weren't really obsessed about all the other
Glad you made it.
stuff that aren't unnecessary, like the snark and all that other stuff. You guys never dipped into any of that.
Now I would go into the shady verse just because I didn't feel like I was a Gypsy Rose content creator and I would like things, but I wouldn't go in there and start any kind of trouble or anything.
Right.
And I commented about Becca like one time, a couple times I defended my mom because I'm sorry, like I understand we put ourselves online, so we have to deal with it. But anyone, if someone's calling their mom a scammer, they're probably, and they know it's not true. Most people, and I wasn't even rude when I said stuff. And also someone said something about the chill coffee incident, and I just, you know, added a couple things, and then Fancy got real pissed. But
yeah. I want to read you another quote from Becca, and then I want to get in some comments that were made about you during the time everybody was trashing you and throwing you to the wayside. And then we're going to see how they think about you now. So let's go over.
We're falling away from that more and more. People are like, when people like rattle off their credentials, it more makes them roll their eyes. Like I don't care what you are. Yeah, but it's just she relies on her credentials and Mitch's credentials, and definitely uses it as an appeal to authority.
This comment here from Becca Scoops. Here we go. And then you guys can respond. They know, into the weeds, they know little really about the case. And when Rolling Stones interviewed them, they were so bad, they never published the article. Into the Weeds are behind most of the attacks on me. They are linked up with the mods of GRB Snark, and they are horrible Shadyverse Reddit.
They're not.
They hate you.
They're not linked up to GRB Snark because GRB Snark just won't say anything about this. They will actually delete any Becca Scoops. If you go over there, they will delete any Becca Scoops commentary. So for sure, they are not linked up. Do you see anything about Becca Scoops? And Becca Scoops is the biggest topic right now going on. But if you head over to the Shady Gypverse, then they are talking about it. This is where I saw this. It said on Morbid's panel last night, Into the Weeds said something very interesting about Becca's little documentary. First of all, they were the last people to be able to be part of the documentary only a couple of months ago. And the moment they asked for some clarification and wanted to talk to the producer themselves, the story ended. But here's the kicker. Apparently, right before the FOIAs came out, the Dream expert asked them to hold on to the FOIAs so they could use them as exclusive content in the documentary. At that time, Into the Weeds weren't even asked to be part of that said documentary, LOL. They refused naturally. Naturally. Which probably pissed them off. Which now explains the contempt Becca has for them and basically for any mention of the FOIAs. And it's why probably she chose to go to Sheena. I wonder when the Dreamweaver asked them to hold off on putting that out there. Was it in December? Because it seems like it was in December. I noticed that she started going to Sheena and mentioning Into the Weeds. But anyway, it says Morbid also revealed that Becca sent him a clip of these documentary negotiations, that 30-minute conversation on StreamYard. I think I fell asleep because I didn't see all that. I haven't heard all this. With what he says is a very small producer with a British accent, and the producer directly said that the only person he ever heard of the gypsy story is the only reason he ever heard of the gypsy story is because of Into the Weeds and the Foyas. So maybe them handing that out at CrimeCon, did he get his hands on it that way? I bet while they were running around, hopped up on their fame, a producer got this and now is trying to work with them, and they're gatekeeping it away from Into the Weeds. But of course, Into the Weeds is the one hopped up on their fame. Pot kettle black much? Which means that at the time they asked Into the Weeds to hold on to the Foyas, they didn't even have that small producer hooked. Becca, dear, we see you. But over in the shady Gypverse, they definitely are talking about it. So I will put the links if you want to go over there. Oh, somebody posted my stuff. Did I? Oh, thank you, fancy birthday. This is one of my favorite. I love this stupid train. It cracks me up. Stupid. Did you hear me read that that email that she sent to Morbid? And she was like, that stupid train. Anyway. If I hated something that much, I would change it.
You, me, Starlight, Case, anyone who sat up on your panel. You sat up on my panel before, Amber, but go ahead, respond to, a little about the case and talk about the Rolling Stones interview, which she said you guys were terrible at, and that's why the article was never published.
Yeah, so the
I think she didn't get all of the Foyas from Into the Weeds because Straight Outta Context was over on Case's panel, and she said that she just opened up her entire, and she's been, Straight Outta Context really has been following, like she was over on TikTok saying that, Gypsy Rose was a scam when a lot of us were still believing, like it was just as she was coming out. And I remember, I was really happy. I'm one of those people that felt stupid that I believed Gypsy Rose in the beginning, but I didn't see all the stuff, so whatever. I'm gonna give myself some forgiveness and grace on that. But yeah. Straight Outta Context opened up our whole Gypsy Rose, whatever, everything she had, and Straight Outta Context sent away and got some of the Foyas too. So she got some of them from her too.
I knew enough to hold.
She did something. I haven't watched the whole case, Straight Outta Context and all of that, but Becca's done something to them too. I just haven't swung over and talked about that yet. I want to stick to this today. But yeah, there's more that Becca's been backstabbing more content creators.
My own for 3 days at CrimeCon at a booth with hundreds and hundreds of people coming by and asking us all. Yeah, I don't even know how many.
All right, pop quiz. Let me go ahead and test you on your knowledge of GRB.
No. And then,
yay! I've missed you, friend.
And
what plea deal did Gypsy Rose receive? How many years?
Oh, we've got this. I've always
10
wanted to be in
years.
Jeopardy.
10 years. Wow. Ding, 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 ding. How many years did she serve?
8.5.
Oh, wow. She knows a lot. All right. No, that's a joke. Go ahead. Continue.
No, but yeah. So, and then as far as the Rolling Stone, that's
maybe that's actually a really good point, C. Williams. They say, I wonder if that documentary was contingent on those Foyas and they're not as ready to put it out there now that they're out there. Like maybe they reached out to stop them from putting them out there because
And they said they had a bunch of different people on the line wanting to do it, and maybe because the FOIAs were released, yeah, that's a good point. That would make a lot of sense. What do you guys think?
It's just funny that she would even be so presumptuous to put that out there.
We weren't the only people that were interviewed, by the way. Just because they didn't want to interview you doesn't mean.
Then how
Okay.
did Becca know about the ins and outs of how you guys messed up the Rolling Stones interview? How would she know?
I don't know, because I don't even know. Actually, I have somebody working on getting that back. Somebody is working on that. So hopefully,
Well, why don't you tell us the truth about that? Why don't you tell us about the Rolling Stones interview for those who don't know what that was? Because I didn't know. So if you could fill us in on that for those who weren't there.
Who were doing it. I didn't know that it didn't get put out. Makes me sad.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was sitting at dinner in Denver. We had just gone up there for a visit to Military Broadcast Radio's headquarters. And I got a message on my phone from a Rolling Stones reporter.
I wonder.
And she wanted to talk to me about the Gypstein files. And so I was like, oh, okay, wow, that's interesting.
Is that
So
what she called it, or is that what you guys call it?
That's what she called it.
We did not come up with that name.
We did not.
Nice. Good job, Rolling Stones. Okay.
I like to call it the Geppetto files myself, or I call it the GIP PDF files.
So she asked me a bunch of questions.
There's this new movement to call it the DD files, but I won't be doing that, or the DD verse. I won't be doing that.
And what I thought. She interviewed at least one other person that we know of, somebody that we know, and everything looked good. It went to the third edit, and then at the third edit, it was canceled. So we don't know why.
If anything, I feel like it further cements the fact that the mainstream isn't quite ready to turn on Gypsy yet, rather than us messing something up or someone else messing stuff up. But I mean,
I think that's the point, and it's really frustrating that they're still not ready to get the story out there. And I think that's how she still continues to, say that she's a influencer. I just saw the other day, she's like, I'm an influencer of 9 million followers. And it's just just makes you it just takes your breath away at times.
Assumption is there would be some liability there, some legal things. If they go too hard, they could get sued for a lot of money. So they got to be more careful than just a regular YouTuber who always says allegedly before they say anything, right? I mean, that's just what I think. And that's why I think there is this sort of barrier or this wall that you have to climb to even get a documentary made the way that they expect it to be made, if that makes sense, with all the medical stuff. How could you even talk about Gypsy's medical records and stuff in a documentary? What company is going to risk that?
No, I think they're slowly dismantling the idea that the documentary is still a go. Cloud 99, but I'm not quite sure. Becca hasn't been talking about that. I do have the Dreamweavers page up that we're gonna take let's look. Let's see. I was over on her page, Lori, the Dream Expert. There have been a lot of rumors swirling around regarding the it is a docuseries. Okay. Who's in it? What it's about. This was 3 weeks ago. What it's about, etc. I wasn't going to comment, but I keep seeing concern in the community that these rumors are causing. So I want to offer a little clarity and hopefully ease some minds. This project is still in the very early stages. Far too many for rumors, but rest assured, should this get the green light, it doesn't have the green light, it will be first and foremost a re-investigation of the full body of evidence, guided by legal, medical, psychological, and investigative experts, not content creators. So not content creators, does that include them? Does that include Lori and Becca? Or them and not content? Them in addition to legal, medical, psychological, and investigative experts. It will be handled with the depth and responsibility it deserves. That is what will shape it.
This doesn't mean content creators in this community won't be honored within it. Many of you have put in an incredible amount of time and effort bringing attention to the case and the truth, and that absolutely matters. But this is primarily an evidence-based re-investigation, period. So if you're not exciting enough, get stepping. And if you're a content creator, forget about it. The companies Becca and I are in talks with are reputable, established teams who have a strong track record in the space and are very thoughtful about and careful with. I'm getting tired because I'm reading this like shit. And careful with the stories they take on. Again, nothing has been finalized. We're a long way from that. It's also important to keep in mind that final decision around contributors happen at the network streamer level. So they're saying that if you get picked, it's not on them. There are still so many stages to go, yada, yada, yada. See what people are saying. Let me refresh it because I've had this up for a few days. There was less comments. I think something got deleted. I'm sure Becca put her up to this nonsense. There's nothing going on and never has been. What more can you possibly put together that we don't already know? I think we all agree that Becca needs to clear things up, yet her silence right now is deafening and it only gets louder with each passing minute. Who will speak for her now? That was 2 days ago. I'm just glad that on top of her most recent worries, she wakes up knowing it's in the works. Oh, Lordy. Okay. So you're a fraud too. Got it. Thank you for taking the time out to clarify this misconception. The documentary is not about creators fighting or trying to sabotage the project, rather gathering the resources, the truth about the narrative that was put forward by mainstream media. Mike Stanfield, HBO, Hulu, most of all Gypsy Rose. Again, thank you for addressing this misinformation, because people were asking me, what does she, let's see if there's anything else. This was a few days ago that I looked at her. Let's see if there's any. Oh, that's the latest. She has any videos out? 2 weeks, so she hasn't put a video out in 2 weeks, and doesn't look like she has any lives either. Hey guys, be sure to hit that thumbs up button for me. It helps me go out into the algorithm, and be sure to share and subscribe. Thanks, guys.
I don't know. I'm just speaking out loud here.
It's a big balancing act. I mean, the only person who has.
I know. Also, I know that Into the Weeds brought Lori. I believe. Don't quote me on this, but I knew about Lori from Into the Weeds because Into the Weeds interviewed Lori, and I think Lori came into the Gypverse through Into the Weeds. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. But I believe that Becca met this dream lady through Into the Weeds because they interviewed her.
Ownership, I guess, I don't even know what to call it, is fancy, and she's never been ethical about how she's put them out, and I don't even know what's ethical.
It's a real weird gray area talking about our medical records period, if I'm being honest.
But we do have the fact that Gypsy has acknowledged that she has the microdeletion. Rod in one of the documentaries said that she had it.
Right.
So at the very least, you can go from there.
But it does make it more complicated.
Mhm.
And as far as this documentary, that I mean, I'm sure we'll probably talk about it a little bit because I think she mentions it a little bit. But
Yeah.
That's actually one of
I mean, and again, I'm not even going to get
more favorite shorts that I have put out on Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I have gathered over here. I have gathered these things.
There have been whispers circulating within the true crime community regarding Gypsy Rose's alleged chromosomal disorder with neurological implications.
So here, Gypsy Rose put out this thing where it says
those was in your comment section are referring to the fact that I was diagnosed with a condition called microdeletion 1q21.1. I strongly encourage you to research it. I am affected by this condition with only two things: microcephaly, which is a smaller head than average, and a lazy eye. I do not have the list of affliction. Bullshit. Bullshit. My mother claimed do not have leukemia. I do not have a seizure disorder. I do not have muscular dystrophy. I mean, I but she has other things that go along with her microcephaly. And I did a live on it where we went through it and we talked about the microcephaly and that sugar sundae. That's always that I believe 100% is Gypsy Rose Blanchard. She'll always say, like, if you talk about the microcephaly deletion, I'll see in the comments, she'll be like, oh, but she has very little. So, I mean, here she's saying that it's very little amount that she has. So she's talking about it here.
This disorder supposedly manifests in distinct facial features such as a smaller head and distorted facial structure. It is believed that this condition necessitated the medical procedures that Dee Dee Blanchard subjected Gypsy Rose to.
They had done some tests and found out she had a chromosome disorder that was causing all of her functions from developing, her digestive system and her muscle.
Welcome to the show.
So here we have Gypsy Rose commenting on it. We've got Rod commenting on it. And there's the proof right there that she had the microcephaly, and it causes more than that. It causes the over-sexuality that she has. It causes problems with your teeth and the salivary glands. I mean, she has it. It causes problems with walking. We've seen how she has issues with walking, and yeah. Anyway,
Get into the stuff, but okay.
The microcephaly, the deletion really bothers her because I've had some interactions. I put that video up on Instagram, and I don't know if it was Gypsy Rose Blanchard herself or if it was somebody that did her makeup, but they like went toe to toe with me on it. And then all of a sudden Gypsy Rose is out here saying, yes, I actually have it. Interesting.
I don't have to tell you how like cancel culture works and how that's like a whole thing.
Never been canceled.
I want everybody to just think about this for a second, okay?
Yeah.
If Becca's documentary actually went through and something
video of her walking in that parking lot, that shopping parking lot, and she's using the cart to push, and she's like walking really weird. I don't know. I bet you she wishes sometimes she could just sit her ass back down in a wheelchair, because I think she probably needs it sometimes. Like, she does have problems with walking and probably could use a walker, cane, or wheelchair from time to time, but won't do it.
Worked out there, and then the normal general public got wind of, whether it's the politics stuff or this Annie stuff or anything that we just don't even know about yet, because I'm sure there's a lot more. Do you really think that that's going to make the anti-gypsy movement look good? Or do you think it's just going to look like we're a bunch of bullies and we're this and we're that? I don't think that people are going to take it very seriously. And I know that's really hard for people to process sometimes, but genuinely think about how you think that's going to play out.
Yeah. And it's sad to string on your people when you know nothing. You know, again, I could get into that, but I'll wait for that in another live stream. But we could touch upon it towards the end, because I know you guys have a project you're working on. And, you know, we'll talk about that. But yeah. I did want to share this screenshot. One more thing.
Anytime I see that sugar sundae, I even like saw sugar sundae in Morbid's comments, and I never comment in Morbid. And I like, scoot. And got in there and was like, fuck off, sugar sundae, because I know it's Gypsy Rose. I don't care. You're never going to be able to tell me otherwise.
There's one thing you didn't respond to, which was Into the Weeds are behind most of the attacks on me. They are linked up with the mods of GRB Snark and the horrible people over at Shadyverse Reddit. We want to respond to that?
No, like I said, I liked a couple of posts.
I could see, she would even know about this, but I'll just be full, like, I have nothing to lose. I'm just like being honest about what happened. And this has nothing to do with her.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't do anything. Okay. I didn't even do anything. I'll stand on business. So
no, you're good.
there were a couple different people that like after they had already made like a post, or okay, like there was one content creator that made something about Becca. And because she said something publicly about Becca, I sent her a nice supportive message being like, you're not
We have that in our family. I have a cousin that was born with a cleft lip and palate, and when she was born with it, I guess it skips a generation. So like her children won't have it, but her children's children, or anyone in our family, has the possibility of having it.
alone. And then also I had a conversation with one person that was on the Shadyverse that's not even like a mod or anything to my knowledge. And yeah, I sent a couple of the articles and really crazy shit.
Has had they were taking ribs and rebuilding her mouth. She's had like so many nose surgeries. Yeah, I believe it.
That is,
that does do something to a child having to go through surgeries like that, because my cousin, she's actually more comical than, my family is a pretty comical family, but she is even more so humorous. Everyone handles things a different way, but yeah, that does something to a child having to be in the hospital so much. I'm not one of those people that thinks Dee Dee was a perfect mom. I think she did do a lot of stuff in the guise of wanting to do it for Gypsy Rose Blanchard, but like if she hadn't been murdered, I would definitely want her to face the consequences with the stealing and the lying to the charities and stuff like that. Just because you do that and want to give your child a good life, it doesn't make it right. But I think there were, but I also think that the mom was taking her from doctor to doctor, just trying to figure out the microcephaly and the microdeletion, because she didn't get that diagnosis till late in life. She was just trying to figure out what was wrong with her daughter. But then I do think she overplayed the sympathy, because she learned her mother did it to her, like she learned that illness gets attention and stuff, or can. So I don't think Dee Dee was a perfect woman, but she certainly didn't deserve what she got. She didn't even deserve half of what she got.
it's very public. She has more followers on that Twitter account than I do on anything other than this, which is her account.
Right.
So I'm sorry, she was a very public figure, and I didn't send anybody's like personal information or anything like that. But damn right, I sent her saying something, Happy Cinco de Mayo, and talks about all these Mexicans getting hung. Yeah, of course I sent that. Of course I sent that to somebody. But that's it. That's all I have to say about that. But yeah, that's what I did. But I didn't post anything. I didn't go. That's all that happened. That's the only thing. And I will own.
I know you went through a lot. I know you did.
Not 100%. I don't care.
Okay.
And I haven't sent anybody anything. The only thing I do on Reddit is like posts, and I've got a Cash Road Killing subreddit and an Athena Hogan subreddit, and nothing happens in them.
And I completely deleted my Reddit just because I don't even, I even put, my Reddit was because I deleted it, but it was my name because I didn't want anyone to say that I was somebody else, or that I was going behind the scenes. Anything that I've said or done, I will say and do with my whole chest. I do not care. I would have said something a lot earlier about Becca. I just didn't want to pull my mom into any kind of drama. And so that's the reason why it was like that. But I have no shame, as far as this goes. You know what I mean? I'm just,
I got
we're going to
you.
do my whole chest. I don't care.
I want to talk about, I guess you guys did a YouTube live, which I saw earlier today, in regards to addressing or setting the record straight. You guys remember that? It seems like it wasn't well received.
And if Gypsy had went through all the surgeries that you went through, she wouldn't have hopped out of prison and just went right and got a nose job. She just wouldn't do it. Although I remember the last surgery my cousin had, she was hoping that it would finally fix her nose. So it made it look better, but it's it's hard. But Gypsy Rose, I don't believe for a second. I think every surgery she had, she needed. So,
bashing all these comment sections, probably lost a lot of subs. You saw your sub numbers going down. The community has turned against you, all based on, it seems, nothing. Not even a differencing of opinion on the case. It was more of just this hearsay sort of thing that came out, and which you guys are now vindicated for, I should say. Anyhow.
Depends on who you are, I guess. How you think.
I guess so. Hey, it takes time. give it a year.
I
But go
also
ahead.
wanted to mention that the only time I ever called Greene County about those videos was to let them know that they sent me sexually explicit stuff. I called them 2 days in a row because I found them 2 days in a row. And then I emailed them a couple of times because I was getting offers to buy the videos. And I just sent that over to them just so they would have the information.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the only thing I ever did. So people trying to say that I was like keeping them from getting FOIAs and stuff like that, that was not happening. I didn't think it was all right for anybody to have those sexually explicit videos, including myself.
Yeah, no, and you did it and you stand 10 toes down on that. And we'd do it 1,000 times if it meant that we did the right thing and tried to keep somebody's sexually explicit images from coming out. I mean, these are like bad. And no, we don't have the toothbrush video. I don't know where that rumor started.
Yeah,
we do have videos that are just as bad. No toothbrush involved.
Right.
But yeah, so I'm sorry. Like, nobody really deserves to see somebody's naked body without their consent, even if the person's a piece of crap. I mean,
Yep. And you know what? That's the decision of the Greene County Sheriff's Department, or the department over there, to release that or not to other individuals. Like, you don't have control over that, but you felt it was your like responsibility to just notify them, say, hey, just giving you a heads up. You guys do what you got to do. I mean, is this how your procedures go? And I don't even know, because I know other people or somebody on Becca's side was able to get those FOIAs. And I'm not sure what they got or whatnot, and if it was released or not. For me, I don't care. But, again, to each their own.
Yeah.
You guys have your different sort of stances on certain things. And just because of that, you shouldn't be, like ridicule. You guys were ridiculed. You guys were the sweethearts in December. In January. I mean, seriously, everybody was like, Into the Weeds. We can only trust Into the Weeds in 1980s. Is all I saw on the Reddit and everywhere else.
Isn't it a little funny that only a couple weeks after Gypsy's phone call leaks that Becca kept from us, by the way, and then decided to release on her?
That's also when I heard that Becca had that phone call of Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I was like, but how long did she sit on that? Like, it's like, it seems like she sat on it for 6 months. And then I contacted Amber. This was when I should have talked out. This was when I sat on things for a while. I contacted Amber and I was like, hey, I have a question. Becca says that she knew about this, but did she ever give you a heads up to warn you that Gypsy Rose Blanchard was doing this to your community? And she was like, no. And I was like, oh. And then I looked around the community. No one was saying anything about it. I should have said something then. That was when the 2 weeks that I sat on it. And I kept looking. I kept watching. I'm like, surely someone's going to say something. Well, I guess Shirley's name is Amy. Because here I sit. But
her live stream for her own profit and her own popularity and her own clicks and views for someone who wants to accuse us of wanting clicks and views. We do a lot of stuff that nobody pays attention to, and we know what could get views, and we don't do it because what's the point? You know what I mean?
You could have milked the shit out of the FOIAs. You could have dragged that shit on for months.
For sure.
I think you guys covered it. How many live streams did you guys do?
Probably 10 or maybe
out of all those FOIAs, huh? And you guys sat there for pretty much hours, just like banging through a lot of it.
They could have come on here like day after day, hour after hour, and people would have donated to them. And yeah, but they didn't. They didn't. And they also didn't do it the way Becca Scoops wanted them to do it either, apparently.
Trying to get through it all to just try to get it out, right?
Yeah, and I chose, once I found those sexually explicit videos, I chose to lock it all down and just Laura and I go through it because I was afraid that something else could be in there and I did not want to be held liable.
We could get in trouble, potentially. We don't know.
It would have freaked me out. It would have freaked me out. But I'm a nervous Nelly about stuff like that.
Yeah. But I do remember people were telling me that at a certain point in a live stream, it was almost like your pressure to just keep on getting stuff out quickly. And then something showed up on the screen, or it could have shown up on the screen that you didn't, because you couldn't check it and verify before you. Is that correct? Did that happen?
Yeah, we were playing a video and we just felt like it might be weird. So we took it off the screen. And what we did, like, to check beforehand, because it was a long video and we got so many things, it was hard to go through them all. But we kind of like, how you can kind of drag through and see, clips and stuff of it. So we didn't see any nudity. But while we were going through, we're like, this feels a little weird. So we took it off screen. And what do you know? She flashes.
I was watching it and I saw the blur and it got a little close. And I was like, ooh. it got a little close to her nipple, and I was like, ooh, that was really close. And then she was really shimmying, and I was like, oh my God, it's gonna show it. I know it. And then I saw it, and I texted Alora, or not Alora, Amber. I was probably a little too, like, whatever. I was like, shut it down, shut it down. They must have like got that same feeling right when I noticed it, because yeah. And I'm glad that they caught it, because that even made me nervous. I was like, phew, I'm glad they took it down. Like, just because I said, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just glad that nothing happened from that moment, right? And it just shocks me that people are angry that they wouldn't want to show that, like that they edited it.
The screen, and we're glad that we took it off, because and that just shows you, even when we thought that we did our due diligence, there was something that was in there. And again, that would have gotten us off of YouTube, and it would have given them exactly what they wanted, because as you heard from the the leaked call, they were trying to get us taken down for anything.
Like the chef's kiss for Becca, she wouldn't have had to been Sugar Boo anymore. What was the name? Sugar Boo 90 anymore. She could have like hung up her Sugar Boo boots.
Thing. I mean, they literally reported when we were in we went to Oklahoma another time in December, and it was to walk with our friend Maggie, because her daughter Brittany Phillips was murdered in 2004, and we walked in the Tulsa parade with her, just to stand in solidarity with her and other victims' families. And while we were there, and we were playing the Dee Dee video where she's like dancing, what was that, Cape Cod?
Yeah.
We were playing the Cape Cod video, and somebody, I'm not going to accuse anybody, but we can have our ideas, it got reported for like child endangerment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it wasn't even one of the inappropriate ones. It wasn't even like one of the things that was incriminating towards Gypsy. It was just showing Dee dancing and them having a vacation together.
And you can't show that on YouTube anyhow. So, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, you just can't, right? I mean, I'm talking about the Gypsy stuff.
Yeah. No,
you can't. It's not like you can sit there and go, oh, look, and show it all.
Do it and still have any level of professionalism. I can't imagine that professional news sources, or even like Law and Crime and other content, other creators, larger, would look favorably on a content creator that would put out videos about Grape, and she was literally naked, and just put it out there. I don't think like it would get through. You would have to put it behind a paywall, and that would look even worse. That they're selling these explicit things behind a paywall. Like I just told you, it looked really bad for that Zab girl putting out Gannon Stout's autopsy behind a paywall. Can you imagine if Into the Weeds put out nude Gypsy Rose videos behind a paywall where she talks about Grape? Yeah, I guess she really wanted to get rid of Into the Weeds if she thought they were that gullible and would just like, I don't know. I guess, but maybe someone's going to do it one day. I don't know. Has anyone that has resent away for these FOIAs, what are they getting? Is that gone? Hopefully the naked stuff is gone.
No, especially what we saw. No.
Right. So I want to show you guys some reaction from certain people about the response video that you did, the live stream, and addressing it and setting the record straight, because it looks like at this time you were bombarded with hate from the community that you once was beloved. Did you feel that?
I've never felt extremely beloved by the community.
More than me. I've never felt. I can say that statement, not you, Amber.
I always kind of felt like we were the nuisance of the Gypsy Rose community, because people.
The news? Are you kidding me? The nuisance?
Well, we're boring. I would say we're kind of boring.
We're boring.
And people get mad about that, and that's fair. Whatever. But I don't know if nuisance is the way I would describe it.
I don't know. I just felt like the redheaded stepchild or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, I don't feel like we were a lot of people's favorite. I mean, like after the first couple videos, our views started weighing down, and like we're fine with that. Like, who cares?
You guys are more evidence based, and that's boring to some. But there's a lot that respect that. Like the people that do respect it, they love it.
People tell me that I'm boring. I think that if it's just not your cup of tea, then it's boring to you. And like so, but there's so many people out there. There's people out there that people love them, and I think, I can't do it. Right? Like there's this one it's called the Y Files, and it has a goldfish. It has a guy and a goldfish. And if that freaking goldfish wasn't part of the thing, I would love the Y Files. But I can't watch it because of the goldfish. He makes like this he talks with his voice, but it's the goldfish. I can't stand it. So I mean, but some people love it, right? So like and hate is so subjective when it comes to who you like and who you don't like.
So that's why you're beloved by those group of people that just wanted straight facts, truth. Like none of the garbage drama that I was doing or the,
Thank you so much, Into the Weeds, for that $5 super sticker. Means a lot to me. Thanks, guys. Hold on. There.
Putting down of people's looks. That was mine category and others, right? But you guys were really sticking to just kind of like, what can I show these people that they want? The truth and the facts and, and just put it out there. That's somebody's honking outside.
Sounds like someone's pissed outside here.
I know. Dad, what the? No, I'm kidding.
It's Annie Scoops. She has something she needs to say. Or maybe it's Sugaboo. Or what is it? Sugaboo? Sugaboo 90. Becca Scoops bestie. She's got something to add here.
Where'd you park? No.
So I want to show you guys a screenshot. Oh yeah, go ahead, Alora. What?
No, I said rip off the Band-Aid. You were gonna.
Oh yeah, let me show you guys on the screen here. Somebody popped in. Geez, sorry, I don't know who that is. Okay, so this guy decided to actually hold on. Let me get you a better screen of that for the other people. So case studies took it to Reddit and comment sections on YouTube to pile on you. This is what he does. This is what these people do. They're slimy. They're snakes. So now that their supreme leader is in trouble, it looks like this guy's trying to. Now he's stepping up and actually preaching what we're preaching here about Becca. It took him long enough, but he's doing it for a motive, is what I'm saying. So he says this to you guys. Case study says, "Yeah, you two talk a lot of shit behind the scenes. You are also friends with Gypsy Panty Crust, which is sus as F. You can gaslight these people, but not me." I don't even know what he's talking about with that, but
I mean, Gypsy's Panty Crust. I think she goes by something else now. Is it like Peachy or something? Just Peachy
or something like that.
Anyway,
I don't know.
I've seen like her posts and stuff.
I think I knew Gypsy's Panty Crust from over on TikTok. She draws things, doesn't she? Or does cartoons?
I've never spoken to her. I've only spoken to a handful of people. I mean, I don't have anything against her, but I've never spoken to her.
A handful of people over on TikTok that I've never spoken to, but I will, like, if I like a Gypsy Rose video, I'll repost it. And back in the day, I would be told, like, oh, don't repost that person's video because they're this or that, they're that. But if I like what they're saying, I'll repost it. So there's a handful of people over on TikTok that, I don't know, they might be enemies with one another, and I'm just over there reposting each other's videos.
Never spoken to her either, as far as except for in like comments.
Yeah, but I mean, no hate or anything. I've never spoken to her.
I've watched some of her videos. They're actually pretty good.
check this out, though. Case study says this about Laura. Worth noting, Laura was pro-Gypsy until a year ago. You guys are messy and expect to be worshipped for FOIA videos that were crowdfunded. Becca and Morbid got you that money. Number one, Becca didn't get the money, but okay.
Or give.
Just want to respond to that.
Did you hear Laura say or give?
It got you that money. Number one, Becca didn't get the money, but okay.
Or give.
Just want to respond to that.
So
I don't think she gave any money.
I mean,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I've never conversated with Case. So
never really even talked about him either. Like I try to not pay attention. Even like I've been watching.
So Annie Scoops is Becca Scoops' alter ego. Sugar Sunday is Becca Scoops' alter ego. And then there's another email. I never say it right, and it starts with a C, and it's on the tip of my tongue, that she's been doing too. She's been going under alt emails. Doesn't this sound like Lauren Matthias? Like Lauren liked to go into her protons and talk shit about people. Yeah, so it's very, very, and she'll act like, so she'll go under these alt
names and then say, I'm Becca Scoops' best friend. And so she'll talk in third person about Becca Scoops, but yet it's Becca Scoops talking about Becca Scoops. It's psychotic. It's crazy. It's really uncomfortable, and that's why I'm laughing, because I just explained that Gen X laughs at weird shit. So it's really awkward and weird, and it's like yeah. I contacted Olaf and asked her if she would do a video for me, because I have Olaf over on the Hidden True Crime Lauren. She does these really funny videos where she will take their actual words and put it to music. And so I thought like Becca's statement would be funny to music. So I love when the music portion of the exposure comes, because I like music. I like, like one of the, from the Lauren Matthias, one of the bangers is going to be on my summer repeat. It's the Hidden True Crime, the musical. So
all your videos, and there was one you did like a couple days ago where like Case was like seemed like more the main focus, and I actually didn't even watch that one.
Yeah. I don't blame you. I think it's wild because, again, it's like if you just even are friendly with the other side, as they call it, because they love sides. It's very childish, but they pull that. And if you have just one little opinion that's just a little bit skewed from their own truth that they want to put out there, they will tell you that you are pro-gypsy and you switch sides. And I know Laura back in the day, she was just friendly, cordial with some of those people. Not like you hung out with them and
Who
were
was
friends.
I? Who? Seriously, who was I? No, because that didn't even happen.
No, just like like you weren't immature about it. You weren't like, I'm just gonna fight these people, because that's what they want you to do.
No, like seriously, like I've talked to Bree one time,
and then she sent a message when we were putting out the videos that she hoped that Gypsy didn't.
No, okay. What happened was I talked to Bree one time, and that was like the day after the Chillicothe incident.
And I initially an example of a song that is like renting space in my head that I'm loving over on TikTok. So it's cracking me up. I don't want to play it all because I don't know like what the wording is for this. Oh wait, I didn't show it. Hold on a second. Sorry guys.
What the scoop do? Scoopity boop doo. Ow! Hey Becca, what the scoop do? What the scoop do? Scoopity boop doo. Hey Annie, what the scoop do? What the scoop? When she came onto the scene, she had a cockpit, then hot tea. Her videos were good, and they were about gypsy. But then on the YT, she got too dang grifty. And she even stuck up for that pansy case studies.
I like the part where it's like, hey Becca, what's the scoop do?
Oh, hey Becca, what's the scoop do? What's the scoop do? Scoopity boop boo. Hey Becca, what's the scoop do? What's the scoop do? Scoopity boop boo.
So I like when the music comes for this type of stuff.
I didn't even know who Bree was, and I was talking to her. Like I responded to her, like you know how like you can comment something on TikTok and someone can do like a video response, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, you're talking to Gypsy's friend" or whatever. And I was like, "What?" And because I barely knew anything about it, so I wasn't friendly with anybody. And then she messaged me the day that we uploaded the first round of the new FOIAs, and she was like basically saying like Gypsy could kill herself and it would be my fault or something like that. I'm not quoting verbatim, but and then I never even opened that or accepted her message request. But like I don't think I've been even friendly with anybody. Like
and I've just
never had attack mode. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead, Amber.
Was it offensive?
No, I've never had any interactions with them either. So I mean, we're not.
It's very clear that I do not support Gypsy Rose Blanchard in any way, and I have said that I thought Becca Scoops content in the beginning, her cop spills hot tea, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I think Becca Scoops needs to go on an apology tour. But she says, I mean, we've been going at this for a long time. I wanted to get to Becca, and Becca went on
like a little statement tour yesterday. I don't really have anything to do. I mean, we can hang out here, but I do have a little bird that he was sleeping, and so I've got a little bird that's going to be making a entrance. I have a green cheek, so you're going to hear a bird in the background. What, baby?
On attack mode, we can see where some bad things have happened to Gypsy in the past, and you know, we can come to a balance. We're not all, you know, raging.
Life is full of gray areas, and you know, we've all done good and bad. I mean, some people can piss me off, but it's not worth my time getting super mad about it most of the time. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, it's be worshipped.
But I'm just I was just trying to like point out that
When
they always
was Laura pro Gypsy? I don't ever remember that. Worth noting, Laura was pro Gypsy until a year ago.
go to you're pro Gypsy now, you know. You know, I just think that's just childish, but anyhow, immature. I want to move on to what else he says. And does he even know you like this?
No,
I've never
comment?
spoken to him
Never
once.
either.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. He goes on to say this, right? You guys, meaning ITW, into the weeds, ITTW, you guys are messy and expect to be worshipped over FOIA videos that were crowdfunded. Very much similar talking points to his leader, would you say?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds very familiar,
Yeah.
you know, and I've never wanted to be worshipped. I got the FOIAs because no one else had gotten them, and I took a shot in the dark.
Didn't think it would be that much stuff we got either, or
No.
that life changing or
I
story.
was surprised when she said she got him. I was like, oh my gosh. I didn't think it was going to happen. When she said she was going to send away from him, I was like, oh, okay. But when she got him, I was like, wow, good for you. I didn't realize like it would be so dramatic for the community.
Changing.
And I honestly wanted to do a project for the state of Missouri. So that's why I started getting them. And I also wanted to pass them off to other people, and so they could make their own decisions about what happened.
Yeah. About the truth.
Open up now about the community.
Ooh,
You guys entered
salt pool.
the Gypverse or covering.
I stayed in a hotel that had a salt pool, and those feel so good. I'm really jealous.
I think early on, I remember you guys were there when I was there pretty much. So that was that 2024 March, or when was that?
We started in April of 2024.
Like right before the lawsuit.
Okay,
Mhm.
I came in around early March-ish. So you guys were right there with me almost together. What were your thoughts back then about the community as a whole? And did you see any sort of the backlash that you're getting now from certain crowds? Because I'm not going to say all of them are like this, but I'd say a good majority are. I just got to be honest, because of whatever reason. Okay.
Yeah.
But talk about what you guys thought about the community back then, and then how it has evolved now to where they all just turned on you. And how did you feel?
Yeah. So, I mean, Alora hasn't really been much of the community. She's tried to stay out of it all.
I mean, the last maybe since CrimeCon or right before CrimeCon, I've paid attention to some of the
all those joining. So for those wondering, just like a quick, I'm gonna have to put together I did this for Hidden True Crime. It was just a 6-minute intro that gives you like the lowdown on what's happening. But Becca Scoop has been using alternate names and pretending to be other people, pretending to be like her assistant or her best friend or whatever, and going to other content creators and trying to take other content creators down. She's been trying to play both sides. She said that she went to the other side, which, for lack of a better term, Gypsy's friend. She's been emailing Sheena for months under this. I cannot, for some reason, remember the name of Sugarwoo 90. And she said things like, you need to take Into the Weeds out, that Amber was a snake, that they were using this crowdsourcing for the FOIAs for their own personal gain. Like, they weren't using it for what they were supposed to be using. She was saying that then she made a statement and said that she did all of this because she was trying to get Bree and
Bree and God, her name flew out of my head. Shayna, Bree and Shayna, to buy that, you know, that she wasn't Becca Scoops, that she was this person who she said she was, and was trying to drag these people so that the other side would trust her. But she wasn't. And then she also called Audrey. She called Audrey gross. She tried to take down Karma Collector, said he was a PDF, and was working with Shayna to take him down. And then there's other things that she did, but she said she did all that to get on their good side. But she wasn't just calling people names, like calling Audrey gross might have, sure, okay, you're playing both sides. But she was trying to get them to take out channels, and this channel in particular that we're watching. She literally said, take them out. I don't know what that means. Do you know what take them out means to me? Take a channel out means make it so they can no longer be on YouTube, right? No longer be monetized, no longer be around. Take them out means get rid of them. In what way? I don't know, but that's what she's doing. And for some reason, people are saying it's just drama. Like all creators fight. Creators have been having drama. This is who we're covering today. This is she's been doing more. There's more. I just haven't, like, there's also, she pretended to be this person called Annie Scoops. And by the way, Becca's middle name is Annie, but she said that she had this assistant that stole her identity, changed her ad because she had access to her email, because Becca said that the emails that came from her were coming from within the house. So they were from Becca's account. That's been proven. By the way, Becca also admitted to being Sugar Woo. So, but she won't admit to this Annie. She's standing 10 toes down that she did have this assistant named Annie that was an alcoholic that went into Becca Scoops' account and changed her name to Annie Scoops. Changed it from Becca Scoops to Annie Scoops. Which, by the way, Becca used the same address at one point to email Shayna and Toddy. She also was using this fake email account to email Toddy. And so it's just a lot. It's just a lot of alt accounts. And Becca would talk in third person. Like at one point, she was saying that she was Becca's best friend. And she was talking in third person, telling all about Becca. All about our Becca Boo, our Annie Scoops, our Sugar 90. Oh, also Sugar Woo 90 had Becca's cat Keekins in the profile photo, so that's how they knew it was Becca. So I'll do a little. I also am going through a little flare up, and I'm gonna wind this down in a minute, but I'll get a quick 6-minute basics for everybody, and maybe I can even get it in a clip somewhere.
Snark on Reddit, but I mean, I haven't participated, and I only talked to a handful of people, period, over the last 2.5 years, however long we've been doing this.
Yeah. So as for me, I came into it just wanting to understand what happened. Because my cousin is incarcerated in Chillicothe, and
I remember that.
Parents just don't even know about this Lauren Matthias. I don't know if anybody followed the Lori Vallow Daybell case, but Lauren Matthias went after even part of the Lori Daybell case and tore that family apart, and just made all these Proton accounts and just did all of this shady behind the scenes stuff. And people, and she went on a 9.5-hour live where she said somebody was stalking her. She took it to the courts, and the court was like, no, ma'am. And they threw it out. So then she took it to the YouTube streets, and she took it to her channel, and she had over 300,000 subscribers. And this other channel that she was going after was like when she went after her. I mean, now she's up a little higher, but she was like 300 subscribers over on TikTok. It's just like, whoa, her ego. So yeah, it's the comparison is it's wild.
So,
Lauren likes to use her titles and her husband's titles, just like Becca likes to use hers. It's just her and her husband's. I think Becca's husband isn't he a detective, a retired police detective?
in the beginning, I felt like people were really gung ho about just trying to find facts and evidence to pour over. And people kept saying, you know, I really wish we could have this, or I really wish we could have that. And then it seemed like when it came in, not a lot of people actually broke it down and stuff. There are some people that break it down, but I would have expected a lot more people to do it. But also,
and Lauren, after she did her 9.5 hour whatever, then she's doing what Becca's doing. Instead of talking about it again on her channel, she's going onto other channels and talking about it, and she's getting those channels to talk about it and defend her. And then people are paying attention to those people and being like, what kind of shady shit are you doing? And so now they're digging into, and I told you they found out that this channel that really went hard for her called Web Sleuths, that she was doing shady stuff with her subscribers, so shady that she let one of her subscribers, last I was looking into it, I'm like 2 weeks behind, so that means I'm about a year behind on it. But like she was trying to get into this subscriber's will, and it was over $1 million, but the subscriber had left her money to an animal shelter, and this content creator is fighting her on that, fighting an animal shelter. It's just like wild, the stuff that content creators are doing with their subscribers. Like, I never even knew I could get into one of your wills. I never knew. What am I doing wrong? It's like, that's sheer sarcasm because, whoa. Sorry, I went really far off there.
You know, I was in your Discord and I met some really amazing women in there, a couple of really awesome guys in there. And I really enjoyed my time in there until a fluctuation of a bunch of TikTok people came in, I think is what happened.
It started getting a little messy. I mean, it
Yeah.
wasn't bad, but it just unnecessary drama between people there, which was silly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And-
I understand.
Yeah, and so you know, everything was really nice, and it felt like we were all working towards a common goal. And now it's just all about this documentary, but
Yeah,
like I don't even understand is
that's another thing. It just has become all about the documentary. Like, don't do this because it'll ruin the documentary. I can't tell you how many times I've been yelled at for talking about this because I might ruin the documentary. Like, no matter what, we must get the documentary. But you don't think that the people, like, that's what people do now, is they research who made the documentary. They go, like, they just do everything, and you don't think that like, you don't think the I don't know. I just think it wouldn't be a good thing to have somebody who's doing all of this as the front person anyway. But, and it's not, and it wouldn't have been like an issue, like if she had, it's not her background per se, because I believe that you can change and you can, like, and you have to give people that grace. And if you want forgiveness, you have to give it to others. But it's all this stuff that bothers me. It's the trying to, like, you're mad at me for possibly destroying a documentary, but aren't you mad at Becca for destroying a documentary and doing all of it? Because she's the one that's doing it all. I'm just the one saying, yeah, I believe she's doing it. It's like I started to say before, it's like, and I did say it, it's like when you get mad at the person telling the truth, like,
Like if you find out, like say your friend's cheating, your friend's boyfriend's cheating, it's like when you tell your friend, they get mad at you, right? Or something like that. Or they get mad at the girl that's doing the cheating instead of the boyfriend. They don't get mad at the thing that deserves the anger. And because she set up all these off ramps for herself where she's just somehow made this protection. It's wild. But like I said, observe, not absorb.
I just don't even understand anymore. If
It feels like taking sides, like you said,
Yeah.
Morbid. Like everyone, I mean, like I get it. It's human nature. You want to like find these cliques and these niches and these people that are your people, but a lot of these people aren't your people, unfortunately. And that's not, a diss to every single person, but that's just the internet. That's not this community. That's just the internet and real life. And I think the thing that's been the most disheartening within the last couple of weeks, especially, is just seeing how many people like will totally write off evidence and facts. And people act like the only bad thing you can do is to kill your mother. Like I always see that argument. It's like, well, at least so-and-so didn't kill their mother and manipulate an autistic person. It's like, you can be a bad person or a questionable person or have weird actions.
When they say two things could be true at one time or something like that. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like,
and it just seems like a very juvenile argument. That's all they can come up with. And
I have to say it's a tunnel vision obsession because I understand they don't like Gypsy and the reason why behind that. We all could agree with murdering someone is terrible and it's bad. And but then again, I just feel like they've turned a blind eye because they're so hyper focused on just one thing only to be obsessed. And it's not healthy. It's toxicity.
The only documentary that's ever going to get made. I mean, there's quite possibly, you just never know. There's a lot of good content creators out there. She might be the biggest, but I mean, Into the Weeds was at like 30K, so that's only 20K more. Well, I don't want to make it like 50K is a good number. So, I mean, but you know what I mean? Like, but there's other content creators out there that can do it. And I think later we hear a little bit about like some kind of, it's not a Hollywood thing, but I mean, it's a start, some kind of documentary or state thing, or I don't know what it is, but you know what I mean? It can happen from anywhere. You just never know where it's going to come. And I don't understand why all our eggs have to be in the Becca Annie Scoops basket. And I also don't understand why Becca Scoop went to these lengths to be number one when everybody that I hear talk about Becca like will not deny that her work is solid. So it doesn't make any sense. But then I think, is this how she got to be number one? Would somebody else be number one now if she hadn't been doing all of this? And also, some people are completely okay with it all.
Its greatest form, I believe. It's not healthy for them. That's why I'm holding Becca Scoops Anonymous weekly meetings, because really it's an addiction. It's a different form of addiction. This internet addiction to be that obsessed for so long. And then I get it. In the beginning, everybody had passion and goals. They wanted to hit, right? Get the facts out there, the truth. But now where has it led? In my opinion, it's now a garbage trash as far as talking about snark. That's how I feel. But how did you guys feel when really you didn't do anything and then everybody turned on you? Because you know how hearsay goes. Like when somebody says it somewhere on a panel in TikTok land or anywhere else, it's just true. They don't need receipts, right? And when I show receipts here with the last week, they still don't want to believe it. But
like I've said, I am a monetized person, and I do the monetization so that I don't have to. I have some medical issues, so that I don't have to go to a church or a food pantry or whatever to help, pay for what I do. So pay to live, to eat, to have electricity. Like I live very basic. So I don't think everybody that is monetized is out here to take money. I certainly am appreciative when I get the money, but it's not a grift for me. I do put in a lot of work, and but I think some people, it does turn into a grift because you see
what you can make from YouTube, and you can make a lot of money off of YouTube.
So it takes some time, but what do you guys think about, how were you guys feeling that they could turn on you like a dime and there you go? But you guys weren't the first. There's been Nina, there's been Ivory Rose Nose, and other people in this space, myself included, a couple times actually, but I welcome that. But you guys, how'd you guys feel when the community that you're really serving and trying to help out just turned their backs on you and threw you to the side and said, you know what, we're going to go with the next flavor. We're going to go with our wine box poppy. Go ahead, guys.
So I don't know how she feels or if she feels the same way as me, but it hurt a little bit when there were people that we thought that we were friendly with that kind of like turns out they didn't think the same of us, or they, let somebody get in their head, whatever. It happens. We've all had friendships fall apart. So that's the thing that affected me a little bit more. But as far as like, honestly, I feel like every subscriber that we lost was like a gift, because that's one less person that is willing to just believe that narrative or is okay with certain things. Like I just kind of, I'm like, yeah, weed those people out of my community. I don't want people that are gonna, comment on my mom's posts on Mother's Day saying, oh, you need to fire Laura because she's ruining your channel and doing all this stuff. I'm like, I'm literally just here trying to help my mom out.
Yeah.
It's not that deep.
Just for karma, I wasn't around during that time. Can you tell me, just like really quick, like, why is everyone pissed at little Frodo? What did they do, like in a nutshell, that everyone is pointing fingers at them being little Frodo on Reddit? Because I've seen them over on Reddit, and earlier we saw them in the chat, but not my chat, in Morbid's chat, and I just don't know I don't know that story.
I have a life outside of this. I have like friends. I touch grass every day because I work with plants. Okay. So it's not, I mean, sometimes it can be a little disheartening, but mostly just to see that there's so many people that
hear the name
think like that.
And I don't know what they did, but they've done something to really make a lot of people mad. And apparently a lot of people, and including Becca Scoops, was trying to play it off as these two. But little Frodo comes into chat during this, and Morbid asks them to put their hands up, and little Frodo's typing in chat. And I don't know. It's obviously not them, but I don't even know what little Frodo did, but I hear that name all the time.
Yeah. But I think it was a big hit for your mom, Amber, because you were more invested in it, and it's your platform. So I want to hear from you. How did you feel when shit hit the fan for no reason?
Yeah, it's been really disappointing to hear and see some of the comments that we've heard and seen, and people just saying, oh, I don't care what she's done. We're going to believe her and we're going to follow her. And it's like, you can do that, but somebody who goes that hard after somebody that didn't do anything to them that's messed up. And so I am disappointed, really. I'm just really disappointed that my whole goal was to just share with people the information, and it became...
I'm really disappointed that she's quite obviously gone after these people, and people are still taking the off-ramp to defending Becca. And it's just like, it's like when you're telling the truth and nobody believes you. I imagine it's like that kind of feeling. And that sucks. And is it a popularity thing? What is it? Is it because Becca uses these titles and they believe that a retired nurse with a retired ex-law enforcement husband would surely not do this?
This contest that I never signed up to be in. I was just trying to help a community get to the bottom of the truth. And now I am looked at as this evil, terrible person because I don't worship at somebody's feet.
Yeah. I get that. And now talk about, I understand that completely about the viewer shift. They're very finicky and they go with the wind. They go with the newest flavor again, like I said, and then they'll go back to their favorites. Have you received any?
When they shift against you, I've had this shift before, and it's like, like I said, it's not like I'm a human being. My feelings get hurt. I'm a very strong human being, and I, people kind of get the idea that they can say whatever to me and they really can. But sometimes, like, I'm a human being too, and you know, I get my feelings hurt. Everybody does. I can't imagine the feeling that they're feeling, because I've kind of felt those feelings before about things. And so, but what's happened to them is in a much bigger way, right? It's gotta hurt.
Apologies from people recently, or has it been pretty slow coming on that end so far?
We've received support, but not apologies from people that have talked
Yeah.
badly about us.
Now I did get a couple of apologies from friends who didn't speak up sooner. Like
Viewers or creators?
So like Para Women Radio, Amy, and I know you've said some bad things about her, but she's my friend.
I shouldn't have, because I had no reason to, but I'm an asshole. But yeah, I get it. I'll own up to being a dickhead. But thank you.
Well, she's a good
I
person.
apologize to her, by the way.
And she reached out to me and said, you know, that she was sorry that she didn't, you know, support me in a bigger way, you know, and I don't want people to do that on their platform.
Yeah.
I just felt like I should have spoke sooner, and I've said this over and over again, and it's not an excuse. But I just thought somebody else would, and that isn't that the way that a lot of things like in mobs happen. Like you surely think someone's gonna speak up, and you know, like, but yeah. I just didn't think I was being that great of a friend, so I wanted to apologize. I waited like 2 weeks.
I don't want that negativity to be, you know, thrown on them. I don't ever want that. But it is nice to have people who, you know, stand up and say, hey, that was not cool. You know, so, and we, you know, we've only got a select few people that we actually talk to now, and but our circle's good and solid.
Were there any creators out there, more well-known creators at the top somewhere, that's reached out to you and stuck up for you and said, you know what, you guys shouldn't be shitting on these people. Come on, what are we doing here?
I don't know if they've done it like on their platform, but well-known creators have messaged me behind the scenes and said
But
sorry.
to the public, nothing. Silence, crickets.
As far as I know, I mean, Amy, Para Women Radio, but I don't know who else.
Yeah, the people, I mean, we don't want to, like, you know, speak for other people if
Yeah.
they've just said it behind the scenes, but, you know, we don't really even take that much of offense if they haven't said something publicly,
No,
because a lot of the
honestly.
people aren't even people that really talk about all that anyway. You know what I mean? And that's why we
I feel personally, and I've said this now for the past week, silence is complicit. They're complicit, you know.
I have been waiting, and I've been checking over here to see if like anybody. Who was I? Over here, I did like a search to see like how many were there any other content creators even talking about it, 'cause we didn't want to talk about it either. I don't want like negativity drawn to me, but also if this was happening to me, I would hope somebody would do it for me. Yeah. So I see. Oh, see, this is me. This is mine. I think this is old. Let me see if I can. Oh, I'm down too far. Let me see. This week. We have Sir Morbid over in the Reddit. They're talking about it. This is mine. Toddy's one skip was talking. Oh, wait. No, this is somebody too. I don't know who this is. I saw this a little earlier. Lore Q Wolf. Dune N.E. Omper. Hold on. Oh. This channel. I don't know if he's for or not.
And now we have access to certain documents, which we kind of had, but people emphasize them more, that contradict her fairy tale. Also, we literally do have her speaking in private, right? We have some documents now. This is her unguarded, and she is not what she portrays herself out as. So there you go. So there's a lot to uncover with Gypsy and rightfully criticize and mock. Though even on Morbid's panel, because he had quite a few other people there, a lot of them were like, you know, I don't really care if Gypsy's a grifter. you know.
So I don't know what this person is talking about. Sir Morbid X sheds light on the GRB grift. I don't know if he thinks that they're talking about GRB or what. But, you know, as you can see, there's just not a whole lot of things. Let me see if I can take it to a video. There's just a Becca Scoop messenger south. That's when Becca Scoops was hacked in February. This over on TikTok exposing the truth about Becca Scoops. So there's somebody by the name of Jade's Talks Crime is talking about it. This is old. This is more GRB. This is just Sir Morbid again. There's just nobody. Toddy One Skip has been talking about it. Toddy, sorry, I almost sneezed. Toddy's got a person who likes to make videos on all her content. And oh, it's this Laura Q Wolf. I guess that's, so he's making content on Gypsy or on Toddy. This Pretty Vulgar with Not Sorry Charlie made something. The truth about Becca Scoops and why I kept quiet about it. So there's just not a lot of like talk about it. And over on Reddit, I showed you in the one, they don't even talk about it in the Gypverse. They are talking about it in the shady Gypverse. Let's see what this says. It has come to my attention that there are CCs out to bully and harass certain contributors to this sub. The behavior will not be tolerated here. We are here to discuss CCs. Anyone who posts about members of the sub here will have their post removed and will be banned. Thank you, mod team. What that means. Here's Becca's latest Scoops telling more lies about Into the Weeds. Let's see what this is.
How Karma Collector, you know, that's about Karma Collector, which
That's choking. That's I don't.
no, that was about no.
I have a question for the chat.
Hold on, I just want to say something about that. That at that time, Sheena, you haven't seen all the messages. They're cherry picking the messages. You need to see all of them. Sheena is talking about how Karma Collector, you know, that's about Karma Collector, which I don't really have a feeling about. But they were like really wanting to take him down, like because they were so upset that he was saying there was no baby and all of that. That statement is about Karma Collector. That is something that was brought up in, you know, the messages. No, was I right? No, I was wrong, but I wasn't. It was basically how the message. You have to read the messages in chronological order.
The chat would like to know why you think of them as why you think of all of us as low IQ.
When did I say that?
You said.
Oh Lord, she says it in the most innocent voice. When did I say that? Okay, let's go back. I think this comes up towards. I think Becca he goes in. I want to listen to that statement because she came on and made a statement yesterday over on TikTok, and she read the statement, but she also read it like she was third person again. It was so weird. She was like reading the statement, and then she goes, and Becca wants you to know that she feels, and it's like, dude, who wrote this for you then? If either you're confused, you think you're Sugar Sunday Woo, you think you're Annie Scoop, you don't know who you are, so you're just who were you when you were writing that statement? If you wrote the statement and put yourself in third person, like when I'm writing a statement, I don't put and Amy feels like you should think. Like it just doesn't, and I do sometimes. Like I told you, when I want to scare somebody, when I want people to
think that I'm psychotic, like I will throw in a third party statement. Like, 'cause to me, I think that's like that throws people off. Like, why the F are you talking in third party? Like, I think it's weird. And when I'm trying to be extra weird, I do that. So that goes a lot.
Responsibility to a community, online community, especially you've been a part.
It's a lot because to me, it's so freaking blatant. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot to me to be so blatant and then for people to still stand up for it. That's the lot part for me.
Part of it from almost the get-go, the beginning stages, and a big part of it with the FOIAs. I mean, that was like a massive sort of thing that everybody was waiting for, wanted to eat all of it up, and that's why I call you guys the darlings of the community at that time.
Yeah.
You guys were kind of, even though you weren't looking for fame, but they were putting you up on a pedestal somewhat because they respected and loved the fact that you're giving them what they really needed and wanted during that time. So, you know, I just feel creators. That's why I hate the fake hypocrisy stuff behind scenes. And if you can't say it publicly, you're just complicit. If you see something wrong, right, you just call it out. But people want to save their popularity or grift because if you go against the grain, you guys have suffered from doing that, even though you guys didn't even go against anything. It was just all hearsay, and all of a sudden you guys got
Okay to throw it into the weeds to the side, you know, to the wolves, you know, but don't do it to Becca, who into the weeds hasn't done anything, and Becca has gone after them repeatedly, but and not just them. I've mentioned all these other people, but for whatever reason, don't go after Becca.
kind of thrown away. And
well, you have to also,
And it leads me back to maybe that's the dark spell that this case is under, that it's so dark that people can't see, they can't get behind people who've done nothing. They'd rather get behind the person who planted the seeds in their mind to think that they did this when they didn't. It was that person planting the seeds. I just wonder what else she's done. Oops.
remember that this is not my full-time job. I do this for cognitive therapy. I have so many things that I do on a daily basis that have nothing to do with the internet. So a lot of people, this is their job. This is their livelihood or a good part of it. And so I feel bad for the ones who want to speak up but feel like they can't because they're going to lose support.
Yeah, that is fair. Some people have mouths to feed, and we're privileged enough to where, you know, we're not struggling. Aside from this, she hasn't even taken any of the money out, by the way. People talk about finances. She has it all in like a bank account that she hasn't touched.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have a different point of that. I just feel like maybe I'm at the point where this is not a channel that I depend on my income for. Or I have other channels. So maybe that's it. Or I've just been around too long.
Yeah.
I've been doing this full time for 10 years, right? So maybe it's from that perspective, but I don't think so too, because it's the integrity, the character of an individual.
I mean, I guess I can understand that in a sense, because like money has been so, like, life has become such a struggle with our economy that when you have mouths to feed and you're it, I get that. I get it.
Individual, like I couldn't sit up here doing what I was doing back in August. I called it quits. I was like, dude, I can't sit up here. I'm just fake. And I felt hypocritical. So it's almost like, I get what you're saying. They got to feed their children and all that stuff. But to what point and extent that you're going to sell yourself out to do that is what I'm saying as an individual. I just couldn't live with that and just fake it till you make it. Because people say, well, fake it till you make it. I mean, I can't do that. So
I can't either, but but not everybody's the same. And I've gone through a lot and stood up to a lot. So
can I ask you guys, why'd you decided now to come out? I know you came out on your channel and it was maybe not as effective because they were already dogpiling on that point. But now that things are coming to light and you guys got some more information from maybe live streams that we've done here past week, what really kind of pushed you to say, you know what, I want to speak out a bit and I want to just kind of, you know, connect with that old community? And what would you want to tell them now? But what pushed you guys to do this?
So we wouldn't have been up here if Laura hadn't said yes, because I was only going to go on if she was going to go on.
And you're hesitant, I think, Laura, about doing that because for rightful reasons.
Well, it's not really about any specific person or any specific thing. It's just, I mean, like even in this conversation, I mean, we haven't added too much more to what you've already been saying. The stuff that you've been putting out over the last like week or so has like said enough. But you know,
you guys are still a piece of the puzzle. You know, yeah, we're just trying to put the picture together for.
I think it helped put a face and a like reason and a like side. Everybody wants to hear both sides. So we got this side. We haven't quite gotten everything that Becca has said, and I'm coming. I don't want to make this like a marathon, so I'm gonna like stop this portion. How much longer? We'll stop it short here. I will make sure to put the link for you, and you can go over and view it. But I want to go over and hear what Becca has to say in regards to all of this. And I pulled up this quick little thing. I think it's 15 minutes long. It's a snippet of, hold on. It's a snippet of one of Becca's lives over on TikTok yesterday. Be sure to hit that thumbs up button for me, guys. Thank you. We'll do this one. Over in the Shady Gypverse, because Hello Starlight was on this panel, and I thought this was interesting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, this is 29 minutes, so maybe I can. Let me get myself over to YouTube and a little bit.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry that that statement seemed weird to you guys. I apologize.
This is her second statement. She had read the statement. The whole chat thought it was really weird that she was referring to herself in third person. So she's back for round 2.
I wish I could say certain things. I can't, but I can say this. I can apologize to all of you that feel let down by me. I can't, there's certain things that you'll know within like a week or 2 weeks, but I can address any other questions.
And it's turning into one of those days. I didn't think I'd be here this long, but what else do I have to do?
That you have. I was trying, yeah, okay, so I was trying to show in this, sorry about the statement. What nobody has shown in those messages is what my motive was. The motive wasn't to trash talk creators. The motive was, and I did, and you can hate me for that. That wasn't the motive. The motive was, and I've got the receipt if anyone wants to see it, of me asking her specifically for these Greene County medical records, okay, that I had found out just at that time. No one had seen any of these records, and for 2014, certain things that we're doing, it's a whole hole in the story. And I'm like, how can I get these records? We need these records to fill in the blanks of the story, and they're very pertinent. And that's what
taking out other content creators is okay because she really wanted these records.
Sorry, because I didn't explain it well, and I shouldn't. I probably just read a statement.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to know why you don't address this on your own panel, why you're coming to all the other TikTok creators.
Well, okay, for TikTok, I'm not good at, YouTube I'm better at. I've never held my own TikTok like panel. I wouldn't know how to do that and talk at the same time. Or I don't have.
Live before, Becca. I've been in your live.
No, I had one live on TikTok, and that was it. And I don't know, I'm not very good at doing it.
We called shenanigans on that because we found her under her old name on TikTok. So, and this is attached, I am assuming, to her old X account that she's had for over 13 years. So she has herself over on TikTok.
I don't know. I don't believe her.
I don't know how to do it really. I didn't
Here,
even
I have
mean
a
to
question.
go
I
there.
have a question.
You would get your point
let's
across
just
better
talk
if you would
over
come.
Yeah.
I've got a question.
Okay, so
I feel like you would have a better.
my question is, like,
I'm
if
not trying to
that
not
was
take
the
responsibility. Yeah, go ahead.
if that was the motive, like, why did you continue to talk to her?
I didn't basically after that point. Not very much. It wasn't very much. It was at the time they hated Into the Weeds, they hated Audrey, they hated Karma Collect, especially
When
Karma.
did they hate Into the Weeds? They only started hating. Excuse me. I feel like. Ooh, hold on. I feel like they only started hating Into the Weeds after you were doing your little smear campaign, planting your little seeds. Because everything the community was saying about Into the Weeds, you've said in these little emails.
Collector, they really hated those people. And
like you did too.
You know what? I was wrong to say all those things. Was I trying to do anything to those people? No, I was trying to get in her. I was stupid.
Over here, over on Morbids, I was looking in the comments and I saw someone put a super long post. Let me see if I can find it. A super long post on how Becca's a journalist and that's what journalists do. They pretend to be other people to get the story. Should have screenshotted it. I thought it would be gold. Stay here. Let's see. I won't keep you guys here for too long looking for it, but it was just like a real excuse for why Becca would pretend to be other people because that's what journalists do. And Becca identifies as a journalist. And so we should give her, I guess, her journalistic freedom. Anyway, can't find it. I'll look for it while this is playing.
I was trying to get into her good graces because I'm like, what's in these records? That was my motivation. It wasn't to go like talk to Sheena or have a relationship.
What about the emails? What about the Annie?
What emails? Which
the
ones?
Annie.
Okay,
Annie
so
emails.
Those emails, which are I think there's 3 of them or 4 of them. Yeah, I could have sent them from my own account. I didn't actually send them though. Those if I did, I would have copped to it right now because I'm copying to this, right? So no, but those sentiments, listen, with the whole thing with Toddy, she was relentlessly going after Case, saying he was this truthy guy, right? She was relentless. And I was trying to help her. I'm watching her blow up her channel. I'm watching her with these 2 other channels she's opened up. She's getting into these other communities. They're coming for her. And I'm like, oh my God, what are you doing? And she was coming to me like, do you think he's this guy? Do you think he's this guy? And I'm like, okay, well, let me look into it.
You think Toddy is now emailing Becca and saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? Because I feel like maybe Becca's blowing up her channel.
I didn't think he was, but
I'm not telling the truth, and by this all coming out, and by not making a statement on her own channel, but going over to TikTok to do it.
I was like, let me do some research, right? After I did all the research, I'm like, here, no, it's not him. It's not him. Okay, it's not him. And so that's what I was trying to do with that. And after I told her that, she got upset with me. She got very mad at me, and she was still going for him. And so in one of those emails from the Annie person, who was my friend,
after I told her, she still didn't believe me because I told her. Just because I told her, I didn't give her any proof or anything, but because I told her, she didn't take Becca Scoops' word. What's wrong with her?
She copy pasted something I had written already about it. It was like line by line by line by line of my research of why Case wasn't truthy. And she like sent it over to her, you know?
Okay, I remember you coming into one of my lives about studying.
Wait, really quick. I just have one question. Did Case Studies know that you sent that Facebook message of his wife?
Yes, I told him after all of this went down, I said, hey, I got to tell you, I sent, and let me just, let's talk about that. I sent it over to her to say, look, it's not the guy. This is not the guy. But you guys understand, she already had all that information. She already had all of that information. In fact, I've found the person who sent it to her. I'm not going to out it, but this person left a detailed message in Cutting or Dawn's comment section yesterday. She said, I'm going to admit to it. I'm the one that sent Toddy all of this information. And I did it long before Toddy was even going on her lives, going after Case. She said, I sent Toddy information.
I think Becca's found an Annie Scoops. I think she's found somebody that's willing to be Annie.
Bree, I sent Toddy this woman is an investigator and said, I sent Toddy all of this information. So I wasn't trying to do anything. I was trying to help. I was trying to defend Case. I'm like, stop it, Toddy. Stop doing it. It's not him. Okay.
The chat wants to know.
We don't see those emails. We don't see where you're saying to Toddy stop. And just quickly, I wanted to ask, when you were messaging Sheena, and you say that you asked her about these medical records that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have it. Yeah.
So when you asked her, did she respond? And did she continue to message her
she
after
responded.
that?
I don't think I really messaged her much after that because she indicated to me.
Do you mean Becca? Did you ask this before I started playing it? Because you can go and there is a channel called Jipverse Replays right here. And they are playing this person records all of the lives. But right now I am playing a little clip that I found. This is, Carolina Girls has it up on her channel too. All the links that we will watch tonight, I will put over in the YouTube show notes. But that's where I'm getting the information. Hold on a second. Let me get back over there.
You know, because
she indicated to me basically that she would look into it. I'll find it in a minute, the exact words, but basically she was like, okay, I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What gave you the indication that Sheena had any access to these records? Just because she's friends with Gypsy?
Because I knew Bree had them. I knew they all, that she could get them.
I mean, does she really though? Because if they were to help Gypsy in any way, they would have been put out.
Well, and that's what my question was too, right? Was like if they exonerated her in any way. But my main focus was about Dee Dee. About the problem is Dee Dee never told anyone she had cancer. She didn't tell anyone in Springfield, and that was like piquing my interest. Like, why was Dee Dee not telling anyone this? And it's happening around 2014. And I think in those medical
getting
records,
Gypsy's records wouldn't do anything about that.
But it was
Dee Dee's.
Yeah,
those would be Dee Dee's records.
But then how did they get to the Hope Lodge?
The first live that she hopped up on, nobody challenged her. So Becca isn't really expecting all of these challenges.
Did Gypsy have leukemia or not? Or was it Dee Dee who had the cancer and she was using her own personal cancer record to get into the Hope Lodge?
We had
I couldn't.
Autopsy, right? And it details the scars on Dee Dee's body and what she, which procedures they were from. So that already pretty much rules that out, doesn't it?
No. Because how about it?
I don't know, because the Hope Lodge, from what I have looked up, that is not like a children's cancer place. It's strictly for adults, from what I understand.
Right. So what I was trying to find out, yes, we knew Dee Dee had cancer,
So it's okay to just go after these records at all costs. Yeah, it's really been dry in Florida. We finally got rain the other day, like yesterday. And I heard that it's burning in the Everglades and by Alligator Alley. And yeah, it's bad in Florida. They're not really reporting on it, but it's bad here, guys.
I interviewed people in Springfield that were in contact with her like almost on a daily basis. They were shocked. I said, "Did you know Dee Dee had cancer?" And they're like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, she had cancer. Did you know that?" "No, we didn't know that." "She never told you that?" "No." So that
deflection, though, why are we going down this road when they asked you why were you continuing to talk to Sheena after this?
It was like, okay, if
she's used to just throwing a bunch of shit out there and seeing what sticks, and whatever sticks, that's the story she's going to go to, or she will it seems to me like she's letting other people make up the story, and if that sounds good, then that's the story she's going with. I don't believe this Annie story.
See, if in those records it either proves Gypsy had leukemia or not. If Gypsy didn't have leukemia, then was it Dee Dee who was being treated during that time? And that's a big part of the story. And I was trying to figure it out. And I saw all those 200 extra medical records.
I haven't even gotten to all of that. I just watched a hot second of that. And we've been doing this for 4 hours, and I haven't even, I've only been talking about into the weeds portion of it. And this is Becca's, I guess, rebuttal.
I had just found out about it. I had just found out that Greene County actually did have medical records. I thought they never had medical records. And no, they did. They had 200 pages that no one's ever seen. Now, Gypsy has access to them. And I understood that Bree had them. And so I was like, well, maybe we can get these and maybe we can figure out, number one, was Dee Dee the true patient over at Hope Lodge?
Okay.
Was that why she didn't tell anyone?
Okay.
Of her friends?
But that doesn't tell me why you threw everybody under the bus and tried to take channels out. So that's not telling me you're just deflecting, but okay.
Because
Rebecca, wouldn't that be illegal for them to distribute a deceased woman's medical records to you?
No, I wasn't looking for. I don't think I can get Dee Dee's medical records. I was just trying to figure out, did Gypsy really have leukemia? Because if Gypsy really didn't have leukemia, then maybe it was Dee Dee who was actually the one being treated at Hope Lodge. That's what I was looking for. This whole leukemia question has never been resolved one way or the other, if Gypsy had it or not. But they were at the Hope Lodge, meaning somebody had cancer, because you got to prove to them to be able to stay at the Hope Lodge. So I'm like, well, who had cancer? What's going on here? And that's a big part of the story. Like I said, that no one knows the answer to that. And didn't
we know that Dee Dee had some kind of cervical cancer? Don't we know that? Or am I I don't know the story, the records like the back of my hand, like a lot of people do, but didn't she have cervical cancer of some sort? Maybe that probably wouldn't get you into a Hope Lodge.
Was she getting treatment in 2014, a year before the murder?
But why would you go to Sheena of all people? Like, why would you?
I didn't know who else to go. I didn't know who else to go to. You know what? It was, in hindsight, horrible decision, right? Horrible decision.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, I made a huge mistake. So I apologize to the people I trash talked. It was, you can believe me or not, it wasn't that I was
more than trash talk. You tried to take a channel down, a few channels. So to me, it's more than trash talk, but okay.
Just trash
I have a
talking.
question for the
Telling
chat.
People to go after another creator, like take them down. That's beyond trash talking. That's I don't.
No, that was about. No.
I have a question for the chat.
Hold on. I just want
you let her finish that. Answer it.
I want to say something about that. That at that time, Sheena, you haven't seen all the messages. They're cherry picking the messages. You need to see all of them. Sheena is talking about how Karma Collector, that's about Karma Collector, which I don't really have a feeling about, but they were like really wanting to take him down, because they were so upset that he was saying there was no baby and all of that. That statement is about Karma Collector. That is something that was brought up in, the messages. No, was I right? No, I was wrong, but I wasn't. It was basically how the message, you have to read the messages.
But it wasn't me who did it. It was them. But I didn't do it. It was like just deflection.
Chronological order.
The chat
you know?
would like to know why you think of them as why you think of all of us as low IQ.
Who said that? Kay Sue?
When did I say that?
You said that in emails.
To who?
To Morbid and other people.
I say that?
No, I did not. That low IQ statement is about this. When I was emailing him, okay, somebody had emailed me, a few people, and said he's and this is before he did anything to me. He's going to do something, or he's talking about you, and blah 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 blah, and look at this and look at that. And before I did anything, I was like, before I could really like.
Just for an FYI, we've got the low IQ statement in both the Sugar Woo and the Annie Scoops. This low IQ is something that Becca Scoops says in her own emails to people, where she's actually Becca Scoops, but she's trying to make us think that it's not her.
Go and see what he was doing. I emailed him, not like really mean, but I just said, is everything okay between us? Because I'm getting some emails where people are saying there's something going on and you've said something and yada, yada, yada. And in response to that, after I looked into it, I said, I apologize, whoever those people were. That's who I was talking about. These people that were saying things that weren't true that I didn't check out first. No, it was a few people who had emailed me who I didn't know who they were.
Top of this Annie Scoops that stole her name, Annie Scoops has also copied and pasted portions, bits and pieces of Becca Scoops' own private emails so that it would sound more like Becca Scoops. Becca Scoops said this about Annie Scoops.
How was the message? I mean, we all seen it, Becca. Like this.
Right. That was in response to, I was apologizing.
I feel like I'm low IQ right.
You're doing too much
right now.
No, I'm sorry. I'm telling you, look, I'm telling you exactly what that email was about. It was about a few people who were trying to get me to go say that Morbid was doing something to me, and that we heard Morbid say XYZ. And, you can go check it out for yourself. Before I went to check it out, I took it as fact, and I emailed him and I said, is everything okay? I have the emails. Is everything okay? Blah, 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 blah. Then after I sent that email, I
showed the email. You said low IQ, and you said stupid truth train, and you said sheeple. Yeah, you said it all. So what? Yeah, you said it all.
Went and checked what this one person was saying. Go listen to this. I went and listened to what he said, and I said, oh, that's not about me. That's nothing. So I emailed him back and I said, I'm sorry. These idiots, who are sending me this stuff. These idiots who are sending me this stuff, who are trying to make a problem.
And then later on, you found out that he actually was plotting on you, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. But this is before any of that happened. And the part
that's actually not right. That's not right. And I'm gonna have to take us over. I don't remember which video. I just put it out yesterday, so I'm gonna have to take a quick look-see. See which one it is. Let me see, hold on. No, that's not it. Of course, that's not it either. It's the last one that I could have clicked. But here it is.
Pick me up all.
Here it is. Okay, so was this not it? Yes, it is. I put it up at the very end. No, I didn't. Damn it. I don't know where it is. Maybe it's this one.
your shit together. Oh wait, that's me.
There. Sorry, guys. That took me a long time to get there. But here I read it off to you.
To tell you, when I heard this truth train stuff, I told our Becca Scoops comment that was sent to me. So over in the shady Jip verse, here is a comment that was sent to me. This is what it says. This is Becca Scoops. I can see maybe you focused on Perez. I don't watch the whole thing, and I agree he is all about dipping in when he can get some cash out of a story. But when you
This is the message that she was sending. This is the message to Morbid.
use anything with train in it, many people think you mean me because I made up that stupid saying and it stuck. So here Becca Scoop is saying, but when you use anything with train in it, many people think you mean me because I made up that stupid low IQ saying and it stuck. So you guys that are on the truth train, she even thinks it's stupid. And I have to tell you, when I heard this truth train stuff, I said to another content creator, that's so stupid. That's like so boomer-like. I said, it's like a boomer name, Truth Train. Choo-choo. It's stupid. And now I feel like I can say it out loud because even Becca Scoop says it's stupid. Perez has nothing to do with Truth Train. I wish I never said Truth Train. But so why do you keep saying it? I also agree with you about the FOIAs. I said that long ago to others privately. So this is about Into the Weeds. When Into the Weeds was running around CrimeCon, handing out thumb drives containing the FOIAs to big name crime people, I was like, what? No one is going to sit down and read thousands of pages of docs. If anyone even plugged the thumbnails, if they possibly said, what the fuck? I knew, like, just, you see these messages from Annie Scoops and she trashes Into the Weeds. She has a real issue with Into the Weeds.
And Annie Scoops and Becca Scoops and Sugar Woo all have the same distinct way of writing. They like to do ... or they connect their sentences with ... They say low IQ. And we know Becca Scoops is an ex-MAGA, and we know that I've heard Trump say low IQ. How many reporters have been called low IQ?
Worked really hard at getting the FOIAs and just as hard work as she does. And they don't sit over, well, they did it, they finally said something about Becca. But Becca knew that Gypsy Rose Group was going after Into the Weeds and trying to take them down. And she sat on this information. She didn't go to Into the Weeds and it was like, heads up. Sorry, I yelled. Heads up.
This is the day that I was really mad.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard is doing this. I would even do that to a person on that I didn't like, that was fighting against Gypsy Rose. Just as a common courtesy to be like, hey, dude, protect your channel. But no, to me, she would have been happy if Into the Weeds was taken down. And this is one of the big reasons but I heard you say that on a panel. Sounds like you're doing flying monkey shit too. They're in every comment section. If a bigger creator makes a video about GRB, they comment every single time telling the creator that they are the ones with the FOIAs. And if there's any other content creator out there that's been good friends with Into the Weeds, I think you need to speak up. But that's
so anyway, that's the one where she talks about it, and because I know I'm running late and I don't want to I'm running really far. So I'll put the link there if you want to listen to the rest of it. But she goes into low IQ and sheeple and all that good stuff.
The part that these people were telling me to go listen to, I went to his live or whatever it was at the time. This is like 6 months ago. And I listened to what he said, and I couldn't say that it was really directed at me personally. And so then I owed the man an apology. And I said, I'm sorry, these idiots emailed me saying you were saying XYZ. And I went and looked at it, listened to it. And I'm sorry, these idiots, those are the idiots, not everyone in general, not the people that support me in general. That's the context. You got to know the context.
If you believe me right now, I really don't mean you. But if you don't believe me, you're an idiot.
If you want to see those emails, I can show them to you.
Yeah,
Okay, to
exactly
say
how
that
it went.
we have to know
100. Show it. Show it all. Do it on your channel too. How about that?
the context though, but we've been waiting for like 2 weeks for a response.
Are these the Annie emails?
No, this is between me and him. Me.
Right,
him.
The difficulty is
there were
though, there's
some
so
emails that
much
were
to
shown.
Keep it in mind, like I said, she has called you guys sheeple, low IQ, and other things in every single email that we've read, where she was either Annie, her bestie, Sugar Sun, well, not Sugar Sunday, I don't know, that other one, 90, when she was Keekins. She's just doing it.
process.
Yeah, there were some
Fine.
emails that were shown that I can't remember. Like I'd have to go back and look, and it was like a lot of the same verbiage, I guess you could say. The whole like low IQ, blah blah blah. I don't even remember what they were about. I really have to go back.
But they came from low IQ, mentally unwell.
There were the thing that makes people think about the Annie stuff is that the like
Becca likes to call people mentally unwell too. She likes to say that they're unwell, and we also know that she likes to use her her professional terms of nuts. We got that at the very beginning. So
they're in chronological order between like emails sent from Annie and the email sent for you, and it seemed like the conversation was fluent.
And the exclamation marks and stuff that are not present in other emails but are from you.
That's why people are assuming that the Annie is you.
Okay, I don't know. I'll take I didn't send them. Like I told you, she copy pasted some things I had already written out that I never sent. But yeah, I have no problem copying to what I did with Sheena. I mean, I have no problem. I didn't. Those were copy pasted, or that I know one was exactly.
I would prove that one, like the Annie thing.
Yeah.
Because that's the one where people are like, what the fuck? I mean, the Sheena ones too, but
somebody's just said that Sheena shared the screen recording. She screenshot recorded the messages in order. So
okay, good.
So
I have them too.
I have a question about that Lady V
where are they? Because I would really like to see them.
situation that happened on Mimi's panel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is it true that you actually do know her?
No. Okay. I remember when I explained it the first time. I found out about her because Gypsy shut down her Facebook page. She either emailed me or someone that I don't know, one of my mods. I can't remember. Hey, Becca, this woman had her Facebook page shut down from Gypsy. It was like the big talk of the day. Hey, she wants to know if she can come up on your panel to, support her new page. And I said, yeah, fine. So she came up on my for 5 minutes. After that, emailed me, hey, will you be a admin or mod or something on the page? And I said, I don't really do Facebook, but if you could just do it, it would help, And I'm like, okay, well, whatever, I clicked on a link. I've never went on the page. I guess I was a mod on the page, I was trying to help.
That's so funny. Somebody in here is Sugar Woo, and it said, I miss Fancy. Shit's going bad when people are missing Fancy.
On the page. I guess I was a mod on the page,
There. Sugar Woo. I love too when you guys start making the names under your names under the funny names. So
trying to help her. That's all I know. I don't know her in any other capacity. I don't have a relationship.
People are saying, Amy Bones says, Amy, are you okay? Or Annie, are you okay? This one says, you all attacking Becca because you all are jealous. Y'all can't bring it like Becca does. Yeah, everybody's jealous of being Becca.
With her, except for that. That was the extent of my interactions with that woman. That's it. And there's no way anyone can prove otherwise because there's nothing else out there. That's it.
So everyone in the chat,
and you guys understand that this is the exact wrong thing that I was told not to do.
The people in the chat are asking that it would be illegal to obtain those records. So why would you be trying to get them?
Illegal to obtain what? If someone freely gives you records, you can get them. If Gypsy wanted the truth to be known and it's her medical records and she gives them to me, then yeah.
And
that's not illegal.
And that'll probably happen. You'll probably get them to just hand over those medical records, probably in a gold like little box, right? Because you trashed another channel? Like you gave them inside information about money issues where you thought for sure they would go after them, and you did get people to go after them. You did get people to question the FOIAs. You did get it to be so that they were gatekeeping. That was all that was being said. You did it. You planted those seeds.
Would you be releasing all of the emails with Morbid if he is cherry picking?
I don't really want to talk about that. If you know what, is that going to really change other people? If you guys want to see them, then email me. I don't want to. I am not going to address this again, because here's what's going to happen. This is.
Do you think she's going to address it again? I think she's going to address it again.
It's going to be made into videos now. This is going to bring me more suffering. I'm so tired. I'm tired.
She's going to try to get the tired angle. Well, do you think that maybe Into the Weeds got tired of having to defend themselves against you and your flying monkeys? I bet you they would have been really tired if you had managed to get their channel taken out like you had hoped.
Yeah. I don't want to do this anymore. Am I a great person? No. Am I like a horrible?
Doing it? Why? Maybe you need to look at why you did. I don't know. Maybe you need to look into why you would do something like that. Like, what is it in your past that has made you decide that you need to be the top at all costs?
Horrible person? No. But all of these situations I got into, especially the Toddy and Case thing, I was really trying to help these two people. I should have just stayed the fuck out of it, you know?
I will give you that, Becca. You came on my panel and you did do your best to defend Toddy on a night where I was holding a live about her, and you were trying to see the best in her there.
Thanks,
so I have seen that from you. You did defend Toddy, and obviously I didn't know it was you originally because it was on a different account, but you did come on the panel and you spoke.
These people that give her these constant outs.
And you said you'd go speak to her about it.
Yeah.
So I just being honest, I saw that.
Jessica is doing this because I saw it down in chat. People were like, damn, Jessica, what are you doing, Jessica? Like, it's a real mentality. Like, you have to go with the grain, or damn, Jessica.
I did this because not a lot of people, this is a very small little niche community on TikTok.
Hello, Starlight. Why not go to Bree directly, knowing Bree has wanted to debate? That's a good point, too. This person says, why not go to Bree directly, knowing Bree has wanted to debate Becca? Why not do that?
I understand that, and I know a lot of people were, wondering. And no, I was given strict not orders, but, the advice. Do not. It will hurt you. It will hurt you if you speak out. It will be the wrong thing to do, even if you want to defend yourself. Does everyone want to defend themselves? Of course people want to defend themselves.
So she's obviously contacted a PR, and that first statement she read, they wrote it for her. Although she's going to tell us that she is an author, and of course she wrote it, but she's just saying that she's been instructed not to speak out.
So I wasn't silent because I didn't want to defend myself. It was because this would be really bad for me overall. It would extend this whole issue. It would.
You wasn't silent though, Becca. You went to other creators' platforms to give your statements.
What statements? You mean
wait,
today?
Wait. Hold on. People are saying that Case didn't know that you sent that Facebook page.
Yeah, apparently it's been quite.
See, Rose looks like she's getting Ozempic face, and I couldn't be more happy about that.
upset about it this evening.
I did tell him after Toddy started saying things. I said, look, I got to tell you, when that whole Truthy thing was going down, I did send your Facebook page to her to prove to her, look, it's not him, okay? But at that time, she already had all of his information, and I can prove that. I can prove that. She already had his first and last name. She already had everything about him.
Here.
Yeah, but she didn't have his wife's Facebook with a picture of his son.
I understand that, but keep saying that you saying otherwise, so just be careful with that.
Okay. Well, is there any other questions? Because I'm done talking about this.
I really do just want to clarify, like, the messages with Sheena, you said that you asked her specifically for these medical records that you're after.
Yes.
But apparently in the messages she's posted, there's no trace of that. I really just want to clarify with you.
I sent that. I have that. I've already screenshotted it from the messages. And then if anyone wants it, I have it.
Did you continue speaking with her after?
But Morbid just popped into chat, so Becca's going to be winding things up here.
To that, like, what was the conversation going forward? So why?
Not
I see here, like, people are saying things
with her after that. Like, what was the conversation?
Don't give up, Becca. Please don't let them win. What are we winning? What would we possibly win? Because Becca's already done all this dirty shit. What do you think we're winning? Because there's no winners here. Because this is down and dirty shit.
Going forward, so why?
Not really. I mean, I didn't ask her that right away because I was trying to build rapport with her. So it was like towards the end, there weren't a whole bunch of messages. It wasn't like a ton of messages. I'd have to look, Jessica, I off the top of my head, it probably was maybe after I asked her about that. Maybe
it does look like the tide is turning, at least in Kesha's live.
More messages, where she said she was going to look into it. So I was kind of waiting for her.
Because people are saying, like, build rapport by hurting others.
Come back to tell me, about the records.
Ask her why her statement was in third person. Get them, Gupsy herself. Now, I don't even know
if she was going to be able to get them or not get them, or she said she'd look into it. That's what the message
Becca,
was.
would you be open to talking to Morbid?
No, of course not. No, no, I don't. I wasn't even going to talk about this right now.
I mean, I think it would squash a lot of rumors. I think it'll be healthy. We're all here to mediate. We won't let.
No, Keith.
Disrespect or anything like that happen.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So, there's just one
Absolutely
final
not.
question, Becca, from Wildbird. Why was your statement in third person?
Oh, because I think that it was in third person because let me see. I think because I was in third person talking to Sheena that I was.
No, you.
Let me just read it again. I mean, I wasn't trying to make it in third person. I think when I started to write it.
Did you write that statement yourself, or was it written for you?
Oh, absolutely. Oh no, I wrote it myself. I used to write it. I used to write for a living. Huh?
I said to ChatGPT write it.
No, I've never used ChatGPT to write a thing. I wrote for 8 years articles. I'm not the best writer, but yeah, I got paid for it.
I think overall it's difficult because for the most part, a lot of people are still not.
This person says, Becca, I don't know why you're entertaining this drama. These people sit on live every day, all day, gossiping. Yeah, why is she up there then? Why did she go up on Morbids for hour upon hour for like a year gossiping? Why?
I think overall it's difficult because for the most part, a lot of people are still not really buying it. And whether that's because it's been so long and you've not responded, or I don't know, but.
Did Annie write it?
See?
Hi.
Who said that?
Okay, one's back up.
Was that an AI that slipped in there? Who said that?
But.
Did Annie write it?
What? Hi. Okay, one's back up.
What?
The explanation doesn't make a lot of sense. I do agree.
The explanation for what? Contacting Sheena?
Yeah, and like the email as well.
To be honest.
No, all of all of it. I do agree. Like the emails, the stuff with Case, all of it. It's just
okay.
People are just really disappointed, and
look.
Hey, Morbid, sup? He's streaming us, so I want to say hey.
I don't like you, punk. But anyway, sorry, Becca.
Fucking Keith.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go.
No, he's not here, Becca. I'm not. I wanted to just tell you. I think a lot of people are just disappointed and kind of feel bamboozled, like especially some of the big creators that worked with you, whether it was like through email or to see, whether it was like trolling or not. To see those things are disheartening. Like
I know
Into the Weeds and Audrey and all them, like they didn't have respect for you.
Yeah, it doesn't take away from the.
I apologize, and there would be no other reason for me to contact Sheena except to try to get those records. I obviously my body of work
There
proves
would be no other reason to trash Into the Weeds and all of these other people other than to get the records, and my body of work stands for itself.
I'm not trying to. What I was desperate to get those records. I still am. There's still a big hole, and
Still desperate. Does that mean she's willing to continue on this truth train of getting the records at all? Can we expect more?
And I can't make people believe or not believe anything. And I just wanted to say, I'm sorry.
Can't make people believe or not believe, but she can send her flying monkeys possibly after you, allegedly.
For the things that I did and said, there was a lot of really bad things, and I apologize. And I'm just gonna, leave it at that.
We're all human. We all make mistakes. Just a lot of people were counting on you and rooting for you. So
I think it's disappointing because Becca, you did have, out of everybody, I think you had the most chance of really taking this forward, and everybody here was like promoting your stuff, and myself included. If you want to understand it, go watch Becca Scoops. Like, her videos are really good at putting it together, and it's just so disappointing to see that you kind of got swept away with stuff. And I think ownership would have been amazing straight away, because it gives credit to thinking people are stupid.
I know, and I don't think people are stupid. And at some point, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about it. But right now, I just apologize.
Detrimental to your channel. So, at what point in time will it be okay to talk about it on your channel?
I really
been instructed not to talk about it. So, when will it be okay?
I do, and I'm sorry, and I don't know what else to say. I got swept up into certain things because I wanted to help other people, and then it turned bad. It just,
But can you see that it only seems like you were helping yourself?
I don't, Jessica, I don't know. Maybe I need to put out all my information, everything that I
think you should,
right?
because I don't understand. How are you trying
You guys, I gotta go. I'm sorry. I really have to go, but I appreciate you guys listening to me, and thank you very much. Okay, thanks.
Yep. I'll have my eyes peeled for further updates.
I will.
So that was one of Becca Scoops' little announcement.
Can you hear me?
When was, I think, the other one? Which one was? Let's look. Oh, and then this is
messaging with Sheena. I had learned through sources that Greene County.
This is her statement that she read. So we'll let her statement go, and then I'll wrap things up.
Messaging with Sheena. I had learned through sources that Greene County had in discovery seized over 200 pages of medical documents no one had ever seen. Because these are medical documents, Greene County could not include them in any FOIA request. So at that time, I felt Sheena would turn down a conversation flat out with Becca. So I used a tactic many journalists use. Hey, I'm a friend working with Becca. Obviously, that means what Sheena tells me is getting to Becca. So it's just a buffer so she can have deniability of talking directly to me. There was nothing nefarious about it. I didn't hide these messages were coming from Becca's team. My only goal was to further the evidence in this case. And at that time, there was a huge hole in 2014 when GRB went to the Hope Lodge. Our investigation found out that Dee Dee never disclosed to anyone in Springfield that she had had cancer surgery. We also couldn't date what year she had this hysterectomy. But if it was between 2006 and 2014, this could be the way they got into Hope Lodge. It never made sense that a child, a 5-year-old child who was in remission from leukemia 17 years later, was going to get treatment. And then this is my statement. I have an attachment. I also have, I'm not finished with my statement yet. I just want you to know I do have receipts with this, that this was the main purpose that no one has ever shown in these messaging, that it had to do with this Greene County thing. And I do have the receipts if anyone wants to see them, of me asking her. So I was hoping to build a dialogue with Sheena. Thus, they were having issues with Into the Weeds, Audrey, and Karma Collector at that time. So I threw in some tidbits I thought might help Sheena believe we had common ground. But the only purpose was building this dialogue in hope she would believe that I would tell the truth about whatever the medical records disclosed. And based on my research, that Dee Dee never told anyone on social media she had cancer. And in the interviews I have conducted with friends from Springfield, they were shocked when I told them Dee Dee, yes, had cancer. And yes, Dee Dee had had cancer surgery. These people were completely baffled and flabbergasted. Dee Dee had never told them anything about it. So why was she not telling these people she had cancer? I knew the answer. If GRB did have leukemia or did not, would probably be in those 200 medical documents.
Might be another one that she did because she was not talking in third person. She might have corrected this statement and went back up there.
Document seized by Greene County, no one has ever seen. In my fervor to find any and all evidence in this case, I knew possibly my only way in was to possibly appeal to Sheena, that Becca was not out to tell untruths, and she was not going to just speculate GRB had cancer without seeing.
See that Becca was not out to cause untruths.
Not out to tell untruths, possibly seen. In my fervor to find any and all evidence in this case, I knew possibly my only way in was to possibly appeal to Sheena, that Becca was not out to tell untruths, and she was not going to just speculate GRB had cancer without seeing the evidence. Now, others are twisting this, that I was somehow in cahoots with Sheena. That's ridiculous. And I will add, this isn't in my statement, I never gave Sheena $200. Let her show the receipts on that. That's utter bullshit. She's lying to you. Now, my statement goes on. There still is a huge hole in this case. The year 2014. Was Dee Dee the real patient at the time? This would mean Dee Dee was even more vulnerable 1 year before the murder. I apologize for the tactics and saying some things about other creators in my hopes to further my dialogue with Sheena. As many of you know, this case is so unique because the medical records go to the very heart of this case. Without all of them, it's difficult to say we know everything, but medical records are protected for a reason. My only question is, if these records do back up GRB's claims of medical abuse and that she did not have cancer, then why has she not put them out herself? The bottom line is, without them, we are left guessing. And some will lean one certain way based on biases. Those who are anti-GRB will lean saying, yep, she had cancer. That always bothered me a lot. I hope this clears up my motive and why I did what I did. Others will twist it. So I am damned if I do, and I'm damned if I don't. Thank you for listening to this. Now, there's another reason I can't disclose to you, but in the future, I can. But right now, I can't talk about other things. I can't do it on my channel. I can't. And for those of you that have been following me for a long time, I hope you will give me some grace to know that, yes, there's a reason for all of this. And I can't say right now. And this is all I can say right now.
You and I have spoken, Becca. I know some of the reason, and I understand it. And all I have to say is enough said, okay?
Thank you.
I know for a fact you can't go any further and you shouldn't.
She's counting
Okay?
on people like Cooks. She's counting on people like Cooks. Enough said. Say no more. Don't say another word. Thank you. I won't.
Agreed.
You know
we don't need to hear anything.
There's a reason why she can't talk about it, and I respect that. And this is why watching all you rats, many of you, go running to Morbid with that nonsense, it makes me sick.
Rats? Are we the hantavirus rats that you're talking about? What are you talking about? How can we be the rats when we're not the ones doing what Becca's doing? It's so interesting to me.
But it is what it is. Becca, you have shown nothing but class throughout this whole thing. Let it go.
I gotta stop saying it is what it is. She says that.
Okay, sweetheart, you
All
said
right,
your
thank you.
statement. I don't
No,
want you to say further and have a problem.
I'm not. That's all I'm going to say. And
all right, sweetie.
And thank you for allowing me to make this statement.
No questions. Let's just shoo her off the stage. Just get her out of here. Say no more. So anyway, that was her first statement. And then she came back with the second. We kind of like did it backwards there. Let me make sure that I have hit everything that I want to hit before I come down into the chat and talk to you for a minute, and then we'll wrap it up. Everything that we viewed today, I will put down in the YouTube show notes. I went over to Becca's channel and I'm not seeing anything new over there. There is a Becca Scoops snark Reddit, and let's just look at this really quick before we leave. A reminder of reminding the Scoop situation. Treat it like your toxic ex. When they show you who they are, believe them the first time. It saves you a lot of time and emotional energy. Low IQ was coming from oh, that's mine. Oh, Becca, she sure dug herself into, do I have it marked as new? I have best. She sure dug herself into a giant hole. What do you think will be her next move? For so long, I wanted people to open their eyes. We can be anti-gypsy. Amen to that. You're not putting me on gypsy's side. You're not making me go sit with that girl, that demon, allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment purposes only. And also call out Becca. The amount of times I have been called a pro-gypsy person for not liking Becca is astounding. I think she has done more shady stuff than we all know. I agree. I'm not wondering if she got Chewy and Rose to do. I'm now wondering if she got Chewy and Rose to do dirty shit in this community. I don't know who those people are. Not a Saul's fan, but could that whole thing been set up possibly by Becca? Don't know that either. They are her mods and not people fighting against one another. Becca is a scum. I was basically called out once for not liking Morbid, so I never dared when it came to Becca. Thank you, 100% agree. Yeah, that did actually happen a lot with Morbid. If you didn't like Morbid, you got called out. It just shows that it's not good on any front to treat people that way. She should really address this and take accountability. I believe her. I believed her. So a lot of people are just hurt. Some people also say that they never trusted her. They saw through it the whole time. Anything else? When Becca thought she got Bree arrested, remember this? No, I don't remember that either.
But also there's two things. Yes, Toddy has something to do with it, but also on my own through law enforcement in California. So I don't know. They wouldn't tell me anyways. They, when an investigation goes on, they don't even tell the person that. So
they were angry, saying something about our side, and Toddy is the reason for it.
What?
Damn,
Okay, so I mean, it could be. I'm not saying it's true.
Do you know what parish you live in?
I think it's like Tammany or something like that.
No, I okay, yeah, I don't know. I just.
So she was happy. She thought she got Bree arrested. When you act like you're above it all, but really you are behind all of it, we'll see you. Becca, the Gypsy 2.0. So that's the type of stuff that's being said. But again, over in the other one, she's just not being, she's being protected in the GBR, which I don't go here anymore because I thought the GRB snark was for what happens in the in the, you know, thought it was for everybody. Ooh, is this a Gypsy Rose? Who's this? Is this Aurora? Oh, that's Mia. Oh, yeah, that does. Oh, that does look like Aurora. Interesting. Mia? Is Mia not a natural blonde either? I guess I didn't realize that. Which is crazy, but I never really looked at it. Because I thought Rod was a blonde. Hot Rod. Yeah, there's just really nothing. It's just like, yeah. But yeah, I imagine Mia does look like, because, I mean, they got. And how annoying that we're getting just all Aurora stuff now. Aurora. Yeah. Okay, so that's all I have for. Oops, sorry guys. I'm up there. I'm getting tired. I've gone too long. I didn't realize that my body was right up there, blocking you guys. Sorry. There was nothing really to see. I read it out to you. So I'm going to call it a day. Man, this has been a marathon. There are pigs floating around. I think Morbid shows it in his intro, maybe, of Aurora. Carolina, what is the major thing she did wrong? I would say the major thing for me that she did wrong was, oh, maybe you're not talking. I won't answer for Carolina because I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, if you could support the show in any way, we take Cash App, super stickers, all of that. We did get some stickers. Let me see. We got from Karen Merchant 4188. We got $2. Thank you so much, Karen. From Into the Weeds, we got $5. Thank you so much. And I missed this one. Laura Flowers, thank you for the $9.99. You're awesome back. Guys, if you could be sure to hit that thumbs up button and share and check to see if you're subscribed. I would love to have you as a subscriber. We're chugging our stupid train right up to 10,000 subscribers. No, we're not the stupid train. We're anti-stupid train. But yeah, we are trying to reach 10K. We're about 50 away. So please check and see if you're subscribed. Would love to have you. And thank you to all the OGs. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joy. Okay, guys, so I really am starting to fade. I got to go eat, check on the bird, get something to drink, maybe go touch some grass. Yeah, so I'm not going to do a live tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow's Friday. Wait, is tomorrow Friday? Tomorrow I want to try to do a Florida Woman Friday, but if I don't, you know, that's because I did a 5-hour live today. But anyway, I hope this doesn't like offend anybody. I just want people to know that I really feel like this is more than just bullying, and that I think that we need Becca Scoops to say and do a little bit more. And if you have proof that there is an Annie Scoops, then I guess I'm going to need to see them. And I just don't know if at this point you've had like 2 or 3 weeks that I don't know if I don't believe that they weren't doctored or created at this point, because it's taken a long time. It would have taken a long time. So maybe you shouldn't even bother, because I don't know. I don't know, but I'm disappointed. But I'm often disappointed. And so I'm trying to observe and not absorb, right, Junebug? Okay, guys, I'm going to head out. If nobody's told you this today, and even if they have, I don't care. I'm still telling you guys this. I really, really love and appreciate you guys so much, and I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.
And if you're not subscribed, why are you not subscribed? I would really, really, really love to have you as a power subscriber. If you really like my content, be sure to become a Dragonfly, and that's our membership, and it's $2.99 a month. I release all my videos early. We have special emojis over in the chat room. I kind of share things ahead of time with my Dragonflies, and I go live sometimes just for the Dragonflies. It's a way that I can support you guys and give you more content, and it's a way for you to support our channel. It's $2.99 a month.
Miss my cue, but I had you for that day. Here in the blue, I'm falling deep into you.
Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps me go out into the algorithm party out there. Bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help me out.
With you tonight, and it feels fine. Feels fine. Baby, I'm dancing with you tonight. Here in the blue, I'm dancing and falling out, hoping for some time with you.